used to tell me, like, when the UNA started, it was like 80% World Federalists. Now it's like
it's random people who care about the UN.
Who else is going to be here from IWF? Alec and anyone else?
Alec is here, yeah. Two different people who are from IWF. I don't know if you know them. Hey, Alec. Okay, cool.
All right.
It is, yeah.
Nice. Professor Zipp was right that we should just speak from right here, not from there.
How come?
In front of the table, it's just weird to speak to like who's saying we can make.
It's not about the people
conversation.
either.
No, but that way we can.
I would never go to school on a day off. It's true though. It's Saturday. Yeah. Did you like reach out to them at some point? Do you allow them to Yes, I saw them out Perfect. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going
Does it have like audio set up?
Yeah, yes, yes, same here. I mean, you for a lot of and go take a 7-hour train ride to the album, and then take a car ride all the way to Hartford to see my girlfriend. Gotcha. So I'm doing a little She's not here? No, she lives in northern country in New York, so she basically I see my yeah, yeah. It's like you a couple years ago, a lot of things. I imagine it seems like both the reason that you'd be interested in this stuff, but also reason you did it too. So I've always been interested in international relations. I did not know. I did most of high school. And then my mom stuff in Europe, military stuff is going to be true in the international relations, so it kind of looked together. So I feel like a lot of people come onto this idea like some way through their own like you, because it's just not really really full of people. Oh, this is the deal. I mean, how did you get into it? So really, my brother,
Oh, look, can you see me? Oh, I just waved at the thing. Can you actually hear people?
I haven't heard of it. So it was a to basically declare agriculture Montreux came out Montreux.
Yeah, we have it on our website.
I should have put my little my pocket like the one of the should know all this stuff. What was it? Was it successful? Well, the movie itself, I wouldn't say gained momentum up until like the dawn of the stage. Like, and like possibly I guess real forces and our individualistic and policies. As a big kind of idea about that, so I started thinking in the 2000s when the internet came out. So it's kind of ideas, pretty much what session thing. Yeah, the free market and I feel like today there's a lot of different groups out there. Right, exactly. There's like 100 different kind of organizations going to the parliament for advocates. I don't know this group. Yeah, exactly. Well, not only that, but what I like, basically just to meet all things people. I think there's attention is advertising. It's basically all about it. Especially this person. Yeah, it's considered a Jewish country. Because most of our benefactors who are organizations are really open, good stuff.
Gotcha. We know a lot about that Montreal Federation.
And so,
I see some of that. But I can see why it's really smart to have a group that really tries to do a lot more marketing approach to this, because there's like different layers that this, it's equipped to this kind of philosophy layer. The larger structure that doesn't need like your marketing one, you need I don't know, imagine those are two pretty big ones. Do you have a certain philosophy? Oh yeah. Do you have a certain philosophy about this kind of stuff like that? Or specific pieces?
I was about
We have 4 people watching us right now.
Hi, Luca.
I feel bad for them. They're like on their computers and we're here having fun eating.
Yeah. Donuts were a great touch. I already went to Dunkin' Donuts before I came here, so.
We'll have more food too. I think pizza and wraps around 12 o'clock.
How long are you and Alex staying together here?
Yeah, we're at a hostel, like 9 other people.
Like 9 other people? Like
Or 9 people.
Oh.
In Queen.
Or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it started lack of access to knowledge. Like Alexandria was only for certain people.
education is very important for society. In order for education to be successful, it's population needs to
I just feel like it's just fear. I feel like fear is a good way to act on it that makes sense. Or you can think through the process and make a decision about what you want to do. You can just not think about it, and then life kind of evolution just one way or another.
one way or the other, slow or fast.
Yeah. Always good. And it's tough how situations war in the UK right now is a galvanizing force, as terrible as it is. Or even COVID itself. It's almost like an analogy for a teenager. When you're a teenager, you have to have a lot of mistakes and a lot of uncertainty. You don't know how to drive your car, but that's how you drive your car. So you have mistakes as a young adolescent, and that's yeah. I feel like my main thing is music. That's the main thing the most that would help give us that. I have a lot of people just deep down. We call it moral law. Yeah, just moral law, this idea that even if we're ever talking about an idea and we're trying to make arguments for an idea, it's really about everyone's trying to make an argument that's how one system. It's about whose argument best approximates this truth, who's the best in like that ultimate truth is how people will see that that opportunity. So it's like
You think?
yeah. Well, I mean, I mentioned it because always because there's a lot of fear. Risk. Like the school is more of a reflection of us wanting to avoid risk. Like running for citizen. So probably as a function of running.
Yeah.
Instead of being pursuit of risk.
Pursuit to heaven. What a poetic thing to say.
You know, it's like rats in a maze. You know, it's the cheese at the end. Or but they're both necessary. You're out there working harder to see.
Also, it's like as you could say, employing optimism. I piss my friends off because of how optimistic.
That's good though. I mean, people appreciate that.
I mean, it's like my friends, which is they're all diverse, but right. So I've got associates, I got Wendell, I got.
With the army, I'm sure you know a lot.
Yeah, I mean, especially that's probably the opposite. But you know, every single like political idea or like, I have a lot of. It's not a bubble. It's not a bubble at all. So you get exposed to a lot of that debate about their ideas. And for me, to know I have too much optimism and positivity about the future as a species. Like it's a lot of black-pilled individuals. It's like we're gonna go through. We're gonna colonize their solar system. We're gonna unite as one.
That's the big one. I think there's no way.
That is the biggest point that they try to argue with me. And that's why, you know, I give an example. I don't know if it was Ireland. There was a resistance thing called YPS, or and YPG in Syria. And basically they were fighting for democratic confederacy, which means that each tribe would be able to manage themselves if they please, and what they would under each other. I try to use that as like an analogy on a broader scale for global federalism.
I've always preferred through democratic federalism.
Yeah, not federalism.
For that reason.
Not doing federalism, right? But I was thinking this is like, you know, everyone manage how they people's cultures and values get good inside themselves. That's why that's
Subsidiary. There's a level of governance on each level that it makes sense and it will be effective.
it's called subsidiary.
It was a great name. Subsidy something. That is the vocabulary. We should think like. But I was reading about that too. I found it very interesting. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Zipp did. He's like 20, 22. And he goes, I'm still fighting a great team. And in this video, there's like a 2-second shot of his mother, like hugging him goodbye or whatever. And every time I see it, like, I could not imagine when I was like 19, 20 years old, being like, hey mom, I'm working at the Apple store, but I'm thinking about joining a militia in Syria that is not sanctioned by our government at all. And like, I might get like legal trouble, right? Like,
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, Zipp.
So he's probably the first.
Yeah, like he's a filmmaker. Like first, you know, like his videos,
I like doing it. So like while he was in the Marine Corps, he got footage while he was, doing field training exercises, and then he went to Syria, and then he did the van life for 2 years, and then went to Ukraine. Now he's back.
Like talking a lot about this.
Oh, not necessarily, but like it's
only in the context of Syrian stuff. But it's funny you brought up is when you mentioned that, I thought the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Like something we had talked about like early on in the World Fairless when really big this was like really the point of it isn't that like there's a specific form of politics, just that there's that pluralism, like it's hard to explain that people are root where they want to do it as long as there's this acknowledgement that it takes a lot of effort and like I think it's really interesting to consider like the Democratic Federalist model is kind of here in America. How would it look in a place like Syria or in a place like Venice? What you call it maybe you might want to set up a like more traditional
it's built that's like the point is that every country should have a certain way of running things that suits them.
Even in the US, because like the big cities of Texas, they ain't gonna get along.
Yeah.
We're still in the same area.
but also, if we have 10,000 years of human history to go off of this point, cultures can work together all the time.
Yeah.
They feel like they need to, even if they're very, very different from each other. And again, it's so hard when you try to start a conversation with someone about pluralism. As soon as they hear like world government or anything even little close to that, they just think, we have a unitary centralized state.
Believe me,
on one level.
my father immediately jumps to that when I talk about pluralism. But as of recently, old conservative Republican voted his entire life. I'm there in thought. And me coming here, it's like, only really I was like, hey, that's fine, that's me too. That's me too. Like, all I care about is personal liberty. Oh, like,
I think if you actually do believe in democracy, this is what that is. Like, it's not about having a real government, it's about just having representative structures, like anywhere.
I just play my head. Like, I'll just think about the United States as it is, like how the state, or even the South, just find out what it is.
Well, and that's the thing is, world government already exists. It's just that people have their absolute say. It's basically an anarchic system. Or even worse than that, it's people already have it. It's basically on a country level.
That's also run by the government. Yeah, exactly. Really making the action. It's trying to annex sovereign nation.
We just get rid of all of those things. It'll just work out. And like, that's just kind of interesting. Even before, like, even before all of them were actually doing there was still like world economy and world governance, but it just wasn't fair, obviously. But those things are never, as long as the planet exists and there are things that affect other nations, they're always going to get economic, climate, whatever. There's going to be systems in place to deal with them. It's just a question of, do you want to be in charge of that? And why would you not? Like all the problems we have, stem largely from that.
there's also a bunch more factions.
We all kind of agree that states involved
Yeah,
themselves a little bit better. You can have more states also.
right, because if we're just trying to compare out, culture like way of doing things, like Kansas ain't gonna be the same way they do it in the United Arab Emirates. So.
If you get worried about like for example, say like any institution in the whole world where you're saying the world 2/3 votes that forces the Congress to vote on it. So like what's that? A referendum, yes. Like that's a good example.
We start moving people into these seats. Over there.
Especially if you get into the projection, that projection is supposed to be like President General Assembly sent in an address, and now it projected. So. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Do I need the microphone on? I don't think so. Can we do a sound check for the live stream? Can they hear? I know Terrie isn't that, so she'll hear me.
Let me check it on my phone, see if you can hear anything.
Check it on the phone.
Works.
Okay, so as long as people speak up, which maybe we should just turn the phone to do that.
There's a little switch on it.
Sorry. I don't think this is wholly necessary, if I'm being honest. Hopefully people on the stream can hear, but good morning, and welcome to the 9th Annual Week for World Parliament in New York. I'm sorry that we are not able to hear the address from Maria Fresnosa, former UN General Assembly President at the moment, but we will have that up online, so if anybody is interested to go back and watch that, we will make that readily available for everyone. We are the last event here in New York in a series that have been put on by the Young World Federalists. Started yesterday in Nairobi, and then today we have moved on to India with an online event, Brussels, which is currently finishing up, and then here in New York. This week for World Parliament has historically been centered around specifically a proposal for a democratically elected UN Parliamentary Assembly. However, this year's event is supposed to be more about critical perspectives on global governance, all things from UN to world federalism. We will hear from some incredible speakers on a wide range of topics, from the amazing achievements of our current system of global governance and successes of the UN, to the many world federalists here today who adhere to Einstein's immortal words that, quote, "Mankind's desire for peace can only be realized by the creation of a world government," or to Martin Luther King Jr.'s, who said that world government would, and I quote, "enable everybody to understand that we are clothed in a single garment of destiny." We also have represented here today UN reformers and everything else on the spectrum and in between. So you can see we have a broad range of people and of thinking around global governance represented, and that's by design. No organization or speaker here has or will soften or harshen their position to reach consensus, but rather is here to represent their personal vision of how best the world should move forward and help you find where you fit in to that range. We live in a world today in which corporations are global, but there is no global institution to regulate them, and so they take advantage of all of us. In a world where climate change disregards borders, and yet politicians cannot see beyond them. In a world where pandemics affect all of us regardless of where we live, and yet we refuse to unite even to fight a common cause. Our nations, while they protect us, protect only us within their borders, and like sports teams, have made us tribal in our love of some over everybody else. We have only an increasing number of global challenges that have or will continue to arise, and yet we have no way in which to respond with a global unified voice. And with that, I do want to give some basic details about today's event, and then we'll hand it over to our first speakers. We'll hear from 12 amazing speakers today, and I want to ask everyone to please be thinking of questions to ask them, especially in light of attendance at the moment. We want to make sure that everyone can engage with the speakers, have a conversation, and this is going to be a lot more informal, so feel free to, once the presentations are over, unless the speaker says so and wants you to interrupt them, but otherwise, once the speakers are done, to please be thinking of questions and ask questions, pose them to the speakers, and we'll have a whole almost as much time for Q&A as we will for presentations. So make the most of that time and pick their brains because they have an incredible wealth of knowledge to share. At around 12 or 12:30, we'll break for lunch. There's no need to go anywhere. We will have food provided right here. And while you eat lunch, a couple of organizations will have booths set up, which I guess we already have all of it condensed into one table over there for the most part, which is great. So feel free to check those out. There's a lot of free stuff there that's really cool. David Gallup has very kindly provided a lot of World Service Authority merch and gizmos over there, which are really cool. I don't think he's giving away the massive globe, but I might be wrong. I think that's his name. Someone may take it. Wow, I take it back. I thought that was his like personal stuffed animal. But please feel free to stop by, yes, and check all that out while you eat lunch or at any time during the presentations. And then when we come back, we'll hear from more speakers until we finish up early in the evening. After the event ends, anyone and everyone is invited to come to dinner. We will be going into downtown and finding a place where we can eat. And that will be set up before the event ends, don't worry. But if anyone is interested in coming to dinner, we will be doing that. And then we'll meet up for that around 6 p.m. So that's it for me. I do want to get off the stage and let the actual speakers present. And with that, I want to hand it over to Manu Bhagavan, historian, biographer at the CUNY Graduate Center.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you very much, Alec. Good morning, delegates and fellow speakers, and our intimate gathering, and to everyone who is listening and online. It is a great honor to be here with you today as we end this Lead for World Progress. Global democracy has been a dream of many of the world's brightest minds and most dedicated idealistic activists. And now here, early in the 21st century, never has this dream felt more urgent. For the world, as is plain for all to see, is now in crisis. The risks from climate change, as Alec just indicated, the long war on terror, a refugee catastrophe, the possibility of ecological collapse, and the renewed threat of nuclear weapons, all magnified by the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, have fed widespread anxieties about economic security and personal safety. Everywhere, there is a clamor for solutions, yet never have our options felt more restricted. On the one hand, there is the existing liberal order, which has brought us political imbalance, austerity, and soaring inequality. On the other lies a return to majoritarian nationalism, which, unfettered by effective international institutions, previously helped lead us to 2 world wars. Current trends seem to be moving further in an illiberal direction. Brexit and the rise of rightist strongman governments from Brazil and Hungary to Russia, Turkey, the Philippines, and India all appear to be part of a larger wave of authoritarian populism sweeping the world. Indeed, the election most recently in Italy of a far-right bloc led by Giorgia Meloni takes things even further. Her Brothers of Italy, which includes the family of Benito Mussolini, have resuscitated Il Duce in mind and body, raising the specter of a return of full-fledged fascism. But it is the globalization of the economy, of conflict, and of crises under the liberal paradigm that has helped lay the conditions for this moment. Multinational corporations have taken advantage of tax loopholes to shelter their assets and deprive states of fair share revenue. Disaggregated chains of production have allowed them to weaken or thwart labor and environmental regulations, move jobs from country to country with ease, and sustain a downward pressure on wages. Global corporatism produced by the globalization of the economy. The long war on terror has threatened the well-being and physical safety of people everywhere, on streets, on strolls, in cafes, in homes, as non-state actors assault civilian life, while state-guided missiles and smart bombs collaterally damage anyone in the vicinity of potential suspects. The globalization of conflict. And typhoons, hurricanes, mudslides, tsunamis, and flooding, along with a fearsome worldwide pandemic, have caused devastating losses of life, limb, and livelihood. This, while human-driven climate change continues with each passing moment to make matters exponentially worse, the globalization of crisis. Fearful for both their personal and their economic futures, people in democracies have turned to their local governments to protect them. Yet no single state or even group of states can rise to these challenges, for they are in fact problems of a planetary scale. And so faith in democracy, its institutions and its processes, the cacophonous din it was meant to corral into conflicted but complementary conversation, has correspondingly collapsed. Simultaneously, our international institutions have also fallen short. Ebola revealed just how thin a prophylactic was the World Health Organization's shield, easily ruptured. The IMF not only could not adequately address the Greek debt crisis, it added to it with austerity, its internal audit later admonishing its own actions. The International Criminal Court's blinkered prosecutorial focus on Africa to the exclusion of other visible perpetrators has triggered continent-wide loss of confidence in the Rome Statute. These failures of local democratic means of redress and of the liberal international order have opened the door for populists and given a sense of cohesion to their rise. If democratic norms and niceties have proven ineffective, the need of the hour is a strong leader who can take decisive action, they proclaim. They alone can fix it, they sing in chorus. If our international systems cannot make us safe, if the global elite has failed us, we must reject them, they say. So they now repackage xenophobia, jingoism, and racism as a defense of people against outsiders actors who would destroy their host's culture, community, and country, leading some observers to dub them the Nationalist International, or the League of Nationalists. As French National Front presidential candidate Marine Le Pen once exulted, "We are experiencing the end of one world and the birth of another. We are experiencing the return of nation-states." While today's populists simplistically juxtapose their rigid nationalism with globalism, the two forces have in fact long gone hand in glove. There are in fact many types of internationalism. The liberal order that has governed us for the past 70 years, but one. While the Westphalian Peace led European states to respect the borders and internal affairs of their neighbors, for the most part, their appetite for imperial expansionism remained insatiable, for with it came tremendous financial gain and opportunity for personal glory. Print capitalism of the late 19th century gave the nation-state much more coherence and internal consistency, but not incidentally coincided with the belief in scientific racism and the white man's burden. Colonies shored up not only the resources, but the very identity of the metropolitan center of imperial internationalism. Western nation-states, in other words, were intricately intertwined with and were key to this particular form of globalization. And much of the course of the 20th century history, including its catastrophic global conflicts, can be seen as a triangular conversation, dialectic, between nationalism, imperialism, and internationalism. Many saw the shortcomings of the old order as one that inevitably and repetitively led to conflict, and they argued that new forms of internationalism were necessary to rein in the dangers posed. After all, following World War I, a previous good faith effort had already been attempted to bind competitive imperialisms within a benevolent diplomatic system, spearheaded by South Africa's Jan Smuts. But the League of Nations proved weak and ineffective, ultimately unable to ward off what became the Second World War. Visionaries throughout the interwar period, but picking up steam from the 1930s, argued that what was needed was not just internationalism, but something that they dubbed progressive internationalism, by which they meant a form of global federal democracy. Led by the likes of Mahatma Gandhi, Bertrand Russell, Albert Einstein, Arnold Toynbee, and many others. And let me parenthetically say here that there were a number of women who were involved, although they were perhaps lesser known. They saw this as the only way out of a permanent cycle of escalating violence that would lead humanity only to its final destruction. Some countries, like Gandhi's India, adopted this principle as a plank of foreign policy, becoming champions of the cause, which had both mass appeal and support from intellectuals and activists from around the globe. But progressive internationalism was never actually adopted. While some headway was made during the 1950s, reactionary forces empowered by Cold War paranoia successfully throttled this alternative then. So the international order conceived at Dunbar House and Bretton Woods and born in San Francisco was rife with possibility. But the post-pubescent version of the late 1950s and early 60s had already hardened and jettisoned its more idealistic elements. The liberal international order had its successes over the years, not least the fact that the Cold War never really resulted in an all-out battle to the finish. On the other hand, critics are quick to point out its list of failures. And this list is long. The liberal international order did not prevent major wars from breaking out from Korea to Vietnam, It did not stop ethnic cleansings or genocides from Bosnia to Rwanda. To make matters worse, great powers have successfully manipulated the system since the 1970s to their advantage. From the 1980s on, successfully enmeshing neo-imperial ambition within a new discourse of humanitarianism. And so we have come to a crossroads. From where we have traveled, we now have several options before us. We can stay the path we have been on, cling to the status quo, trying to tinker on the edges with minor reforms. But recall that the rise of the populists has been in response to a general unhappiness with the way things are, with a widely held feeling that things are bad and getting worse. The existing liberal order has not been able to address our problems, and in my view simply cannot, because it in fact, contrary to the diagnosis of the and ill, is too dependent upon nation states. The causes of misery and fear are global in scope and beyond the means of our existing institutions, both national and international. The League of Nationalists instead proposed taking us back to the 19th century system of state-to-state relations, of great power politics mitigated perhaps by a rekindled concert of Europe. Advocates see globalization only as a modern phenomenon, one that can easily be undone. Deglobalization, they argue, will re-empower states and better connect them to their respective peoples. By putting national interests first, states will emerge stronger and ultimately richer and more powerful, they claim. The short-sightedness, however, of all of this is rather plain to see. Leaving aside that this path too will be unable to adequately address transnational conflicts and crises, imagine a bunch of self-absorbed national states trying to contain and eliminate the next fast-moving killer variant of COVID. Every populist is arguing that they will make their respective countries great again, that they will subsequently renegotiate everything on a case-by-case bilateral basis, assuming, even perhaps that they are initially successful, there will be red tape and contradictory practices of an astonishing magnitude. But ultimately, none of this will solve the underlying economic issues as they so claim. Jobs are simply not going to return to the developed world by strict protectionist measures because they, in fact, were, by and large, not lost to the so-called developing world through open trade. Instead, job losses throughout the global economy have primarily been driven by technological change, increased productivity, and automation. And this process will only accelerate in the coming years, with 20 to 25% of all blue and white-collar jobs now at risk, according to several respective assessments. Shrinking economic prospects will force nation-states cut off from the rest of the world to look outside for new markets, very likely triggering a new wave of expansionism, leading to imperial acquisition. The powerful will bully the weak unimpeded, and eventually, the great powers will find themselves in opposition to one another. And we will have war on a scale we cannot imagine. That is what we face here, now, as we stand at the cusp of the abyss. But against the two rather unappealing choices of staying the course or taking a rightward backward turn to the 19th century, there is another, for we might yet return to the path of progressive internationalism. It is time to think anew about the unfulfilled internationalist vision of a world governed by political and civil liberties, as well as economic, social, and cultural rights, of a world that celebrates differences of custom and community within such norms, and that empowers people at both the local and the global level. Those who subscribed to these solutions knew full well the challenges of developing a new outlook, the fear that had to be overcome, and the danger in action. India's Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, was Gandhi's heir, put it thus. I'm going to end on this extensive observation from Nehru. Quote, people have become, because of the process of disintegration, quite unable to judge anything, more brutal in thought, speech, and action. The remedy is to try to understand the disease. Obviously, we must believe in the ultimate triumph of creative and unifying processes of the day. If you align yourself to some great purpose or to something elemental, it ennobles you. The future beckons to us. Whither do we go, and what shall be our endeavor? To bring freedom and opportunity to the common man, to the peasants and workers, to fight and end poverty and ignorance and disease, and to create social, economic, and political institutions which will ensure justice and fullness of life to every man and woman, and pledge ourselves to cooperate with the peoples of the world in furthering peace, freedom, and democracy. Thank you. So Alex, how would you like to proceed this conversation? I can leave the microphone and just wander around, sit down.
If anyone has a question, go ahead and just ask it or raise your hand or stand up or something, whatever you wish, and we can just kind of conversate as we go down. So let's get with everybody. I'll leave it up to you, run this one.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, do you want to? You can just stand up. I think it's. Actually, I'm just going to come away from this because it's. Yeah.
Personally, I'm also very interested in things like viewpoint of intersection of feminism, intersectionality, ecological feminism. I was wondering if these viewpoints, these like movements are also in some way flowing into ideas, or if it is like I think all that areas like what's the thing to take into account and trying to create like this citizenship.
Right. So if all of you could hear, she was asking about intersectionality and bringing in variations of feminist thought and critique into the conversation as we kind of sort of think about what a kind of global citizenship might mean and how it might be constituted. So to this, I just say two things. First of all, although I made only a passing reference to the idea that there were women who contributed to these ideas from the get-go, in fact, women were really central to a lot of these conceptualizations, and both intellectually and in terms of activism. The Women's Organization for Peace and Freedom, for example, played a large role in circulating a lot of these ideas and creating a public sphere where these kinds of conversations could be had. Now, at different phases, women's participation historically, what that meant in terms of kind of a liberatory discourse has changed over time, depending on which wave of feminism we're talking about, second or third wave feminism in those particular moments. So what I'd say is, first, that it's really important to recognize that feminist critiques of various kinds have been made about thinking about internationalism or international spaces or rethinking citizenship through the duration of these conversations. And recapturing these and putting that front and center is also really important to the second part of your question, which is there a space for them now? To which the answer is obviously, definitely yes. Not the least reason of which is that the purpose of what we're talking about when we talk about international democracy is for a gross reduction in harm and a gross reduction in all forms of discrimination and oppression. considering that patriarchy is one of the most pervasive of those, smashing the patriarchy can only be the ultimate goal. Yeah. Yeah.
And growth of productivity and technology. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that, and also how we can see that addressed in the future based on
I can elaborate it on just a little bit. Sort of a detailed economic analysis of this is not necessarily my forte, but to make those comments, there were detailed studies looking at what is the explanation for net job reduction in various developed countries. And the takeaway was that it had little to do with open trade policies per se. There are caveats there because changes in the way the World Trade Organization, how it loosens certain kinds of regulations which allow for, as I indicated also in the talk, global corporations to create these disaggregated chains of production. In that sense, there is that element that is also going on. But the net reduction in job losses is caused by technological change, increase in productivity, those things that I mentioned. And so if you simply put up barriers, you're not going to create a shield that's going to protect that jobs are not going to leave in this way, because you're going to still be operating under notions of job losses because of these other reasons. So you have to either grow your way out, you have to technologically innovate your way out, you have to create new sectors where you can have jobs, and you have to understand that a lot of these things remain globalized and interconnected in a variety of ways, no matter what you do. So you can put up a certain kind of barrier in terms of trying to prevent the loss of the job, but you're going to face competition nonetheless from other kinds of sectors as well. So I think the important way to think about this is that so long as we have multinational corporations and the idea that capital should be allowed to move freely anywhere around the world and across borders, because that's the nature of a market economy, a globalized market economy, that as long as that is the case, you will have a certain kind of globalization in operation. That globalization is, relatively speaking, unregulated. We don't regulate the movement of finance, and we do regulate the movement of people. We want to switch that around. We want to deregulate the movement of people, and we want to regulate the movement of capital in various kinds of ways, so that it is done in a way that is effective and safe for people, and movement of capital, that is. Yeah. Yeah, right.
When we talk about the history of global relations, there's this running theme of like picking up the pieces after World War I, League of Nations, then again with the United Nations. Right now, obviously, looks a little scary. I would say in some of those ways, and I wonder if you would comment on the direction right now. Do you see a possibility of us kind of preempting some of the bigger issues that might come up in the next few years, or if progressive internationalism happens, will it be another picking up of pieces kind of situation?
I don't think that anyone can imagine that progressive internationalism is like a light switch. You turn it on and it's here. To the extent that it's something that can be built, it's going to take a lot of time and effort, and it's a thing that evolves. And certainly where we are right now, I think we're at the point of trying to defend the old liberal order first, and then try to say, okay, now we can take it in a different direction, because otherwise we're facing serious regression. We're moving backwards. We're loosening what we had put in place, or eliminating it, or destroying it, or undermining it. So you're right. We are facing something very scary right now. And I don't think it benefits anyone to try to sugarcoat it. I don't think there's an easy solution. I don't think it's going to go away in like this. I don't think that if we kind of create something, a new organization, it's going to magically go away. We have to do a couple of things. What I think the evidence shows is that the way you combat the basis of the authoritarian trend, which is built on things I mentioned, a series of animosities, hatreds, resentments, and on this sense of trying to recapture a sense of glory, and on misinformation. So when it's that package of things which is feeding those who are supportive of this kind of movement or feel the need for it, the way that you change this, there's two ways in the immediate sense. The first is you have people-to-people conversations. You can't rely on anything institutional or the face of governance. That's often a turnoff. But interpersonal communications on a one-to-one basis moves the needle. It moves the needle from people who are in their silos, in their boxes, who feel like they will never change their minds. They change their minds when they are in common, non-confrontational, genuine interpersonal conversations. It does move the needle. And it doesn't matter if the silo is authoritarian or racist one, it moves the needle. We have evidence for this. The other thing that is going to save us is that whatever we may think of our particular personal politics or whatever we may think of is the necessary solution, only the broadest possible coalition of far left, left, center left, center right, and left right, that is the only thing that will save us. The more more people you can put into this house to say that we are united to defend democracy, just to defend democracy, figure out something that's as broad as possible, a base that will appeal to people, that's the coalition we need. So I am absolutely opposed to the view that only certain kinds of ideological political positions or a more rabid assertion of those positions will save us. I might agree with those positions, I may not. I might agree with those positions, but if I do agree with those positions and wish to support them, which I might, I would still not disabuse myself of the notion that I absolutely need someone who disagrees with me on a lot of other things, but agrees with me on the need to defend democracy at this moment. It's this coalition building that is the core of the way out. And so if there is a takeaway from today, it's that we can't just be talking to ourselves or people that we agree with, but that we have to go out to the people we disagree with and have a friendly, not necessarily a disagreeable conversation, a friendly conversation. And that can be very hard for a lot of us right now because we're really pushed back ourselves. We feel that we're in a corner or we're just exhausted. Like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's all lies. I don't want to address these lies. That attitude will only lead us further astray. We have to have this conversation. We have to try to find ways to be respectful in our disagreement. And then in that act of respect, we find often that will move the other side to rekindle a certain kind of respect. It neutralizes the respect, and then that moves forward. Sorry, that's a bit of both my personal view, but also my understanding of the politics of certain kinds of people who are effective and studies for where we are and how you beat authoritarianism more broadly. This is a sort of combined answer, yeah.
Just to follow up on that, isn't that, isn't that sort of progressive populism? I'm wondering if populism is always authoritarianism or if it can be used to put it to reality.
If by populism we mean appealing to people or having kind of a popular kind of sense of things, yes, of course, that's very useful, and that's what we want to do. There is, however, it is, I think, unquestionable, a leftist type of populism which mirrors rightist populism. I wouldn't forgive leftism from having a type of populism which can rile people up with misinformation and energize them towards kind of mob type action without sort of the right kind of purpose, the left can just as easily fall into that ploy. I don't think we want to go that route either. But what you're talking about as, can we talk about the social benefits of democracy? Can we talk about the role that the public or the state can play in these kinds of questions? And can we do this in a way that lots of people find appealing and entertaining and then create a mass movement out of that? The answer to that is not only yes, we can, but yes, we must. Yeah. Yeah.
In your conversations with people about this topic of global federalism, where do you find people giving you the most pushback, and what do you say to that?
I've never really had any pushback. It's very weird. I've been talking about this topic for since 2008. Most of you probably aren't familiar with some of the work I've done, but I'm a historian of India, and that's my home base. And the work that brought me into this conversation was that I wrote a book and a series of articles about rethinking India's international history, and I was very surprised to learn of the role that Gandhi and his heir, Nehru, India's first prime minister, played in promoting the notion of world federation, of global governance, and that it was really connected with a lot of different organizations which were popular in their day. And that these organizations, and Sandy is going to speak about some of this, I think, in a little bit, in their day it also crossed parties. And so the inspiration for Gandhi and Nehru was coming from the United States, and it was coming from a Republican named Wendell Willkie, part of the inspiration. And there was a whole lot of stuff that went into it. So when I've spoken about it ever since, first I'm speaking historically, this is what it was. And then there was a kind of universality to it. There was a universality in the criticism as well. Both the left and the right were often very critical of this kind of notion of progressive internationalism at various stages and for various reasons. The left, because if they're anti-colonial, they're supporting a type of nationalism which is going to produce an independent state. And there's a concern that if you start thinking internationally, you don't have the grounding for thinking of this. On the other hand, leftism is often grounded in a type of internationalism, which is about the solidarity of workers around the world. So, you get this kind of twin kinds of aspects on the left. On the right, which is where I often thought, and David and I were on a show a long time ago on Huffington Post to talk about Gary Davis, who was the world's first world citizen. He just passed away, and David knew him and had interviewed him, and Gary interviewed me, and I interviewed Gary for some of a show I had, a blog I had. So we were on this show on Huffington Post, and I remember the host sitting there kind of pushing back a little bit and making fun a little bit of the idea. What I was really worried about on going on this was, oh my gosh, I'm going to talk about this, and all the people are going to come out of the woodwork and call me a lunatic and whatever. It has nothing to do with me. It's just the idea will attract this. And this was in the days especially where the idea of global governance corresponded to like the symbolism of that movie Men in Black, that people in black suits and sunglasses with the UN were going to come and get you. That was the kind of the fear of this. So I always have expected it. And from the moment of that show, I thought, oh, they're going to find it and then that'll be that. It's never happened. I don't know why. I just have never found anyone who's been very viciously opposed. And in fact, in India, the right wing has been overall fairly supportive. There are various explanations for this, which is that there's literature from the right, which is also kind of in line with this notion of a outward-looking internationalism, even if you have a more harsh internal kind of space. At any rate, finding common ground or pushing the conversation, I think, is what's important. That's what I try to do. I don't know if that's the underlying reason or whether people just find the conversation stimulating. I can't answer that any further, but that's my sense. Yeah.
You were just talking about how you are interested in or also made influenced by Gandhi and his thoughts. And one of his main thoughts was always this non-violence principle. And I saw that it's also one of the 10 principles of global ethics and world citizenship. And my question is like, how do you think you can realistically have non-violence as a guiding principle in today's world? Because I feel technically I'm completely agreeing that non-violence should be a path we should all be on. Just generally we're being more pacifistic, but in a way I feel like, for example, when you're very oppressed and, for example, you're a victim of like human trafficking whatsoever, Gandhi's approach to this would be still kind of like just let it happen to you, because you cannot like really revolt, you cannot really act out in violence. But I feel this might still then like feed into continuous oppression of certain people that just don't have any other choice than acting up with violence against their oppressors. So I was just wondering, how do you see that in a world where there's still so much oppression of minorities, and how would you go out of that without using any sort of violence?
Okay, thank you. The question is about violence and nonviolence and whether nonviolence is really viable, with a set of questions as to what Gandhi would actually do. So to which I would say that Gandhi is actually someone who is very little understood. People don't really understand either his outlook or his methods. So first of all, nonviolence is not pacifism. That they're not the same thing. Nonviolence is an English translation of the term ahimsa. And the construction of this term ahimsa is really telling and important here. Himsa means violence. Ahimsa is the negation of violence, non-violence. So ahimsa is a sort of older concept intertwined with various kinds of religious thought. Gandhi takes this notion of ahimsa and uses both the religious understanding of it and then turns it into a kind of practical, philosophical, political philosophy. First of all, people often assume that Gandhi was an idealist who thought people were really great angels, and that's how nonviolence worked. That's not at all what he thought. He, in fact, thought violence was the predominant paradigm of the world, and that people were preternaturally given to violence because the nature of the state of nature was violence. You understand? So, in such circumstances, nonviolence was difficult to carry out, but it was also infinitely more powerful than violence. This is his explanation. Here's the reason. To understand nonviolence, first so I won't go too long, I can go into a whole, I'm a teacher, now she set me off, I'll just answer this in just 3 minutes. The short answer is that he uses a tactic called satyagraha, or truth force, to implement nonviolence. The premise of this is that there is an unseen force which binds all people together. It flows through all people and connects them. This force Gandhi called love, capital L, by which he meant the notion of Christian love, or agape, that is the love of God. That permeates all living things. If you tap into the right systems, the right ways of doing things, you can press into this power of love and achieve the kind of connection, metaphysical connection between life, which will then change things. Okay, that's a metaphysical explanation for what he's doing. He says, in the face of injustice or oppression, first of all, if given no choice, under all circumstances, one is obligated to resist. So if given no choice and you have no other option, violence is the answer. So just to be clear, Gandhi says, if you face oppression and you have no other option, you be violent and you resist. He's unquestioning about that. He's very clear. But he says, if given the choice, nonviolence is the superior option. And he goes into a lot of explanation for why that's so. But ultimately, it's because violence ultimately will only beget more violence. So in order to free us from that cycle and to break the thing that's got hold of everyone, nonviolence is the force which will unleash the power of love, by which he meant God, by which he meant truth, into the world, and therefore save us all. Okay?
You mentioned in the remarks the Western philosophers and writers that are well associated with world federalism, Immanuel Kant, Victor Hugo, but the background you've shared, and you're just building on the last question, I'd be interested to know, do you feel world federalism as an approach to world governance and philosophy has as much in the non-Western world as in the body of Western literature, philosophy, writing? And could you give us one or two examples? I've heard Tagore, his name mentioned many times. You brought up famous recent figures, Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, but maybe going back hundreds of years to the beginning of Hinduism and Buddhism, very famous coming out of South Asia. Do you feel that there are strong connections to your understanding of world federalism?
Yes and no. There are religious underpinnings of a notion of humanity, common humanism. There is an ancient Vedic or Hindu concept of the world as one family. This is actually what I was alluding to earlier when I was talking about why some on the right inside of India don't have a problem with stuff I'm saying. So there is this notion. Of course, there are other religious explanations of the breaking of the tribes, but the original, just that kind of stuff in precedence in the religious concepts which have an enduring life. In Hinduism, that particular explanation percolates through the present day, and people will sometimes refer to it. In referring to it as a political action item, you sort of say, well, what does this mean? And we want to breed brotherhood. There are other kinds of ways in which the concept of brotherhood then is transcendent. Buddhism, there's a universality in Mahayana Buddhism, where there's a universality to it in terms of the potentiality of Buddhahood. So there are those kinds of things. There's a universality in Christianity also. That kind of universalism can exist in these faiths, and they exist in the non-Western world in the source of these, in the textual foundations of some of these religions which have a non-Western origin in that sense. But I don't think it's true that any of that corresponds to a notion of global democracy or kind of institutional governance. They're different kinds of conceptualizations. So political philosophy, political order, sovereignty, these are sort of modern constructions in how we understand them. There are all kinds of, obviously, sovereignties and states and stuff that go back in time in history, but our modern understandings of them, and then to think about having nation states or whatever in this kind of world federal order by necessity is a very recent kind of phenomenon. In that sense, yes, there is a long non-Western contribution to this kind of thought from a range of thinkers. I can't really comment on all of them from all over the different parts of the world. That's not what I do. But I can tell you from the perspective of a historian of India that some of the people that I work on are clearly in conversation with many of the world's many world thinkers, some from Japan, some from South Africa, Egypt. They're coming from all different places and they're contributing to these kinds of ideas. Inside of India, which is really my wheelhouse, yes, Tagore, who famously wrote a novel called Home in the World and was a critic of nationalism and of the nation state. Tagore is India's Nobel laureate in literature. But also B.R. Ambedkar, who is known as the father of the Indian Constitution, and a Dalit champion, meaning a champion of the oppressed. He really believed in this concept of fraternity, liberty, equality, and fraternity, but he disassociated them from the French Revolution's origins, and instead he is one of the people who traced that concept back to an ancient Buddhism and then said this is what it's really about, and then articulated that as a political philosophy, which he match against isolation. The danger of having an academic is that we don't know when to shut up, and it is also very easy to get us to go down these incredible deep dives. So apologies, and I will. Yeah.
We actually have someone watching in India right now.
Oh, yes.
And I asked him if he had any questions for you, and he said,
Yes.
no, I agree with everything you're saying.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you.
He's very happy to hear you speak.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
I thought it was interesting when you were just talking about Gandhi saying, you basically, that's a phrase we thought we all kind of knew, but you had to kind of give it to us through these different layers of cultural, linguistic, and translations. I'm curious if you feel that world federalism and that term and the way we've thought about it since the end of World War II is kind of too Western focused, or I guess a better way, how would progressive internationalism, if it were to ever really start coming about, how would it fit through all these different cultural lenses and still be relevant and understandable in that way?
I don't think that the answer to that question has really been worked out. I think everyone always punts and says, well, when we get in the room, we'll figure it out. And we have to sort of agree with the fact that there's going to be disagreements. I mean, there's another angle to this. I leave it to other historians or philosophers to get into this. I mean, I think we always want to be a little bit wary of the Leviathan. I mean, I think we need to be careful of an all-powerful state, whether it's a world state or anything else. World federation and global democracy, to my mind, or in the progressive internationalist sense, is not an all-powerful world state and should never be. But I think, the trends in authoritarianism right now are warning signals that through democratic means, those opposed to or opposed to freedom and democracy or for tyranny or tyrannical forms of government can expose weaknesses in democratic systems, take advantage of them, and then rise to power quite legitimately through those means. And that should give us pause in construction of any kind of new international system, because it means that it is absolutely possible that could happen at that level as well. We already know that this has happened in the at the European level, at the EU, where there's penetration by people who believe things that are very opposed to the EU or transcending it. And that's happening in all democratic systems, where the people who are getting into office through election are opposed to some of the foundational elements of the system of democracy itself. So I think we need to be cognizant of this and a little bit wary of the dangers posed within any kind of functioning system, the risks entailed, and the dangers of it falling into really dangerous hands. In terms of bringing in non-Western ideas or how you sort of get this going, the first thing is to ensure that you are always speaking to audiences that you're generating the movement and the outcome. You want to put all these people in the room. You don't want the old backfilled rooms of the 5 people from Boston or whatever. As a New Yorker, I can say that. In a room, making the final decisions. You want people from all over, including from Boston, but from everywhere, to kind of have a say in what's coming next. And I think that's the best way to ensure that the final product is in fact reflective of those ideas.
We have to move on to our next speaker.
Great. That was a long session. Thank you so much.
Up next, we have Terrie, president of the USA chapter of Queensborough.
So thank you everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to wherever you are zooming in from My name is Terrie Gyles, and I do have the pleasure of being the president of the United Nations Association of the USA Queensborough chapter. It is my pleasure this morning to share with you some of the achievements that the United Nations, as well as their UN sister organizations like ours, has made around human rights and our Declaration for the Human Rights, as well as our most important initiative, and that's our Sustainable Development Goals. So I'd like for you to imagine a world how the world might look if no opportunities were available for countries to discuss international matters. Would there be cooperation among countries? Would there be consensus on international matters? Would any international problem be resolved? The United Nations was established to answer these questions, to be the voice for the international community, to be the voice of civil society, and to bring forth all of the issues that we as individual countries deal with or struggle with, and create an entity or body that allows us to discuss and rationalize and suggest and negotiate these issues so that we can build a sustainable world. As many of you know, the United Nations was built at the end of, established at the end of World War II in 1945. There was this, originally there was only 50 representative countries to the United Nations. They established a charter that is basically a governing document, which is much like our Constitution for the United States of America. The four main purposes of the UN Charter is maintaining worldwide peace and security, developing relationships among nations, fostering cooperation between nations in order to solve economic, social, cultural, and humanitarian international problems, and providing a framework for bringing countries together to meet purposes and goals. Today, we have over 193 member nations, and our purposes and goals have expanded. Similarly to what Professor Bhagavan just shared with us, there is an ever importance for us to meet the moment and to recognize what issues are pertinent to today and to establish an advocacy and an actionable plan of how to achieve those actions, those issues today. So the UN has reevaluated what these principles and main goals should look like, and it included the goals to establish a sustainable world as one of their fourth and main purposes of what they do and what we do as a system of the United Nations. So one of our established doctrines that we built a lot of our advocacy around is the UN Declaration for Human Rights. It's a milestone document in the history of human rights. It was drafted by representatives with different legal and cultural backgrounds from all regions of the world. The Declaration was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly in Paris on December 10, 1948. As a common standard of achievements for all peoples and nations. It sets out for the first time fundamental human rights to be universally protected and has been translated into over 500 languages. The UDHR is widely recognized as having inspired and paved the way for the adoption of more than 70 human rights treaties, applied today on a permanent basis at global and regional levels. Similarly, in 1959, the UN General Assembly adopted the rights of the child. This came out of recognizing that the United Nations has, in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenants on Human Rights, proclaimed and agreed that everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth therein, without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, social origin, property, birth, or other status. Recall that in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations has proclaimed that childhood is entitled to special care and assistance. The UN commits that the family as a fundamental group of society and the natural environment for the growth and well-being of all its members, in particular children, should be afforded the necessary protection and assistance so that it can assume its responsibility within the community and recognizing that the child, for the full and harmonious development of his or her personality, should grow up in a family environment, in an atmosphere of happiness, love, and understanding. The rights of the child was adopted from the Geneva 1924 Declaration of the Rights of the Child. So in addition to a lot of the doctrines that we use to frame out our advocacy, like I said, our UN Sustainable Development Goals is our major initiative, which really drives a lot of our UN systems. During the 2012 United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, the Millennial Development Goals, which was originally called, was then transformed into the Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 goals that outline for communities, chapters, civil societies, and all of our partners and member nations, just how we can achieve sustainability worldwide. Some of our sustainable development goals include ending and eradicating hunger, poverty, providing quality education for all, gender equality around the world. We've also included in our language around our 17 sustainability, I'm gonna just call them the SDGs. Around our SDGs, language that is inclusive to people with disabilities. We recognize that as a protected group, that a lot of the things that we initiate does not inclusively include people with disabilities. And to that end, we have organized and realigned the language around our SDGs in a lot that is inclusive of people with disabilities. But we are not the strength that we are without the UN system and all of our partners. Our UN system is vast. Some of those systems include UNICEF, UNESCO, the United Nations Development Program. A lot of these are global agencies that work to alleviate a lot of these sustainable development goals in countries around the world. And within the United Nations Association here in the US, we do a lot of community advocacy and community activism around the Sustainable Development Goals. We have incorporated different systems or platforms that we use with our community chapters, like a community mapping system that allows us to be able to track and target where we're meeting those set goals for our community and where we need to work to improve in our advocacy and our activism. We also have partnered with universities and as well as initiatives being offered. This allows us for our SDGs and be able to make inroads and actual next year or 2 years. Our goal is to so it is incumbent on our chapters and our union systems to really be that arm branch to the UN and really push this initiative worldwide. So we are very happy about the way in which we advocate and go and reach out to organizations like YWF and CFGS to making sure that we are everywhere we can and bring that we meet this target goal. As of January, we will have 7 years, and I'm sure no matter where we come from, we all can feel the effects of where these goals are playing in our own communities. And so it is more necessary than ever that we as an organization and the General Assembly as a larger body begin to tap into civil society and other organizations that are doing this work on the ground and to build that network and to work together in order to push this initiative so that we do meet our goal. And so to that end, like I said, as an organization attached to a larger world organization like the UN, we are constantly looking at ways to maybe not specifically in the connotative work within that forum, but really to improve on how we leverage our connections and our networks with civil society and our partnerships and organizations to really meet that target goal within our SDG framework. So we have now begun to plan within the Union General Assembly how to create a youth council, another fraction of what the General Assembly does, but it pertains mostly to youth voices, so that the next generation has a place in how we're shaping for the sustainable future. So thank you.
So, yes.
Any development or progress made by GSCs were undermined, like food security, poverty rate, inequality gaps, mining, and helping make sure countries get back in.
So like I said, that's our mission, and that's why we're not limiting how we begin to partner with other organizations. It's also about re-envisioning the goals that we're setting, making sure they're realistic to where we're at. So during the pandemic, well, we're still in it, but at the height of the pandemic, a lot of our chapter organization or our UN systems really had to think about how to revise the way that we connect to civil society and with other organizations. And so we have opened up, that toolbox and started taking in suggestions from all different fashions of, the world and how other organizations do things to work on improving how we do the business of advocating on behalf of the United Nations. I know that with our organization, one of my representatives is here, our members is here, Radita. One of the things that we're really passionate about, and we're in works of partnering with the Citizens for Global Solutions, is on creating workshops around legislation and legislative writing. In America, a lot of what we get our resources from is through our legislative agendas. If we don't understand how to put our voice into that agenda, then it's very hard to get those resources, right? Unfortunately, we are not a political entity, but yet we have to still negotiate with political bodies. And so there has to be that balance between what we do as a nonprofit organization and what that political, environment is at the time. And so for us, we felt that the best way to do this is to educate our members on the process of legislation in America and how do we create a legislative agenda that represents the needs of our community and to then deliver those agendas to our community leaders, and making that a pressing part of what we do, and not just doing it for 1 week or 1 month in a chapter meeting, but making it something that we consistently do, and that we're also checking in on ourselves, right? Progress isn't made by just staying in one place and thinking that's going to get us along the way. We constantly have to keep thinking about ways to improve what we're doing in order to, like you said, adhere to some of these things that may be out of our control, but we still have a goal, and 2030 is only 7 years away, and it's such a short amount of time. So we don't have time to be lackadaisical about how we approach these issues. And so that's why we are very cognizant about making sure that we reach everybody and that we don't limit our approach and who we invite into our network.
What's been your experience working with a community that is very international as it is to begin with, like coming from the United Nations to people who are from New York City being the most diverse city in the world?
I think the biggest challenge is recognizing that although we're all here in one place, like let's say for instance Queens, we, like you said, we come from different places, so our needs are often somewhat different, and making sure that we are knowledgeable of who our members are and what those needs look like, but most importantly, knowledgeable of the community that we serve. So a lot of that means that we go out there and we participate in other organizations and other community groups, activities and initiatives to ensure that we understand what it is that's going on in our community. Sitting idly by and looking at the advertisements on a blog or a newspaper is not going to fully get the breadth of what your community is out there really doing and what is engaging them and what they're giving voice to. And that's why it's, for us as a chapter, it's critical to have these spaces where we sit and we meet and we discuss, not as just UNA USA Queensborough members, but as the general Queens, population or residents. And having those conversations in that space and allowing them to give voice to whatever it is that we're trying to work for on behalf of them. Because again, our organizations work for civil society. We don't work for our own individual advantage or profit. That is actually an excellent question. So if you didn't hear him, he asked, how do we go about letting people know about the SDGs? Everyone isn't familiar. That's why I said Sustainable Development Goals like 50 million times, because the acronym just doesn't roll off your tongue like we would like it to. So one of the things, and one of our board members, Radita, is here, is embedding education and bringing in education schools and our partnerships with our local schools and our youth groups and beginning that education in that way. I'm a teacher, so education is my thing. And so I do a lot of work around the SDGs in my classroom. And so through one of our initiatives that Radita came up with, we are creating a Teacher Day event where we acknowledge the work of teachers around the country, or particularly in New York City, but around the globe as well, doing the work around the SDGs in their classrooms. The idea is that we can create a curriculum or share lessons and unit plans and activities around the SDGs that other educators can use in their classrooms. And that's one way that, as a fellow educator, and he's an educator as well, that's one of the ways that we feel most connected in bringing awareness to the SDGs and getting the next generation really engaged in what the SDGs are and how to do the work around meeting those target goals.
Are there any specific groups or areas, like locations or ideologies that you guys struggle to break through, struggle to connect with? And is there a solution for that?
So we have a membership base that starts at age 14. So between 14 to 26, it's a free membership. And so that's great. And and as a teacher, I'm so excited to always offer this to my students. But I do struggle with what do we offer to them once they get that membership. And I believe young people today are very actionable. They want to do something. They don't want to just be spoken to. And so one of the areas that we spend a great deal of time talking with, not just as a community chapter, but on a national level, is how do we create more engaging opportunities for young people. We have a lot of other initiatives for our 21 to 26-year-olds. We have a lot of global internship possibilities. And things of that nature. We have social mixers, networking opportunities. We have college campus chapters across the United States and even abroad. However, the 14 to, about early entry into college, there's not really anything targeted specifically for them outside of, some presentations we do. And so that's our real goal. We have Model UN, which some of you may have experienced in your high school career, right? And then again, Model UN is a great initiative. It definitely brought a lot of what we do as the United Nations to young people. They get the opportunity to kind of delegate, negotiate as, they would if they were in the General Assembly. However, that is still a very far removed population of young people than the greater population that really needs to have education around the SDGs. We also, in New York City, we do a 7th grade New York City Junior Ambassador program that we partnered with the Mayor's Office and the International Affairs Office and the New York City Mayor's Office. So that's a wonderful program. We are whittling it down to kind of focus more on local issues. However, it's another entry point for middle school students to kind of get a familiarity with what the General Assembly does. But again, to your point, we don't have that one leverage piece for that population. And so that's why Radita's idea of a Teacher Day event is one way to now get into more schools and really start to build in that, those opportunities for those young people. Okay, so you're asking about me. So I actually met, there's the senior director for programs at the United Nations Association and the UN Foundation, Troy Wolf, was my entry point into the United Nations Association. I'm a teacher here in the Jamaica High School building. And so he was looking to do more within the youth, programs and things within our school. He had spoken with our principal regarding some ideas that he had, and I was the teacher that stepped in to say, hey, this sounds like a great idea. My previous career before I became an educator, I was a journalist. So I spent a lot of time in communities talking about a lot of these community-related issues. And so it was, and I spent a lot of times in schools. Schools are a big part of what makes a community thrive. And so the connection between what the UNA did seemed like a good marriage for me and what I did as an educator and what I learned being a journalist. And so since then, I've done a lot within the school to try to push this idea of looking at students, having students look at their community around them and using these 17 sustainable development goals and thinking about how they look at the future in terms of career choices, just volunteer work, just their whole, path into, whatever it is that they strive to do. How can they incorporate this idea of building a more sustainable community? Again, I teach middle school students as well as high school students. So I have a lot of students who are just coming into their understanding of life and what's going on around them. So they're trying to make sense of the world and what they're hearing on the news and some of these situations that they just don't understand but are very prevalent in their households, as well as, our high school seniors who are about to embark on, their futures. And I'm hoping that being in advocacy and working in these type of organizations is something that they strive to be a part of. So taking those two things into perspective is what I kind of bring to this idea of the UNA and what inspires me to continue to work with the organization.
How long have you been working with them now?
So I have now been a member for 8 years. I actually known Troy for 9. So it was the year after he came to the school is when I actually joined as a member. I've only been the president of the Queensborough chapter for the past 3 years. And Radita is actually going to take over for me. However, I will still very much be a part of the UNA USA, particularly UNA USA Queens. But this is actually the founding chapter. I don't know if any of you know that the United Nations actually first was housed in Queens, right there in Flushing Meadow Park. And the first chapter, or their first idea of how to connect to the community, was to establish a UNA USA, and our chapter was the first chapter.
Have you noticed a shift with students in your time doing it since like first start to now? If they have any like preconceived notions about what the UN is, or if they have a more positive attitude, or maybe
That's an interesting question. Being that we're here in New York City, you assume that our students would be very familiar with the United Nations. They're not, and that's not, that's also a part of what we are trying to strive to, work on and improve, is that establishment of just where we are in the minds of young people. What do they know about us? And so they don't typically, and so I take tours. I take them on tours. I try as much as possible when they have events at the United Nations to book a field trip and take my students. I think it's important that they see that the United Nations is in their backyard. I also think it's quite astonishing when I tell them that it's in international waters, like we need passport kind of ordeal, like you're going to the airport and traveling abroad in order to actually step foot on the ground. So they always get all excited about that part. They're like, wait, why am I giving them over so much information? And so that reality then becomes more profound for them. And then there's a greater sense of, well, let me know more of what this is about. And then when you explain to them how many nations participate, I show them different clips from General Assembly meetings. They've had some good ones in recent years. Greta Thunberg is probably one of the better ones that I've shown when she gave her speech at the General Assembly. So there are moments and things where I'm able to capture to really highlight for my students what the United Nations really symbolizes in the world, and let them see for themselves. And that does generally build interest.
All right, we're good. We have another.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
And then we are going to go to Brian Garvey, Assistant Director of Massachusetts Peace Action, who is going to talk to us about building peace in today's world. So thank you, Brian.
Thanks, Alan. I'm just going to turn my timer on here so I'm not running on. So, as Alex said, my name is Brian Garvey. I'm the Assistant Director of Massachusetts Peace Action. I'll just start off a little bit about who we are and the work that we do. Peace Action is the largest grassroots peace organization in the United States. And Massachusetts is, of course, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts affiliate. And Peace Action, the organization, goes all the way back to 1957, when they started out as SANE, which was an organization dedicated to the abolition of nuclear weapons. This was the height of the Cold War, and the focus then was to ban the bomb and to save the world. Pretty lofty goals. But we decided along the way that wasn't enough. And in the late 80s and early 1990s, especially with more involvement, more intervention in the Middle East by the United States, that we were going to expand. So SANE joined the Freeze movement, which was a great movement in the 1980s that actually achieved an amazing goal. And that was getting rid of almost 75% of nuclear weapons in the world. We were up to about 70,000 nuclear weapons possessed mostly by the then Soviet Union and the United States. And I'm happy to say that now there's only about 15,000 nuclear weapons. But it's still far, far too many. That's enough nuclear weapons to destroy our civilization many times over. So the work continues. But like I said, peace action decided that it needed to do a lot more. That's all. Just ignore that. But we decided that we needed to expand with America's Greater War in the Middle East and Central Asia that really began in 1980. A lot of people think that it began with what we call the First Gulf War, but as Professor Andrew Bacevich, who's now the president of the Quincy Institute, which is a think tank that stands for Responsible Statecraft, a quote that always stuck with me was that before 1980, almost no U.S. military casualties occurred in the Middle East. After 1980, almost no U.S. military casualties occurred anywhere else but in the Middle East. And so with that change, peace action decided that it needed to expand. It needed to talk about anti-interventionism. It needed to talk about authorizations of military force. It needed to talk about economic sanctions. And so now our work has expanded. And mass peace action alone has 9 working groups. And so we focus on, it's hard to even remember them all, to rattle them off. Nuclear weapons and force, which is a core issue for us. But military spending, the Middle East, Latin America, the threat of a new Cold War, and then also things like the connections between peace and climate change. As many of you know, I'm sure, the United States military is the largest single emitter of carbon as an institution. And if we continue to spend the amount of money that we do on defense, it's not possible to combat perhaps the greatest national security threat existing in the world today, and that is, of course, climate change. We also see peace as a racial justice issue. It is so intertwined. The fact that most of the enemies of this country, so-called proclaimed enemies in my life and in your lives, have been Black and brown folks. People who are not, people who have a different religion than the majority of people in this country. War and peace is a racial justice issue. There's no doubt about that. And also, when you commit violence abroad, you cannot expect it to stay overseas. And we see that now, police forces here in the United States driving around in tanks, looking like occupying forces, using surplus military weapons and things like the 1033 program that are given to them by the Department of Defense, and then walking down American streets with them. It creates a sense of alienation between law enforcement and the population, especially Black and brown people, people who are poor. And so that is why peace is a racial justice issue as well. So that's just a little bit about mass peace action, about our organization. But I want to talk a little bit about how I became involved, because I was always interested in these big ideas, just like you, about the fate of the world, about war and peace, about history, about the difference between why war and peace is so focused on in the history books, but oftentimes so absent in current events. I wanted to know what that was about. But it didn't get me off my couch and into the streets and involved in the advocacy space. And it's funny what can create an activist, what can make somebody take that extra step and get out there. And for me, it was about proximity. I live in Massachusetts, of course. I live in the city of Boston. And back in 2018, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia decided to come to visit He was on what Time magazine at that point was calling the charm offensive. And I knew this was 5 months before the assassination and dismemberment of Jamal Khashoggi, that you might be familiar with, that took place in the Istanbul consulate and has now been linked to the de facto leader of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. But I knew at that time that this was also the architect of the world's worst humanitarian crisis. And that is the war in Yemen. It's a war that probably the people in this room know about because you're focused on international affairs. But if you were to look at the US media, it's one that receives almost no attention. And for 8 years now, the richest country in the Middle East, with the help and facilitation of the United States, has been making war on the poorest country in the Middle East, its neighbor to the south, Yemen. And through airstrikes, through a naval blockade, through the use of ground forces as well, they have created a near genocide in that country. And the fact that it's not in the newspaper every day, that it's not on CNN every day, is a travesty. And that's what brought me out in the streets, knowing that this man, the architect of that war, was going to be 1.5 miles from my house. I said to myself, you better either get out there and find the people who are doing something about this, or you should just stop talking about it because you don't really care. And I found some great people, some great activists who are out there drawing attention to this issue and that. And maybe the question and answer, I'm interested, maybe some of you have had that kind of moment that made you realize that you wanted to commit serious time, if not your whole life, to these kind of issues. Because you never know what can spark that in a person. And you never know who the person is going to be that makes a huge change. It could be one of you. So that's what got me involved, and the Yemen is incredibly important because it's also a failure of our world system. It's something that the United Nations has not been able to solve. And in fact, the resolution from the United Nations is so out of date and does not reflect what's going on the ground in Yemen that it has become a barrier to peace in Yemen. Right now, we're in the middle of a fragile ceasefire that just ended, and as I'm sure you know from the news, the Biden administration is rethinking the U.S. relationship with Saudi Arabia, but it's very tenuous, and it will not take much to plunge Yemen back into the kind of warfare that we have seen for the past 8 years. And if you see the pictures that are coming out of that country, you'll realize that I think a lot of people have been asking themselves this question for years, but Ken Burns has a Holocaust documentary series that just came out. People always ask themselves, how did people allow this to happen? Right? How did they let it happen? We need to recognize that it's not the same, but if you look at those pictures of kids in Yemen, we're allowing that kind of thing to happen right now. And that's the reason why we need dramatic reform, not just at a national level, but at a global level. Because I think one thing that has been getting a lot of attention in the media, and rightly so, is the war in Ukraine. And it's making people realize, it's waking people up a little bit from sort of a sleep that we've been in, that these kind of wars don't happen anymore. At least not in Europe, not the Western world. And we're in right now one of those periods that have happened over the past couple hundred years. There was one that happened after the Napoleonic Wars, horrible general war, devastated Europe, South America, and parts of North Africa, and parts of the Middle East. And people thought, oh, we'll never do this again. It would be too destructive. Of course, 100 years later, there was World War I, a war that was so terrible that it inspired the League of Nations, flawed though it was incredibly ambitious, and it was a war that the biggest sentiment that came out of it was, this can never happen again. This must be a war to end all wars. And unfortunately, there was only a 20-year armistice. And the war that followed it was truly global in scale and almost an order of magnitude worse than the First World War. And someone earlier asked an important question about the advances that get made in this area and how they often come with picking up the pieces. Right? And that happened at the end of World War II as well. We just heard about it. We just heard about the ambitions of the United Nations, of that Declaration of Human Rights. And that came because of the horror of World War II and people saying, the world over, that something needed to change. The final piece of World War II, of course, as we know, was the only use of atomic weapons against human beings at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And this also spurred a global movement for peace and nuclear disarmament, because people realized it was so close, it had just happened, that our humanity was at risk. Right? Alec was talking about Albert Einstein earlier. And not only a proponent of world government, but also a major proponent of nuclear disarmament as well. And there's a quote that always stuck with me, and this is from the Einstein-Russell Manifesto, which was proposing an end to global nuclear weapons. They said, to survive, we must remember our humanity and forget the rest. And I think that spirit is really in the movement that you are creating, and the global system that we need to create if we're going to survive as a species. We need to forget about nationalism. We need to forget about racial ideas and ethnicity, thinking that one person is better than another because of how they look or the religion that they believe in. It's no longer compatible with human life on this planet. And so we need to take a big step forward. Now, I wanted to talk about building peace in what we know is a violent world, and also the inadequacies of international law and what we can do about them. But what I really want to talk about is avoiding final failures. Because that's the thing, we cannot wait this time to pick up the pieces after some catastrophe. It's not an option anymore for us. I'll go to Bertrand Russell again. He said that he was talking about nuclear weapons. And he said it may be reasonable to expect a person to walk a tightrope for 10 minutes, but it would be unreasonable to expect him to do so without accident for 250 years. And since the creation of these terrible weapons, we have been walking a tightrope for now over 70 years. And we have a couple of options. We can either find a way to climb down and to put these weapons down, or we're going to fall. And I think that it's fitting that we're talking about this right now, because as I'm sure most of you know, this is the 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, or the October Crisis, as they know it in Cuba. And that was the closest that we ever came to nuclear holocaust. The order was given. The order was given on a Soviet submarine to fire a nuclear torpedo and destroy American ships, put spiraled out of control. It was the decision of one person on that submarine not to do it. That's how close we came. And even our leaders right now are saying that at this moment, we are closer to nuclear war than we have been in 60 years. With aggression illegal aggression in Eastern Europe, this war in Ukraine, but it also provides us with an opportunity. Right? Because we can see the danger of it. And this is a moment to think big, right? To remember what those figures did 60 years ago. And a crisis like that, the danger can make hard-bitten ideologues like John F. Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev and Fidel Castro. It can turn them into idealistic poets. Some of the things they said during that. During the end of the crisis, Nikita Khrushchev said, "We must stop pulling on the ends of the rope which you have tied but not anymore. For there may come a point when the knot becomes tied so tightly that even one who has made it cannot untie it. And then the knot will need to be cut. And I don't need to tell you what that means because you know what dread forces our countries possess. So let us now begin to ease the tension on the ends of the rope." We're in that kind of moment now. That crisis led Kennedy to say just less than a year later that we must recognize our world's humanity, that we all breathe the same air, that we all love our children, and that we are all mortal. Now, of course, these men, Nikita Khrushchev was out of power by the year of 1964. Of course, John F. Kennedy was dead. But their achievement, because they were able to compromise, because they were able to think globally and beyond just their nationalistic interests, that allows us to be here today. And without that kind of global thinking, without that kind of compromise, I don't think that we can make it through another decades-long World War. So we're at a key inflection point right now. Are we going to return to the ways of 20th century thinking? Are we going to get into another Cold War? Are we going to divide the world up into camps? Or are we going to realize that the only way to solve global problems is through global cooperation? Because if we continue this 20th century mindset into the 21st century, things are not going to go well for the human race. And we can't wait. We're out of time. We can't wait for the next global pandemic that makes COVID-19 look mild. We can't wait for a global climate catastrophe that is so bad it can no longer be denied by even the most vociferous climate deniers. And we, above all, we cannot wait for another unlimited general war like World War II. Because if we have another unlimited war between the great powers, using all of the might that we possess, there isn't going to be anyone left to be our pieces. And that's the challenge for you. Because I have to say, the generations that preceded me, and my generation too, we have left you up to your necks. We have given you a mess. And the only way that we can solve it is by the most ambitious reform, the greatest change that our species, that this world has ever seen. And the only way that we can do that is if people like you believe that we can. And so that's the challenge that I have for you. Right now, I believe, like I said, we're at an inflection point. We're passing through a great filter, right? And it's one that separates the quick and the dead. And we have to decide which one we are. Are we going to solve this problem now? Or are we going to damn ourselves to the kind of catastrophe the world has never seen? And as we pass through this filter, I think to go back to what I said earlier, the words of Einstein and Russell, what are we going to leave behind? What's going to make it through? If we're going to succeed as a species, what we need to bring through that filter is our humanity. We need to leave everything else behind. So with that, I'll just take some questions from you, and thanks for listening to my spiel.
But
well, interestingly enough, Massachusetts Peace Action does both. It's got action right in the name, right? And that's the organization that I work for. So community education is a huge part of it, right? Because we live in a world of multinational corporations, as was spoken about earlier, and they have massive political power and they have control over the media as well, which is why you don't hear about the greatest humanitarian crisis in the world that's been going on for 8 years. You just don't hear about it. So community education is a huge part, but also action upon our elected officials, upon these corporations that are making money hands over fist. For me, up in Massachusetts, that's Raytheon Technologies, a company that is so powerful that the Secretary of Defense of this country stepped right off the board of directors. And the last confirmed Secretary of Defense from the last administration was their top lobbyist before he joined the Trump administration. So Republican, Democrat, these corporations, they rule. And they do not rule justly. So we need to challenge them directly. We also need to challenge our elected officials. I think we're at a very important moment where we're going to see the effects of returning to these kind of wars that we haven't seen in a long time. This war in Ukraine and the sanctions that have developed, this division into camps, is going to affect the entire world economy. We're seeing energy prices nearly quadruple in the UK. That government just fell. As someone was saying earlier, people are looking to authoritarianism. These Italian elections are incredibly frightening because people turn to authoritarianism in tough times. But the United States, oceans are not going to protect us from things like energy prices quadrupling. People are going to realize that there is a price to maintaining this kind of war mentality. And I think we need to be there to take advantage of it because we know that the far right will be. They will be there to say, these elites, this liberal order has failed, and we need to make our country great again, right? But we need to be just as loud saying that, no, that is not the way, that is the way for more destruction. Instead, what we need is more global cooperation. It's not easy, but it needs to happen, and it needs to happen very soon, like in the next couple of years.
Obviously, what we need is sort of also interdisciplinary problem action so that people from all fields work together on this issue. Just wondering where you see the most potential for a change, what kind of, not necessarily field, but would you say it's on the political sector? Is it the researchers? Is it the educators? Like, where do you see the most potential for really pulling big
I have seen a lot and I work with a lot of professors, a lot of retired professors, a lot of researchers, a lot of authors. They care about this issue, but that's not where I think I see the greatest potential. Where I see the greatest potential right now is among people your age, a return to labor organizing, to unions, because I think what we need to do most is build power among working class people, right? It's going to take more than 100 million people in this country agreeing on something and making a change in order to happen.
in order to achieve what we need. And we haven't seen that in a long time. But what we are seeing now is people realizing that, you know, my generation, especially yours, they kind of got in a raw deal. And they're responding to it by organizing, by coming together and making demands on what they should get for their labor. And I think that's a great first step. I really do. I think this, and it's a lot of independent sources as well. People are coming up with these ideas on their own, and then they're finding each other and growing. We need to build people power. People need to believe that if they get together, they can take on these big problems. They can take on big corporations. So just service workers getting together, you know, at coffee houses.
People with the acquired mindset or shared mindset in different areas and systems that create this type of change, like the CEO collaboration with new people.
Exactly, and building solidarity between them and realizing that their struggles are really one struggle. But go ahead.
So you see that as how institutions say that we would not go off and pursue careers that just say that we have to induce change most quickly.
Oh, that depends on what your skills are. It depends on what your skills are and what your passions are, because that's how you're going to be the most effective. Because people can tell if you're faking it. That's why authenticity is so important in politics. But if you want to write. You know, if that's writing songs, you know, do that. If that's teaching, do that. If that's getting involved with diplomacy, do that. I mean, there's so many different aspects. I can't tell you the one to go into. You have to listen to your heart. As corny as that is, I believe it. I don't think that we should abolish militaries completely, but I do think, as I mentioned earlier, that nuclear weapons are incompatible with human life, right? I was talking about Khrushchev and Kennedy and Castro, and they had things on the books that thankfully Daniel Ellsberg stole so we could see them, and they were estimating that, you know, 300 million people might die, you know, in exchange over the first couple of months. They had no idea what they were talking about because nobody realized the concept of nuclear winter until the 1980s. They would have killed billions and billions of people, and they didn't know what they were messing with. And that could be the case now. You know, these kind of weapons are genocidal by their very nature, and they need to be wiped off the face of the earth. But there are a lot of different ways that people want to go about it, even within just the nuclear disarmament movement. You know, there are people who advocate no first use, saying, okay, if no one will be the first to use them. There are people who say that international treaties, the international ban on nuclear weapons, has been ratified. It is law. It is international law. But unfortunately, none of the 9 countries who have nuclear weapons have signed on to it. There's another one that's more practical, which says, and this is another inflection point, because our nuclear weapons are getting so old, many of them the systems run on floppy disk. So we're talking about replacing them all at the cost of about $2 trillion, 1.5 to 2. By the time it's over, if they do, it'll be more than 2, always is. If we're going to invest that money in something that, if it's ever used, wipes out our species, isn't that a huge waste of money? Right? So there are some concepts, and Britain has already done this. Great Britain, the United Kingdom, has nuclear weapons. They have submarine-launched nuclear weapons. They don't have ICBMs. They don't have ones that they launch from airplanes. And they have really reduced the amount of nuclear weapons that they have. So they call that the nuclear triad: subs and ground-based and air-based. So that's another approach. You could knock out some of the legs of the triad, because right now the United States has 19 Ohio-class nuclear submarines, and I believe each of them has the power of 1,000 Hiroshima bombs on it. So it's really a waste of resources as well as a danger. So the economic approach as well. That's an argument that relates to a lot of people and turns these big global issues into kitchen table issues, right? It's I always go back to this quote from Beyond Vietnam, which is one of the speeches that got me into this, from Martin Luther King. One of the bravest speeches. It really destroyed his popularity, which a lot of people don't talk about in the last. He was king out in the wilderness because he spoke out against the war. But he said back in 1967, in this city actually, that a country that continues to spend more money year after year on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. And that was in 1967. And it's still true. And I think what we really need is a revival. We need to wake up. And I'm hoping that what we're seeing right now, which is a connection between, and it can no longer be denied, that the connection between this war and the economic woes that are coming, I hope that's a wake-up moment for people. I really do. It's a great opportunity. Crisis, opportunity, same thing. One more? Okay, good.
Because I did text him and ask if he could present a little faster, and he said preferably not, and he came and did it anyway, and he did fantastic. All right. So, next up, we have Professor Samuel Zipp from Brown University, and author of, give me the full name or I'll mess it up.
The Idealist. I'll say a lot more about it. We'll see it. Yeah. Let us get started here with the slides. I want to get that all set.
Would you move that table on this one?
Then the problem might be that I'm going to be in the way of it, so we may have to have diagonal slides. So no problem. I can give you a good idea. When do I get in the way here?
All righty. Other way. That way. Good enough. And Nick, would you take my laptop and hand this slide to the professor, please?
Yeah, so I'll just give you the sign, say next slide whenever we're ready. It's great. All right. Thank you so much for having me here today. I want to particularly thank Alec for getting this all together and for inviting me, and for everyone else for coming. And I want to thank Manu, Bhagavan, and Ryan Garvey for the sober reminders of the stakes, why we're all here. Terrie, Gyles for talking about what everyone's doing to answer those stakes. I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. I'm going to be dropping back into the history of what brought us here today, and I'm going to ask us to focus on a particular moment in this longer history. I'm going to take us to a moment just before the founding of the United Nations, just before the things that Terrie Gyles was telling us about, and just a moment during the longer history of what Manu Bhagavan called progressive internationalism. And to take you to kind of a funny moment in that history, a particular kind of moment in that history. And it's what I learned and what I figured out in writing and researching my book, The Idealist. The Idealist is, as I will show you in a minute in the next slide. Well, that's great.
There we go.
Yeah, go on to the next slide. Yeah, so this is my book, The Idealist, Wendell Willkie's wartime quest to build one world. And so this is a history, and I arrive here today really not as an advocate but as a historian of the dilemmas that were involved in imagining global interdependence during this particular moment during World War II. So I'm speaking to you today, we might say, not really from the perspective of international relations, not the study of the political science of building global governance, but a dive into a moment in which such an achievement was imagined and in some ways almost realized, even beyond the dimensions of the United Nations. And so what I'm interested in is trying to understand, in some ways, the emotional tenor, the tenor of solidarity between peoples that it would take to realize that vision, to realize a vision even beyond that which we founded with the United Nations in 1944 and 1945. And what it would take to do that, and in some sense, why that didn't work, why that fell apart. So the dilemmas that my title today refers to, the dilemmas of globalization and interdependence, suggest both the promise and the failure of that moment, and ask us to think about today in light of those problems. I'm doing this, right, going back to this moment in time, with the hope that the story of Wendell Willkie's travels during World War II, his biggest best-selling book, One World of 1943, and his capacious vision of world cooperation might be of some use to all of us during our own times of global crisis. But first, I just want to ask, so how many of you have actually, before you came and saw this slide pop up on the screen, actually heard of Wendell Willkie before now? Okay, so quite a few, a couple of these kind of, maybe. I think the reason for that is that he's a particularly forgotten figure in the context in which we all come to sit here today. He's not often remembered, even by those of you, so many of you here today who are committed to World Federation. In part, that's because he was not actually a card-carrying member of the World Federations. In many ways, he died actually in October 1944, just before World Federalist ideas really took shape and began to have a role on the world stage in the late 1940s. But that's also because what I'm going to talk to you today about is in many ways a lost history or a partially obscured history. Obscured in what I think of as two ways. First, it's hidden behind a conventional story of Wendell Willkie's significance as a political figure. When we recall him today, when he's remembered at all, we are most likely to recall the fact that he was the losing candidate in the 1940 election. And we often are asked to think about the political events of 1940 and 1941 as the U.S. was struggling to decide whether to enter World War II. Really fraught time in our nation's history, one that is, I think, newly instructive today, particularly for the lost histories of fascism and U.S. domestic fascism that were at play in American society in that period, that Wendell Willkie struggled against in those years, and that he tried to, in some sense, create an entire movement to oppose. So those years, 1940 and 1941, as the United States is really tearing itself apart in many ways we've totally forgotten underneath the kind of veil of sort of greatest generation mythology that we've really cast down over the history of World War II. That's an important moment, it's an important time. But Willkie himself thought of this in sort of a different way. If we think of him as one of the sort of most famous also-rans in US history, right? We think of him as the person who lost this election in 1940, and then we are often told, we're told it all about Willkie, that he worked with FDR, with Roosevelt, in a kind of team of rivals model of political leadership. He helped to take the U.S. into World War II, and doing so prepared the way for this fabled and now threatened liberal world order established by the rise of U.S. global dominance just after World War II. But I want to suggest that this is in some ways the wrong story to tell about Willkie and not his most important legacy. As I just suggested a second ago, this was not the way Willkie himself thought of what was most important about what he gave to the world. I think it gets Willkie's ideas about the U.S. role in the world exactly wrong. Thinking of it as the most important story surrounding Willkie has led to the second act of occlusion here, which is the forgetting of his most useful and resonant legacy, which is the flawed and much maligned, but still useful idea of one world. So what I'd like to do today is to talk about where the idea of one world came from, to some extent to talk about the way that it materialized as a resonant idea during World War II. I'm not actually going to talk about the longer history of that phrase and that idea. We can get a sense of it from what Manu Bhagavan talks about today, about the longer history of its roots, going back into the era of World War I and back before that, as many different thinkers had the idea of uniting the world in one way or another. But it really, where it landed in the middle of the 1940s, is where I want to land us today and really focus in on that moment during that moment, the idea of one world had a particular political and ethical connotation, and the use of it identified someone as taking a particular stance in the unfolding debates around global politics and social relations in the middle of the war and in the middle of the 20th century. And again, you can sort of see the whole story of this by taking a deeper dive into the book that I've written. But today I'd like to suggest that Willkie's journey, his book, and the dilemmas surrounding one world can help us all to reflect on the work that you've committed to in the here and now. So I'd like us to think of one world as a kind of usable past. You might call it that, right? Not as a universally applicable idea, not just a thing that we're going to sort of recover and immediately use right away, but as an idea from one time of global crisis that has renewed power to expand our imaginations in another time of global crisis. So I want to try to show you how Willkie's journey, his book, and the idea of one world represented or symbolized some of the dilemmas of what we today offhandedly call globalization, and did so 3/4 of a century ago. So I think this story will be familiar to many of you, even if you didn't already know it. You know, he traversed some of the same ethical, political, and even emotional territory that you all know so well today. Okay, so the phrase one world comes from the title of Willkie's 1943 bestseller. That's on the next slide. Thanks. He wasn't the first to use this term, as I suggested. Many internationalists with similar ideas had used it in one way or another, but it was his vast popularity and visibility, sort of quasi-celebrity, that he enjoyed during World War II that gave the term the power to signify a whole world view. And this image of one of the versions of one world gives you a sense of the popularity and the reach of these ideas at this moment. This is the newsprint edition that was sold in news kiosks all around the country and eventually all around the world. One World was published because it was such the book sold so fast that they had to produce all these new editions of it as quickly as they could to try to satisfy the demand. And so they created these newsprint editions, these popular editions for people to read quickly and buy them, you know, where they wouldn't necessarily buy it regularly. So you can see about 750,000 copy of this book produced. Of this, that was the print run here that I happened to be able to buy on eBay. Something like 4 million people read this book in these years. So it had an incredible reach. Still quite small in some ways if you really think about it, but still a powerful reach for ideas of this sort. Now, in many ways, the worldview that Willkie offered and that he epitomized was quite simple. He announced it in the opening moments of the book. He said, "There are no distant points in the world any longer." The airplane and a global war he had combined, he argued, not only to shrink space, but also to push Americans towards a new understanding of their nation's political responsibilities. All the world's peoples were being drawn closer together, he said, and the United States in particular was now inescapably enmeshed with the rest of the world. Our thinking in the future, he declared, must be worldwide. In many ways, the story of Willkie is really important because it was the United States to which he brought these ideas. He found that this was the greatest challenge. I think many of us sitting in this room will have something of the same understanding of this being a situation in which the United States is both incredibly empowered to produce these ideas and to produce the forms of diplomacy that can realize some greater form of global governance, but it's also the polity and the contradictions of the United States itself that stands in the way of that actually being realized. And that's very much what happened in Willkie's time as well. In many ways, these ideas were not so much the product of one person's ideas, one person's thoughts, but were the product of a journey that Willkie took around the world in the late summer of 1942 to visit the battlefronts. He was carrying messages to Allied leaders from his former rival, Roosevelt. He flew 31,000 miles in 49 days, making stops in the Middle East, the Soviet Union, and China. And upon his return to New York, 36 million people around the world tuned in to hear his report to the people, his first attempt to try to convey to the world what he learned on this journey. It was broadcast over all the radio networks in the United States and was heard many places elsewhere. And then the book One World, which, as I said, reached about 4 million readers, told the story of his trip and was the kind of culminating act in Willkie's rise to become a popular icon of global idealism. Next slide. This is Willkie giving his report to the people before all the, with all the news networks there. Right? In some ways, this really shows how Willkie became the maybe most prominent idealistic expositor of these sets of ideas. Probably the person who had, outside of maybe Eleanor Roosevelt, who had the greatest reach into American homes to talk about some of these ideas. Okay, so I tell the full story of that trip in The Idealist. It stops across Africa, the Middle East, Russia, and Asia, in Nigeria, Sudan, Egypt, Turkey, Lebanon, Palestine, Iraq, Iran, the Soviet Union, and China. The people he met in Cairo, in Ankara, in Beirut, in Jerusalem, in Baghdad, in Tehran, in Moscow, and in Chongqing. From Charles de Gaulle to Joseph Stalin to Chiang Kai-shek, and a host of other leaders and ordinary people in between. It's a fascinating story. I won't go into detail into it now, but the book really gives you a sense of what he encountered across the arc of this journey. A world of insurgent peoples whose desires for freedom did not make it into the headlines and newsreels carrying war news across the globe, and in many ways still do not make it into our histories of World War II today. So he discovered a planet that was poised between two great world-ordering forces: the European empires, the British, the Dutch, the French, that had shaped the globe since the 19th century and before, and of course the new rising power of the United States, which was struggling with itself to figure out how it would greet, understand, and interact with the world that was poised to dominate in the years after the war. And so, as I said, One World was written for Americans to try to get them to actually confront the world as it was. And the most important thing for Americans to understand about the world, Willkie believed, was that it was becoming one. There were no distant points, as he put it, in the world anymore. This was a new geopolitical and emotional reality that Americans had yet to really see and to really understand. In a speech in 1943, not long after the book came out, he said, this will be an idea that's very familiar to all of you, he said, quote, "We can stop thinking of the world today as a geographical map, splotches of color that stand only for nations and national possessions. And quote, we can begin to think of the human beings who live within those splotches of color as living also within a larger map that marks a single world." If we go to the next slide, we can see a depiction of that single world, which was a map of this transnational single world. It was a map essentially of the parameters of his journey that was called the Flight of the Gulliver. The Gulliver was the name of his airplane. This map did away with the borders and those splotches of color that signified national collectivity. It showed instead a great blue-green spread of ocean and continents connected only by the vector of Willkie's voyage, right? So here was an imaginative depiction of the way it might feel to greet the world beyond those splotches of color. And for him, this new universal world space offered a clear political lesson. The peace, as he said, must be planned on a world basis, making real the full global interdependency that he hoped would push the United States and push Americans to avoid the two threats to future world peace: isolationism on the one hand and empire on the other, both of which were underpinned by what he called narrow nationalism. Willkie, however, brought something else home to Americans as well. This image depicts not only the single world, but also a new kind of world geography. The world was not only becoming one, Willkie argued, it was being reshaped in these years. Perhaps the most significant fact in the world today, he wrote, is the awakening that is going on in the East. This realization pushed him to challenge Americans to see the demands of the world's colonized peoples. He was, as he wrote in the closing moments of One World, quote, only passing on an invitation which the peoples of the East have given us. Next slide. Here is Willkie addressing a crowd in Chongqing, in China's wartime capital. And from the Middle East to China, lands under various degrees of current or historic sway to European powers in those years, Willkie made himself into kind of a vehicle, a medium, not only for the idea of a unified world, but also for the widespread demand that the freedom for which the Allies fought should be extended unilaterally and without regard for colonialism. Men all over the world, men and women all over the world, he wrote in One World, are on the march, physically, intellectually, and spiritually. Old fears no longer frighten them. They are no longer willing to be Eastern slaves for Western profits. The big house on the hill, surrounded by mud huts, has lost its awesome charm. For people everywhere, he said, in Africa, in the Middle East, throughout the Arab world, as well as in China and the whole Far East, freedom means the orderly but scheduled abolition of the colonial system. But Willkie didn't stop there. He issued also a challenge to Americans as well about things going on in their own country. He said, the moral atmosphere in which the white race lives is changing. It is changing not only in our attitude toward the people of the Far East, it is changing here at home. The United States, he charged, had long practiced inside our own boundaries something that amounts to race imperialism. Next. This image shows one of Willkie's 1940 campaign ads, to give you a sense of this, touting his stance on various civil rights issues. He had been involved in civil rights efforts for several years before his trip, and his progressive views had earned him the support of many African Americans in the 1940 election, in a period where African Americans tended to split their votes between the Democratic and Republican parties and were far more interested in the Republican Party, given that the Democrats were the party of white supremacy in the South. He earned the endorsement of major black newspapers like the Pittsburgh Courier and other major figures. But it was his trip that really allowed him to see how American ideals of freedom were at stake and could be found wanting. During a war against fascism and militarism, when colonized peoples were making their freedom dreams known, the United States had to look to its own inequities as well as those abroad. He wrote, it is becoming increasingly apparent to thoughtful Americans that we cannot fight the forces and ideas of imperialism abroad and maintain any form of imperialism at home. The war has done this to our thinking. So as I suggested before, Willkie was sort of almost alone, I think, with the exception perhaps of Eleanor Roosevelt, as a mainstream white political figure with the cultural reach to access literally millions of American homes, in labeling domestic segregation as akin to colonialism, as a kind of imperialism at home. This was common amongst the African American left in these years, but did not make it into the living rooms and the reading rooms of many middle-class, middle-of-the-road Americans. Overall, Willkie argued, the fate of the United States rested on challenges that were both within and beyond the nation's borders. Americans, he said, had to embrace a sense of reciprocity with the world. Their power and potential independence in the post-war world, he argued, would require embracing interdependence with others. Interdependence with the world was in turn dependent on the independence of subject peoples, as he called it, both at home and abroad. And so American independence, right, that cherished value which sits at the heart of many visions of American political culture, its freedom to act in the post-war world required it to end colonialism and racism, both at home and abroad. The way to make certain that we do recover our traditional American way of life with a rising standard of living for all, Willkie declared in that chunking speech that you saw the slide from a minute ago, is to create a world in which all men everywhere can be free. So, Willkie's newly interdependent world, his shrinking world, was intended to call into question, rather than reaffirm, assumptions about American or even Western dominance, the lack of capacity for self-governance in the colonized world, or the hierarchies of race undergirding those assumptions. The United States, he argued, was enmeshed in a larger world in which its power relied on its efforts to advance the freedom of the peoples of the globe, not just the United States' promise that it abstractly stood already for that freedom around the world. So, in some sense, we see this broad vision, but I think there's also a word of caution here. Willkie was not immune to the idea that Americans could fix the world, an illusion that has had devastating effects for many years, since World War II, right up to our own time. He thought that one of the things that bound all people together in the new one world was, in some sense, fondness for the United States, Chief amongst these ideas, he said, quote, which millions and millions of people hold in common, was the mixture of respect and hope with which the world looks to this country. The United States, he reported, enjoyed an unprecedented reservoir of goodwill out in the world. Now, there's quite a bit more to be said about this. There's more in the book. But in the interest of time, I just want us to note the way that this tendency in his thinking suggested that the United States sat at the heart of the world's expectations. The opportunity and power lay not with those levying demands for freedom, but with Americans whose store of goodwill was the measure of their benign intentions. The very rhetoric of goodwill in many ways that Willkie deployed suggested that the interdependence he sought could be guaranteed only by the presence and power of the United States to protect it. So next slide. By these lights then, the flight of the Gulliver looks like a map of American world influence in some way. And Willkie's vision reveals America's supposedly benevolent sway over a unified globe that nonetheless includes the very presence of American empire and power itself. So I hope I've given you a sense of how Willkie embodied the dilemmas of global citizenship at this moment, and perhaps gives us a sense of the dilemmas we face today in trying to align our vision of interdependence with a fully realized internationalism that does not fall back on the strains of nationalism that can undo its power to fully represent the world's peoples. So in one way, Willkie popularized the idea of one world. The anti-racist view of the world that hoped to create a more democratic shape for future world order, one that hoped to end empire and give smaller countries a greater role on the world stage. In the book, you can read about how that vision fared during the founding of the United Nations and the coming of the Cold War. I think you know the outlines of that story. But what I hope to share with you today is how Willkie's vision reflected not only the ambivalent and charged dilemmas of his own moment, but of the globalized times we all live in today. So as I try to show in the conclusion of my book, Willkie's ideas predicted our own times. Like other internationalists, he suggested the way that some kind of widely shared ethos of global connection that went beyond the formal governance and even cooperation of nation states would be necessary to handle the increasingly global challenges of modern life. Right? This is the problem that all of you are well aware of: how to move beyond, how to give governance some kind of form of relational solidarity that can bind peoples together. But then the recalcitrant current of nationalism that he held on to, or that was sort of propelling him through his own times as well, suggested how hard this would be to achieve, and how hard it would be to achieve for America as well, for many Americans to really reckon with and to fully embrace, even in this moment during 1942, 43, 44, and into 1945, where they did accept a form of world cooperation in the form of the United Nations. Now, this is something I'm sure all of you are quite familiar with, particularly in this time, as we've all talked about already today, of a global pandemic, the brutal effects of which have been accelerated here in this country by a sense that the U.S. can and should go it alone in a moment where we're facing not just pandemic, but climate change, global inequality, and so many other problems that all of you are thinking about on the ground with great effectiveness. So thank you very much for indulging me in thinking about this moment of history that takes us a little bit away from the problems of today, but I hope it gives you some inspiration to go back and read a story about someone who looked to try and figure out how is it that you inculcate that form of global solidarity, right? How do you bring that about in the world? And I can talk a little bit more in questions about how he tried to do that with mediums. We're happy to do that. Thank you so much.
Stand over here if that's all right. Yeah.
What do you about your book?
Well, it should be available almost everywhere. It should be on your great global octopus bookseller and everything seller, and it's available at lots of other smaller bookstores too. Yeah. So it's it should be out there. Yeah, very easily. Yeah.
I'm curious how you feel like the systems of information and technology spread those kind of messages, how that kind of affected how his message was kind of taken, and now things like social media. It's like, do you think the level of technology and the way information was spreading created
radio, print, things like that, was more conducive to a conversation like that than something like social media today?
Yes. Short answer, yes. I mean, I think, and I talk a lot about this in the book, so thank you for pinpointing this question. What I essentially say in the book is that Willkie exists in a certain kind of medium, a certain kind of ecology of information that's long gone. And I call it the age of broadcasting, right? This moment in which you have national and global magazines, you have national and global newsreels, and you have radio, right? All of which are media forms that privilege individual speakers speaking to large groups of people and allow people to broadcast their ideas to large groups of people, right? This is sort of obvious in a way, but I think for many, particularly those of us who study the cultural history of media and the cultural history of how information moves and how ideas get around, it's important to remember that that was both a way that ideas could seem coherent in a moment, and also the way that ideas could perhaps last a little bit longer in people's minds, but also the way that ideas could become dominant and could be widely accepted in ways that are both useful if we're thinking about, as a number of people have mentioned today. I think Manu Bhagavan talked today about how we need to make a coalition, right? We need to make a block of people across the political spectrum who are going to sign on to these kinds of ideas. It was easier to do that in the past in ways that bound people together, but it was also easier to do that in ways, as we know, because those media were also the media of dictators, right? To use those ideas to dominate people. So we had back then the same sorts of problems between, it wasn't that the media was innocent back then, right? It was, they were quite fraught in that period, right? But he used these, he used the age of broadcasting to try to establish a kind of universal vision. Part of the argument of my book, though, however, and I hinted at that in what I was talking about, is that the vision that Willkie was trying to show, despite this world, this slogan, one world, was also of a fractured world, right? A world fractured by colonialism and empire, and a world that needed to be put back together in a new and different kind of way. And that was troubling then, right? That was a problem then because people thought that you could just launch a universalist idea, right? And everyone could see that it was rational and that it needed to be acceded to by everyone. But that this was not going to be able to overcome the forms of political division that were still alive in the world in that moment and that were held in place by the powerful regimes of empire at that point. And that the United States was finding itself acceding to the heights of and wanting to take the reins from the European empires, and in that sense would immediately impose its own view on that new universalist view, and that universalist view would become a kind of Americanism. So today, I think as we all know, we live in a very different kind of media ecology, an already fractured media ecology. But it may be that we now have different kinds of ways, and I am not an expert in the use of social media. In fact, I rarely use it myself. But I think that we may have to think differently about how we can put together ideas, and we certainly can't fall back on fully universalist ideas. Our forms of solidarity are going to need to be built in different kinds of ways that recognize that relationality is going to happen across difference. And I think back to your question in the front here about intersectionality and feminism, right? And how to think about needing to put together a block of people who may have different interests on lots of kinds of moments, but are going to need to find a way to come together around particular sets of questions, and particularly the questions that you all are quite working so hard on. Yeah.
Just wanted to idea of the platform that Willkie had to deliver this message. What would you think of the platform we use today? How would the message be received? I mean, in that time, when you said it's a small number, but 4 million people, it's still a pretty significant, kind of thought,
Yeah.
considering that it was a relatively progressive idea for that time. So how do you think his understanding of the one world would manifest today, and how the general society receptive to that?
Yeah. I think part of some things that I didn't talk about just in this short talk today, but which are a little more in the book and in other places, I think are about the way that it was received in that period, right? So 36 million people listened to his speech, was more than listened to pretty much any other radio address other than those given by Franklin Roosevelt, who got something like twice that audience. 4 million people read the book. It was widely acclaimed to be the fastest selling book in American history to that point. However, it actually didn't even end up as the #1 bestseller for the year 1943, strangely. And that's, I think, because of the way they counted it. They didn't count, well, it's not up there anymore, but they didn't count the newsprint editions and all the funny editions of the book that were sold. I think it actually outsold the #1 seller if you were to count everything. But the #1 bestseller for 1943, and this is getting to the point in a roundabout way, was a book called Undercover. I'm forgetting the author, but it was a book about going undercover in the American Nazi Party. And this was the biggest selling book of that moment. In part, we forget because there was such a resurgent fascist movement in the United States. I don't think it claimed anywhere near the numbers that, say, Willkie did. There were not 4 million people reading Nazi tracts in the United States in those years. There were not 36 million people tuning into to the American Nazi Party, but there had been great numbers of people in previous years, in just 5 or so years before, tuning into a series of homegrown quasi-American fascists. People like the radio priest Charles Coughlin and some other folks who were essentially like the white nationalists of our own day. They had quite a bit of power. So there was a vociferous and powerful backlash against Willkie during these years. One of the most fascinating things that I think I didn't understand when I was working on this book for 10 years to have been as important as it was when I was sitting in his archive reading the card after card after card that the America First Committee, and we will all know that phrase really well, that the America First Committee sent to Willkie, these sort of this manufactured campaign to discredit him, card after card, just full of vitriol and invective, calling him a traitor, calling him an un-American, and things that are far, far worse than that, right? The kind of rhetoric we hear so easily put forth today, right? So I have to say that I'm afraid that that given the fact that we do have this splintered media ecology, that his ideas today would have a much harder time gaining a hearing because of their universalism. So they would be attacked from the right, but I also think they would be attacked from the left because they are too universalist. They believe too easily in the idea of a kind of unified, easily achievable unified world order simply because of several technological achievements and cultural achievements and this kind of great media ecology, and because, well, can't we see that everyone's interests are the same? I think we can all say that rationally. We can all believe that. I assume you believe that in one way or another. But articulating a way to get beyond those differences while recognizing their social and political salience, that is the great challenge of our time, forging that, as I said before, that kind of solidarity. I am not a political strategist. I leave that to those of you, to Brian and to you, Terrie, people who are thinking on the ground, particularly with younger generations of folks today who are confronting that in their day-to-day lives. That's my sense of it. Yeah. 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 Right. So let me just, it's always dangerous for historians to work on the counterfactuals. And I see Manu Bhagavan looking at me like, don't go there, man, don't go there. But let me pull back a little bit and give you a little bit more a sense of Willkie and what happened in this moment, other than his rhetoric, which I talked a lot about, right? So Willkie is somebody who is for most of his life is a Democrat. He's involved in the 1920s in advocacy for the League of Nations. And he's involved in he's from the Midwest, he's from Indiana, and he is involved as a Democrat in fighting the influence of the Ku Klux Klan within the party, which had a huge resurgence in the Midwest in the 1920s. So this is his long-standing liberalism, but in the 1930s he becomes he's a lawyer by trade and profession, and then he becomes a lawyer for, of all things, the utility industry, which is, of course, one of the great sort of combining corporate industries of its day. And he becomes a kind of spokesperson for the utility industry against the Roosevelt administration, who's trying to put in the Tennessee Valley Authority, which would have, in the end, nationalized many of the utilities, which it did in the end do. And so Willkie became the kind of sane spokesman for the utility industry. And this is why he attracted the attention of all these Republicans who wanted him to run for president. And they wanted him to run for president because he was nominally anti-New Deal, although he wasn't really. He was for a number of the elements of the New Deal. He just was against it in terms of its nationalization of industry because he was a business person at that point. So he agreed to run. He switched parties, and he ran in 1940. And then he did his trip around the world that I talked about. And then in 1944, he ran again with rather less success and disastrously lost in the early primaries. And then died in the fall, in October of 1944, very abruptly and suddenly. One of the things you'll learn if you read my book is that in the in the weeks leading up to his death, just before he got sick, he had been in a sort of back-channel communication with President Roosevelt about both of them leaving their respective parties and forming a new liberal political party that would try to cohere the forces on the left of each party. And this was in an era when there actually was a left in the Republican Party. I mean, it wasn't the left, it was a liberal wing of the Republican Party. And there was, of course, a right wing of the Democratic Party, again, the party of the South of white supremacy and Jim Crow. And so he and Roosevelt hoped to do this. It's an interesting story. Needless to say, it didn't happen for a number of different reasons. And instead of turning towards Willkie, Roosevelt turned towards Truman instead as a potential successor, an ally, a person that he would work with. He had already essentially, that's right before he makes Truman his vice president. There was some discussion of Willkie being the vice president nominee too, as well. And this is all part of the wrangling that goes around not turning towards the more left-wing option that you mentioned, which was Henry Wallace. So a bit of a deep dive into the politics of 1943 and 1944. I am hesitant to say that even had they succeeded in making this party, even if Henry Wallace had been president, I don't think Henry Wallace was a very good politician. He probably would not have succeeded in doing, in shifting the terms of debate in the United States too powerfully. I think that there's some chance that had Willkie lived, he would have become a conventional Cold War liberal, someone who needed to, in some sense, protect their political flank by falling back to a less measured, a sort of more measured program of contesting the Soviet Union. One of the most interesting stories in my book is his relationship with Joseph Stalin in 1942 and 43. He met Stalin. He tried to interest Stalin in a more open vision of their relationship with the United States, a vision that did not work out. And it would have been interesting to see how that might have gone forward had Willkie not died and had Roosevelt not died. So it's really difficult to say, but I think there were so many forces, and so many of the forces that backed Willkie who were internationalist in one sense, and then turned more towards the center in that moment, given the threat, the supposed threat of the Soviet Union, some of which was a threat and some of which was not, some of which was engineered in many ways. Yeah. Sorry, say it again. Yeah, that's a great question. I showed you that image, right, with no borders on it, ostensibly. I think that image was a think piece in a lot of ways, an envisioning tool. There's nothing in Willkie's writing and in his thinking that suggests that he had a plan for the eventual end of actual borders between countries. But in general, Willkie's vision was not one, as I said, as I led off, right? He was not a political scientist, and he was not somebody whose interest was in establishing a kind of plan for how we might achieve these goals. For him, it was really about establishing a state of mind. He felt that his goal was to, as a popular figure, to stand for what it might mean to imagine a borderless world, to imagine what relations with other peoples might be like. And he knew, as a Midwestern United American, right, that he had limited room to move on this front, that he could, as a Midwesterner, he understood the kind of localism, right, that influenced so many Americans' visions of the world, but he also knew how to appeal to their sense of fellowship with other peoples and people around them. And he often used metaphors like neighbors and things like that to try to establish what it might feel like for Americans to have these relations with others beyond their borders. So my sense is that he probably would have stopped at a vision of a more democratic vision of what we had and what we have in the United Nations. He called in the months before his death for a kind of global council of the United Nations, essentially giving what ended up becoming the Secretariat, right? The whole world body of all the peoples. He advocated for that to have the power in the United Nations in decision making, rather than what became this small council of nations that made all the decisions, right? So I think that we would have, in the end, essentially advocated for a kind of a more democratic form of world federation that did not get rid of borders. Yeah. Great. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear who you referred to. Oh, Gardner Cowles. Yes, thanks. Yeah. Not very much. But he was on the trip. Yeah, yeah. So, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Professor Stella is referring to Gardner Cowles, who was a forgotten figure now, even more forgotten than Willkie, but he was a very important, during the middle of the 20th century, newspaper publisher and liberal Republican from the Midwest. He and his brother, he was the publisher of Look magazine, which is a big competitor of Life during those years. Life magazine, which was the biggest picture magazine in the world and a kind of carrier of global ideology in those years, because it was championed by it was published by Henry Luce. Anyway, Gardner Cowles was kind of a competitor of Luce's, and he was a friend of Willkie's, and he actually was on the trip, on board the Gulliver. And they were also accompanied by another figure who it's important to mention, also almost totally forgotten, a guy named Joseph Barnes, who was a reporter for the New York Herald Tribune and had reported for years from the Soviet Union. And Barnes and Cowles were these interesting figures because they were resources for Willkie, because they had really lived all this to a certain extent, right? They had been reporting from abroad and were news figures. Cowles tended to be the more conservative of the figures, and Barnes to be the more left-wing of the figures, which we can tell by the fact that Barnes was red-baited in the years after the war for his association with the Soviet Union, whereas Cowles was a liberal Republican figure who always advised Willkie to stick to the middle of the road on these things. And Barnes tended to pull him a little bit more to the progressive left. So that's my sense of his relationship to Cowles. He often did rely on Cowles's notes from the trip and used them extensively in reconstructing what happened. And there's a great story about Cowles and his relationship to the French in Beirut, and the way he was approached by a French official to try to overthrow Charles de Gaulle. So that's a very interesting story at the time. But my sense is that their relationship was close, and it was there were a lot of people who were trying to pull Willkie in various different directions, and we tended to pull him towards the center. Did you want to follow? Yeah. Oh yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. Yeah. 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 Right. Right. Russell Davenport, who you mentioned, was the publisher of Fortune magazine, and he was actually, I think, the chair of Willkie's election committee in 1940, and had been quite involved with, in both Gyles and Davenport were really involved with Willkie's 1940 election. And the reason that people like them, as you say, brought him on and tried to encourage him to run is because they were all internationalists, and they wanted to nullify the isolationists in the Republican Party and their own party, and try to push those ideas within the Republican Party too. And they thought that if they could run an anti-New Deal person who would also be an internationalist, maybe they could sort of change things in their own party. They didn't have a ton of success, but they had some. Most of them ended up as sort of Cold War liberals in the end. But yeah, they were all involved in the same set of conversations and relationships, and they liked Willkie because he had been an internationalist since he was a kid, and so they all found common ground around these things. Yeah. Yeah, I was never able to figure out how it was that Willkie, what relationships at all Willkie had with the United World Federalists. I think in part because he predated them in some sense of their formal organization. But a lot of the energies surrounding Willkie and surrounding these other figures went into the founding of the World Federalists. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, and Clarence Strait, who you write about, is one of the figures who was really pushing that. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Rumored. Yes, in his memoirs, yes. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think so, to some extent. I mean, so what Professor Bhagavan is referring to is the controversial relationship that Wendell Willkie had with Madame Chiang Kai-shek when he visited China. And she was a internationally known political figure in these days. She's more remembered now for her role as a kind of part of the corrupt nationalist regime in China in those years, which falls and of course becomes the government of Taiwan. But before all of that, during World War II, Chiang Kai-shek and Madame Chiang were in alliance with many of the anti-imperial forces around the world. They were quite allied with the Indian freedom movements and were looking for ways to make the argument that what would eventually become the non-aligned movement, which would eventually become the sort of global freedom struggle of the colonized nations, needed both independence and to usher in a new form of interdependence in the world and a new form of world government, a world federation. Right? And many of these arguments wouldn't really come to the fore until just after the war, but they were all thinking about this during the war. It's just that it hardly ever made it into the newspaper. No one ever talked about it. But when Willkie arrives in both the Middle East and in China, he hears a lot of talk about this. He hears both a lot of talk about imperialism and also a lot of talk about international interdependence and about new forms of governance that are needed to try to, as we all know, to try to find a way to avert another world war, right? A third world war. So they were all thinking about that in one way or another. I mean, I think at the same time, of course, they are the nationalist government of China, and they're thinking about how to protect China's interests, and they're also thinking about how to ward off the threat from the left, as they are in a constant war with Mao and the communist forces. So it's a complicated political moment, but one thing that Willkie does learn from all that is that there was a kind of internationalism at work, not only in, he speaks also to the communist forces who have a representative in Changkung in those days, but also the nationalists who are also thinking in some of those same terms. And I think it's finding that voice both in the Middle East and in China that really spurs him to think harder about this and to think about it outside of the confines of just an American view of this that he had had for so many years. And he finally was able to sort of take himself out of the American context and envision a real world combination. So in some ways, yes, that is very inspiring to her, along with the supposed affair, which you can read the salacious details of in the book. I don't know how we're doing on time. All right.
So say, I've heard him be compared to like Jon Stewart, where like, so he's like television figures who talk a lot about politics, and it's kind of funny because people say now that Jon Stewart should run for president or whatever.
Wait a second. Somebody out there has compared Wendell Willkie to Jon Stewart? I need to someone needs to help me sell books. I mean, that's crazy. I'd never heard that before.
Would you say that's like an apt comparison? Or?
I mean, sort of. He's not a comedian, right? He's not an entertainer. He's he becomes a popular figure, but he becomes a popular figure as someone who is seen as a serious contender for political office. I mean, he wins 33 million votes for president. So Jon Stewart would not get 33 million votes for president. I mean, as much as we all may like Jon Stewart or not, I don't know how everyone feels, but I don't think that would happen. Kanye West is not getting that many, thank God, votes for president either, right? That's not going to happen. But Willkie was able to, in part because of what we talked about before, about the different political and media system. So I don't see him in quite that, I don't quite see him in that mold. In some ways, that mold doesn't exist back then, right? This is a different thing. In some ways, we might say that Willkie's creating some of the terms by which that might emerge later, right? He's bringing a kind of vision of how to think about, he's not the first person to do this, but how to think about politics in a popular lens and to spread it beyond the kind of confines of political debate, right, into other realms and to sort of blur those boundaries in some ways. I think he as a figure, he achieves that. And that's, I think, what's so fascinating about him is that he achieves it for this idea which is so otherwise confined to sort of the worlds of parliamentary debate and small, sort of very earnest organizations like all of us. And that he sort of blurs the boundaries beyond that for a time and creates the conditions by which that can happen in other areas. Now, he's not the first to do that, right? The politics of celebrity and the politics of politics have always combined in one form or another. But this is one moment where it happens on the global stage and for these issues. So that's what. Thanks so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. I think it's lunchtime. Is that right? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor. Sorry, Sandy. No problem. Okay. So, thank you for bearing with us, and thank you for sticking around a little longer before we break for lunch than we had planned. Hopefully, people are hungry because we have a stupendous amount of food. So, before we break for lunch, however, we do have a whole bunch of event t-shirts, which are now free. So, if anybody would like an event t-shirt, there are some people who kind of booked them, but there are still a bunch of extras, I believe. So, if somebody would like an event t-shirt, please feel free to come up. But what we want to do before we go to lunch, very, very, very briefly, is just to have everybody come up while all of our speakers are still here, while everyone is still here, and get a picture. So if people are willing to come up, hold a shirt, wear a shirt, whatever you want to do. And at the very least, we just want to kind of get a picture of everyone who is here. Okay, sorry. We want to picture without the shirts first, then we'll take one with the shirts. So there we go. Way too many layers. I can't put another layer over that. Sweater weather. That's pretty good. And I walked in That's very. And so they couldn't figure out a way to. Yeah, right. All right. Okay. Can everyone come line up? Can we give a round of applause to someone who's willing to take a photo for us? Thank you very much. And I don't know who's tall, but whoever's tall, so not David Gallup, please get it. I am what I am, the rest of us. All right. Turn this off. All right, everyone's fitted. We're going to do one before the shirts, and then we'll come back and do another one. Just so we have. All of this. Okay, everyone squish it further. Come 4 people down. Would some shorter people come down in the front, please? And then, all right. And if we can scooch in a little. All right. Can everybody be seen? All right. Smile.
Okay, so I'm going to take 3. Right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 3.
All right, and then 1 second. Hold on. Okay, so can you pass this down real quick? At least to the people in the front. Just to hold as banners. Banners, everybody. Hold the banner. All right. And then just one more. We're good. Bonzio. Okay, we're good. And then just a couple more pictures. Alrighty, thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much.
I forgot how hard school floors are.
I don't understand how we used to sit for like hours, like crisscross applesauce or something.
Are you getting tired?
No, I'm okay.
I guess what about an hour? Is that okay?
Yeah, no, right?
I figured we would go outside. We can always come back earlier, but it's
So many slides. Would it be a problem if I actually stand over here with my computer and talk from here rather than over there?
No, what we want to do is stop using the mic as well because people can hear better online when we don't.
Oh, good. Well, that's better.
So,
yeah, so if I could stand here with my computer, I could do the slides while I'm talking. That would be easier.
Perfect.
Okay, cool. That works. And I have a very
I
loud
don't know. He's at the SUNY Graduate Center. He works at the SUNY Graduate Center. So, University of New York.
Experts.
Yeah, I totally forgot. I keep forgetting mine here.
How many people are online?
Only 5 right
Is
now.
Eston still on?
Eston has his own event right now. He's in Brussels.
Oh, that's cool.
Or they might be done already.
Like physically, he's in Brussels? Or like,
Right now.
but that's really fun. I like this. Well, I like the conversation. We really get back and forth. Actually, I kind of like
19. Someone counted for us. We
Pleasure listening.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. All I want to tell you, and you all have like so much right
That's a cool one to be an expert. I feel like it's many like diversity is strength, how people a STEM field, but also with understanding the premises of this stuff. I think that helps, truly. That's almost like ideal, He made a good point. One of these speakers said, like, finding the skill you're the best at. So I was like, how do I help? Do I do X, Y, and Z? He's like, find out what you do well. And then just like do that well and try to advocate for this stuff. That makes sense. So what STEM field is it like?
So I'm going to write on this is probably
build rockets and such. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if I want to focus on more design or like engineering applications of it.
Gotcha. A little bit of rockets, that type of stuff.
I mean, things like the strength is probably building the future large
That's right. Yeah, I feel like that's a huge motivation for a lot of people here. That hope. And especially in your generation, it shows a lot of back when I'm 28, so I graduated in 2012, and there was nowhere near as many people advocating or thinking about or visualizing the future of space exploration. But I'm sure your generation, it's definitely more.
Do you think it's going to be like a lot of education you have to do? Or is it just for your program? Or is it like, I'm thinking of like doctors and stuff like that.
We're gonna bring lunch outside.
Oh no, I was breaking up much food. Fully develop that skill. Do you have any interest in that type of stuff, like doing research?
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's my end goal.
Sick. That's great. You'll probably have a couple psych research. I always feel like that's the.
So is it okay if we skip Tatiana's second presentation?
But I imagine physics is probably a whole different research mentality. My degree was psychology, so but I imagine some of the methods are similar. You definitely have to have like the temperament. Personality is cool with doing that and like reading that. And stuff. Do you have an end goal at some like? Is it kind of like space exploration? Is that vision?
At this point, I feel like I've a broader goal as I'm trying to like really dig into like because high school and college they're completely different things. Like high school classes they don't really go that in depth. But like once I start to get a better feel once I'm going into college, like learning about things more in depth, then I feel like I could probably fine tune what my like end goal is.
That makes total sense. It's like narrowing. I feel like I'm still narrowing. You know, you kind of like as a kid you're anything.
Yeah, because I feel like I've gotten to the point. Yes, physics. I want to do something, but next few years going into college, definitely looking to narrow that down further.
Good. That'll be fun. I hope you enjoy that process. Of like, narrowing down. I feel like it's hard to know exactly. There's so many options that you can.
Especially like in the modern world.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you could have just easily said like water desalination, or something like space exploration. It's all pretty impressive. The world needs people like you for sure. We're interested in doing that narrowing thing is. I feel like the rest of your life, I feel like it's a narrowing process of like getting down to what you really are interested in. Hard to do though. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna grab some food here, man.
Yeah.
Remind me of your name one more time. How did your mom pronounce yours? Tizio. And your name was Matthew. Yes. I have a YouTube channel, so that's why they invited me here. Unified World Community Project.
Well, check it out.
Yeah. I'm working on it. It's like the science. You probably like it. It's actually one on science, like history. Right now, I'm doing one on like fake news, just kind of the development. The idea is that people understand where science went wrong and how we could just kind of see where it went on the tracks.
Yeah. 3 people watching right now.
Yeah.
I told them around.
I sent the link to all my friends and family members to see if like you can be watching it.
Yeah, we've had people coming and going because multiple hour events. We've already messed up the whole schedule. But basically,
Oh, how to be a change maker. Okay. So all the way to 45 for uniform and some for future. Oh wow, there's a lot more actually.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
I think one of these has been canceled already.
Oh, okay.
We're short on time. Yeah.
I'm completely blind right now.
What's your prescription?
Heavy astigmatism on the left.
Okay. That's all I know. I've got contact lenses in. And without them, I'm blind too.
I'm lost in the hotel. I gotta find it when I get back.
All right, I'm gonna put my stuff away over here.
Because it was so deep. I know. on-off relationship where I have like coffee over here, having Instagram, and then where I want to follow a certain like movement, and I download it there. Then you can see all the shit that's like, it's
It's interesting because I remember at first, at least in America, thinking it was that social media was really helping specifically liberal concepts. And the gay rights movement is kind of a big example that shows the acceptance of gay rights on paper coincided with the rise of Facebook and
just get like
where we want to shape. And I love, I mean, why Jeff started mostly on Discord. Also, Discord brings out a lot of people, and I honestly wish that you got the truth. I don't know, if they can have a strong basketball team, before that's a very
Okay.
So I read this paper like it was 10 years ago, but my internet.
The stream is still going. 3 people actually still watching.
So Drea, Donna, and Heather.
Yeah. Thank you.
Alec, you get my other one. I'm going to show my presentation today. It's just for you.
Okay, this is great.
Thank you.
But yeah, I hope you'll enjoy that.
I definitely will.
Okay.
It's like social media. Why many values? Yeah, I feel like it's it doesn't do it. Maybe in some areas it doesn't work well, but I just that sense of like it's pretty bad. You've got 1,000
Yasmina, do you have slides? No. No? Okay, perfect. It's underselling himself and actually it's on money.
Sugar grab. Don't call him that.
I like this. incentive for the health organizations.
What happened to ours?
That's unfortunate. All right.
Everybody, please take your seats. We want to respect the time. By 3. We can start as soon as possible. All right, please, everybody, take your seats. Please, thank you. All right. For speakers, I just want to say for the rest of speakers who will be coming up, we are going to avoid using the mic unless absolutely necessary. Apparently on the screen, people cannot hear when you use the mic. They can only hear when doing Q&A when like the mics are no longer on. So from here on out, we are going to avoid using the mic if that's okay. Presumably for most people, we'll always stand closer to the audience. There aren't too many to yell to. Yasmina Gorshain is from the ICC Coalition. Please give her a warm welcome for her presentation.
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. I think it's nice that we have a smaller group here. I don't think it's really necessary to do too formal presentation, and I think it would be really great to just hear from all of you, to hear what you want to know from me, any questions you might have about the International Criminal Court or its relationship with the United States, which is what I hope to be speaking about today. So my name is Yasmina Gorshain, and I work with the Coalition for the International Criminal Court. And we are a global network of civil society organizations, all working in partnership to advance the goals of the International Criminal Court and ensure that it's as fair, effective, and independent as possible. So I'll give you just a bit of background about the ICC as an institution, and then dive in with some kind of a timeline of events of the relationship between the United States and the ICC, which has gone through many phases. So the International Criminal Court is an independent tribunal seated in The Hague, and it's been around for about 20 or so years now. And it has jurisdiction over 4 main crimes: the crime of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crime of aggression. And it has 123 states parties, which is about 2/3 of the UN membership. and it is led by a prosecutor who currently is Kareem Khan, a registrar, and a president. There's 18 judges at the court, and the court is currently operating in 17 different situations, which is quite a lot for such a small institution. The court has cases all across the globe in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in Ukraine, in Georgia, Philippines, Afghanistan, Venezuela. So it's really operational all over the world. And really, what makes the ICC unique is that it is a completely independent tribunal. It's not linked to the UN. It's not linked to any regional organization, to any state, anything like that. And it's a court of last resort. So really, when states are unable or unwilling to act to prosecute these crimes, the ICC can step in. So the ICC's jurisdiction is both over the nationals of its states parties and also the territory of its states parties. And it can act on the basis of a number of things. One is a Security Council referral. So the Security Council has the power to say that such and such situation we need accountability in this situation, therefore we're going to refer it to the ICC. And this has happened twice in Libya and in Darfur. States can also refer themselves or another state to the ICC, and the prosecutor also has the right to decide that he or she wants to move forward with an investigation there. And the guiding document of the International Criminal Court is the Rome Statute, which was established back in 1998 at the Rome Conference. So that's just a little Q&A about the ICC. I'll maybe take a pause and see if anybody has any foundational questions. Great. Did you have a question? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I just think it would be better just to talk about what all of you want to hear instead of me. I mean, I could yammer on about the ICC for hours. So I'm also here today to talk about the relationship between the United States and the ICC, which again has gone through many different phases. It depends very much so on who's in power. But the United States has always been very much a fan of accountability, rule of law, international justice. And the U.S. played quite an active role in the Rome Conference back in 1998. They were very involved in the drafting of this statute and in the conference that led to the adoption of the statute that created the International Criminal Court. However, at the very late stages of negotiations back in 98, the U.S. raised issue with the jurisdiction of the ICC over non-states party nationals. Really, they didn't want to have their people be accountable or held accountable at the ICC. That's basically it. And that continues to be really one of the major objections of the U.S. against the ICC today. All that being said, the U.S. did not vote to approve the statute. The statute was approved anyway. But right before the deadline, the U.S. signed the Rome Statute but did not ratify it. And this is important because that means that while the U.S. is not a party to the Rome Statute, they're still able to engage with the ICC as an observer state. So they can come and share their views on amendments to the statute. They can come and share their views at the annual session of states parties, things like that. So they're still able to really interact in the system, although they're not part of it. So this all happened in the Clinton administration. And the Clinton administration was more or less cooperative with the court, although they're not part of it. All this came to a screeching halt under the Bush administration. Now, it was a very unfriendly time towards the ICC back then. Really, the architect of a lot of this policy and this kind of this negative rhetoric against the ICC was from this guy, John Bolton, who eventually became the US's ambassador to the UN. And this sort of manifested itself in a number of different ways. First, it was this like negative rhetoric against the ICC, saying it was just a tool to hold accountable people that didn't even agree with it or things like that. So this negative rhetoric was all formalized under what is known as the American Service Members Protection Act, or the Hague Invasion Act, in which the US has this act where they say that they can do whatever it takes really to prevent the ICC from prosecuting any of its citizens or its allies. And the term Hague Invasion Act, I think is pretty clear. The U.S. is ready to fly over and invade The Hague in order to stop this from happening. And at this time also, there were, for example, in the Security Council, the question of whether the Security Council would refer the situation in Darfur was up for discussion. And at this point, the U.S. did not vote to approve it. They didn't veto the vote, but they abstained and chose not to participate in it. And also around this time, the U.S. began to enter into what are known as bilateral immunity agreements with ICC states parties, in which they would basically say that these third states are not allowed to surrender U.S. citizens or extradite them to the court. So it was not a great time for the ICC in the U.S. at this point. And this, again, all shifted when it came to the Obama administration, which was really very cooperative with the court. They believed in the rule of law and wanted to advance international justice in a number of different ways. And under the Obama administration, the U.S. voted to approve the referral of the Libya situation, for example, to the ICC. And at this time, the U.S. also cooperated quite closely with the transfer of a Congolese war criminal, basically, who was eventually convicted at the ICC. So they were really instrumental in his transfer from DRC to the court. And then this all shifted again under the Trump administration. And I'd say it was almost worse in a lot of ways under the Trump administration. So the first clue that this was much worse was that John Bolton was back. It was just like the worst kind of comeback ever. So it was quite disheartening news to know that he was fronting the U.S.'s work around the ICC. So the Trump administration was very against the ICC, again calling it a kind of colonial tool and saying that they didn't have the legitimacy to do the work that they're doing. And I think two things really put this into sharp focus were the two investigations somewhat involving the U.S. And its allies. And the first was an investigation into crimes committed in Afghanistan. And this included not only crimes committed by the Taliban or by Afghan national forces, but also by U.S. service people in the territory of Afghanistan. So that's number one. Number two, Palestine. There's a case regarding Gaza at the ICC, and the U.S. takes very seriously their partnership, their relationship with Israel, and again, was using this sort of as ammo, saying that's why they didn't really want to support the court. And this all really came to a head in which the Trump administration decided to restrict the visas of the ICC prosecutor, who was then Fatou Bensouda, and her kind of key officials, which is just, I think, in general, a very negative sign, just saying that you're going to do this. But at the same time, the ICC prosecutor is obliged to come to New York, to come to the UN several times a year to report to the Security Council on the progress of his or her investigations. And the kind of visa that she was eventually granted to come to the U.S. to give her report to the Security Council was the same that the U.S. grants to dictators, essentially, like the same one that Muammar Gaddafi had, where she's forced to stay around a very small radius around the UN. And you think of this person, an ICC prosecutor, who's really trying to promote international justice and to prevent further atrocities from happening, and then having them be put down on the same level as a warlord is kind of crazy. But then once again, with our new administration, the whole narrative has shifted. And under the Biden administration, the U.S. is far more cooperative with the ICC, and they're really looking to engage. We've seen this. They've recently reestablished the ambassador at large for global war crimes, which is a really key position in support of the court and just international law and international justice more broadly. They've been participating in meetings with the ICC. They've been making statements in support of the ICC, particularly the ICC's investigation to Ukraine. So we can only assume that this support is going to continue. We'll see what happens once the administration shifts again. But this is just a very general overview of this relationship between the US and the ICC. So I think I'll leave it there for now and see whether anybody has questions about anything I've mentioned, anything perhaps I've not mentioned, the ICC more generally. Yes.
I want to ask about the war in Ukraine, right? How a lot of US politicians, even people who support the US kind of joining the Rome statute, actually have a couple of statutes like Graham, or actually calling for using the ICC to punish someone like Gould for crimes committed in Ukraine. I want to know kind of if the US isn't actually a proper party to the treaty and hasn't really signed it as an observer, what power does the U.S. actually have to influence that sort of investigation, and what can they do to support that influence?
So it's complicated. I think, one thing that the U.S. can do is support the investigation financially. They could do that, but I believe that there's U.S. legislation in place in which they cannot actually support the ICC, which makes it kind of problematic. But the U.S. is also, what they can do is just otherwise support the work of the court, whether that's providing information or supporting other actors who are assisting in the ICC's investigation. I think Ukraine is an interesting example because there are so many people trying to get involved in the Ukraine investigation between these joint mechanisms of European states, civil society on the ground trying to deal with documentation and collecting evidence of war crimes. So there's a lot of different actors who are sort of involved, kind of feeding into what's going on in the Ukraine investigation. So there are ways around it, and there are definitely discussions in Congress and among decision makers as to what the U.S. can do to continue to support the ICC's investigation. Did you have a question? The U.S. was very much ready to sign the Rome Statute. They were very involved with the Rome Conference. They sent a huge delegation. They were involved with the preparatory committees that were dealing with the drafting of the statute. But it was really this final question around jurisdiction over non-states parties. It was my understanding at least is the last day or so, the U.S. came up with this proposal that would allow states to sort of opt out of accepting the jurisdiction, and that didn't really fly with all of the other states who had been there negotiating this treaty for a very long time. So in the end, they didn't move forward with the U.S.'s proposal, and the U.S. couldn't agree to the statute that they were voting on. So I think, is there a chance that the U.S. is going to eventually ratify? Maybe not. I don't know. That's just my view. I don't think that the U.S. is going to do it, but it's possible. I think that there's definitely more attention around the ICC and more knowledge about what the ICC actually is and does. So my organization, again, is a civil society network, and we have a number of members who focus on the U.S. specifically. We had a sub-coalition called the American Coalition for the ICC. And what they really focused on was spreading public information about the ICC. What is this institution? Why is it important? Why should the U.S. support it? Why should you call your congressperson and tell them about the ICC and tell them why it's important? But it is really difficult to get that information out. That being said, I think now that there's so much attention on the ICC, on the Ukraine investigation, I was just saying before, who would have ever thought that the ICC prosecutor would be on CNN talking to Anderson Cooper? Now when I tell people about my job, they're like, what's the ICC? But now when I mention it, they're like, oh yeah, they're doing that thing in Ukraine, right? So I think the public information is really important, because if people understand why it's important, why this tool is so necessary, I think that really helps kind of push the public discourse into something that, this is something we need to support. Yes. Sorry, the second part of your question? So the wheels of justice turn real slow at the ICC. It takes them quite some time to deliver a verdict. And I think that's for a number of reasons. It's still a very young institution in a lot of ways, so they're kind of working through the kinks of things. And also the fact that the courtroom is essentially so far away from the situation itself. So by getting, when you have victims and witnesses who need to testify at the court, bringing them there and dealing with the protection of victims and witnesses, and it takes quite a bit of time. So the ICC's track record isn't great. There's a lot of pending cases, and then I think that's kind of a problem that the court is dealing with now. It's currently going through this review process. It's like an internal review where a number of experts came and looked at the court holistically, saying how can we improve this? And they came up with a set of recommendations. It's like 350 recommendations, which is kind of crazy for an institution that size. So many recommendations. But a lot of them do focus on making the ICC more efficient and making the judicial process far more efficient. And I mean, it's simple things like the way in which the courtrooms are used, using 3 instead of 2 courtrooms, or focusing resources on interpreters and translators so that the cases can move forward quicker. So it's a lot of these sort of simple things you don't really think about, but they do really play into the length of time it takes the court to really render a decision. Yes.
So the ICC investigation at the moment in Ukraine is on war crimes, and they can do that even though Russia is not party to the ICC. Ukraine is now, sort of with a caveat there, and the crimes are conducted within Ukraine territory, so that goes into the jurisdiction of the ICC. The question I have is on crime of aggression, which in this case is as bad as a war crime probably. That's what started altering and enabled crimes to take place. Crime of aggression is a bit more difficult because you normally need to secure council agreement, but we've seen that the General Assembly has stepped in to already affirm that this act is crime of aggression when the Security Council didn't, of course, the Russian veto. Could the UN General Assembly request the International Criminal Court to investigate crime of aggression? See, the General Assembly is already determined this is not an act of aggression.
Right. So Ukraine is still not a party to the statute, but the reason that the ICC has jurisdiction is because 43 states made a joint referral saying that the ICC needs to investigate Ukraine. So that was also kind of a big hallmark moment, or no, Monday. I don't know, it's Saturday. Anyway, so the crime of aggression is interesting because crime of aggression was discussed back in '98, as you know, as one of these core crimes, but it never made it into the last version of the statute. However, back in 2017, after many, many years of advocacy and pushing by a lot of key actors, both states and civil society, states adopted an amendment to the statute to include the crime of aggression. So now, in theory, yes, the ICC has jurisdiction for the crime of aggression. So what I think is interesting is, in this case, they don't have jurisdiction, I believe, or the capacity to prosecute the crime of aggression in Ukraine. But Ukraine now has been pushing for many months on this, on a special tribunal on the crime of aggression specifically. And this is really gaining traction in the GA. And this is something that Ukraine is mentioning all the time, and we hear it quite often. So it is gaining traction, and I think that's sort of the main target now. Instead of pushing or pursuing this through the International Criminal Court, having this separate special tribunal to prosecute the crime of aggression. Yes.
What would you say are the big lessons as far as the creation of the ICC and how we can use that in the future to strengthen the UN or make other institutions to make international justice better? And do you think that's even really possible with the way the world is?
Well, I think that the ICC was created like, I don't think we could create an ICC now. I think it was really at a very opportune moment that this conference happened and the states agreed to the statute. You know, you're coming off of the ad hoc tribunals in the 90s and this kind of idea that, you know, we need to do something about this. So I don't really think that the statute can be negotiated in the same way today. But what I do think is important is that, you know, we're always trying to improve this institution in a lot of ways. And again, it's only been around for like 20 years, which isn't really a long time in the grand scheme of things. So I think something like what they're doing now, this like ongoing review process, and they also had a conference back in 2010, a review conference, where they adopted a number of amendments and are constantly looking to improve the ICC and its reach. So I think, yeah, I don't know what lessons we can draw from it, but I think that the existence of the ICC as this like independent tribunal is really important, and continuing to support it is really key, because it again just underscores like that international justice is important. And one thing that's really unique also about the ICC is they go after the most responsible person. So it's not the soldiers who are carrying out the commands. It's holding presidents, prime ministers, generals accountable for what they're doing. So I think the very existence of the ICC kind of serves as a deterrent in a lot of ways. How effective that is another question, but just serves as a deterrent to say that, you know, you will be held accountable somewhere.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. And we are going to go to David Gallup. I will finally let you present, I promise. Yes. Who's going to talk about human rights and world citizenship. So, thank you, David.
Yeah, yes, I can. I had it ready, so I knew I was going. I've got a USB-C. Yes. I'm sure it works. Yep. That's cool. I do have a what do you call it? Should I have to move this somewhere? Seating. I have an Ethernet, or not an Ethernet, what's it called? A HDMI cable. Would that be better?
It is.
Oh, no.
Just didn't.
Oh, I see.
You have that?
I do. Well, I don't have my. Oh, there. Okay. I'm waiting for show up over there. So I'm David Gallup. I'm a human rights lawyer. I'm also the convener of a coalition to build a world court of human and environmental rights. I'm also the president of that organization, World Service Authority, which is the administrative branch of a world citizen government that was founded in 1953 by a man named Gary Davis, who several people have mentioned earlier today, known as the first world citizen. Of course, he wasn't the first world citizen, but maybe in the modern era, you might call him the person who was the first world citizen. So our vision is world peace and justice through world citizenship and world law. But our mission, which of course is a longer statement, is to educate about, to promote, and to implement human and environmental rights, world citizenship, world law, and to create the institutions of law humans will need to live together peacefully with each other and sustainably with the earth. So today I'm here to talk to you about human rights and citizenship. Now, I think this was billed as human rights through world citizenship, so that's where we will get by the end, okay? So, but I feel like I need to give a little bit of explanation about what are our rights, to give a framework for that, about what is citizenship, and then we'll get to how human rights are linked to our citizenship or our identity. And in the end, the goal is to determine what understanding of our rights and our citizenship can create an ethical framework for governing our world. So first, let's talk about what are our rights. Rights can be looked from a positive standpoint or a negative standpoint. So positive rights, you might say, are actions that we as individuals want to promote or support. Rights have been categorized, as I mentioned, civil, political, economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. So an example, classic example of a civil right is freedom of speech, freedom of the press. Political right would be the right to vote, the right to participate in government. An economic right would be the right to work, the right to a standard of living that is adequate for your health and well-being. A social right would be fresh water, social security, access to public education. A cultural right could be like protection of cultural or artistic works, or the ability to have freedom of research. And then an environmental right is built into the word environmental. We want to protect the environment. We want to make sure that we have a safe and sustainable environment. But as I said, rights can also be looked upon as, from a negative perspective, something that we want to prevent. So actions that humans can take that we want to prevent, like genocide, like destruction of the environment, like torture, like freedom from enslavement. So in addition to this categorization of rights in these different ways, nation states actually define rights by how they have the power to limit those rights. Okay, so we have absolute rights, which are rights that should never, ever be violated, like the right to be free from torture. We have rights that are limited rights, which are rights that can be deprived completely by a government in certain circumstances. And a wonderful example of that, I guess, is recently, pretty much everyone's right to freedom of movement was restricted during COVID. You couldn't really go anywhere. The US passport, for example, which used to be able to go to 130, 140 countries without a visa, you couldn't really go anywhere. So that is a limited restriction, but a complete restriction of rights. And then there are qualified rights, rights which can be partially restricted for various reasons. So a classic example of that is time, place, and manner restrictions on our rights. So you can't yell the word fire in a crowded theater because it could cause pandemonium and people could get hurt. So that there is a restriction even on our freedom of speech. Now, nation states, and one of the problems with nation states is that they can violate our human rights with impunity, meaning maybe we can take them to the ICC, maybe something will happen, maybe not. And oftentimes, national governments will fall back upon three reasons for restricting, limiting, or really even violating rights, which are national security, public order, and public health. So just take a moment to think about, we won't talk about this right now, but maybe during the question and answer session, take a moment to think about when or what experiences you might have had where your rights have been violated or restricted. I'll tell you a quick example. Through the legal department at World Service Authority, we help with people in vulnerable situations around the world. There's a man who is from Sudan, but was living in Ukraine. Basically, he had become a Ukrainian citizen, but he was from Sudan, so the color of his skin was different than a lot of Ukrainians. And you've heard this story before. This was an actual story, though, that our legal department helped this individual with. He fled to Poland, but immediately upon arrival in Poland, he was detained because they're like, you can't be Ukrainian, you don't look Ukrainian. So we wrote letters to the government, to the detention facility, and fortunately, they said, okay, here's what he needs to do to appeal this and to get free from detention, which is what he did. Another quick example of that is just in the last 2 weeks, we've been working on a case for an Angolan who had been in the United States for about 11 or 12 years, had gotten asylum, but never got his permanent resident card, his green card, which is ridiculous. And the reason why, there was an error in the immigration process where they had put him, or that is the Angolan government had put him on a watch list, which is frequently what national governments will do if someone flees their country because of their they've been persecuted there. So finally, though, after reaching out to the U.S. Immigration Ombudsman, we were able to get him his green card really in the last 2 weeks. So I'm really excited about that. So now, moving away from the idea of rights, let's talk about citizenship a little bit, and then I'll be able to link the two. So what is citizenship? I like to define citizenship as our rights and our duties within a particular social framework or a particular community. But it's not just our rights and duties, right? It's also our membership, right? We feel like we're part of this larger community. It's a feeling, a sense of belonging to a larger community. So there's a membership element to citizenship in addition to our rights and duties. But there's also a participation element to our citizenship. What is that? Well, that means, like I said, as one of our fundamental political rights, is the right to vote, or even the right to participate in government. So it's all of these. All of these make up what needs to be a citizen. Turn that off. Let's show it up. Okay. So there's a German philosopher named Hannah Arendt, and she said citizenship is the right to have rights. She was really referring to national citizenship in the era when she was talking about this. You had to have some kind of national citizenship, or if you were stateless, you really didn't have any rights. Well, I really wonder, is it true that you only have rights if you have a national citizenship? Well, how are human rights linked to our citizenship or our identity? Within the nation-state system, your rights end at the border. When traveling, you may or may not get protection from or assistance from your embassy if you find yourself in trouble in another country. In some countries, your right to freedom of speech is limited, and depending upon what you say, you could be arrested and detained. And in many countries, you may not have due process or a right to a fair trial. If you live in a more democratic country, it is more likely that your rights will be respected both as a citizen and even as a visitor, though not always. So depending upon your national citizenship, but not just upon your national citizenship, even upon your ethnic, linguistic, religious, economic, or other identity, your rights may be more or less violated or respected. So here's another time to take a quick moment to think about, have you ever been in a situation where your citizenship has been questioned or your identity has caused you to be discriminated against? Once again, at the end of my comments, if you'd like to talk about some of these things, please let's do so. But it's important to think, how does this relate to you and what kind of experiences have you had with your rights and with your citizenship? So let me give you an example of that, though. Every day, people from around the world, refugees, stateless people, other people in vulnerable situations, reach out to World Service Authority for either our human rights information, like copies of the Declaration of Human Rights that you see in multiple languages on the table over there. Please pick up a copy. For the documentation, like our World Passport, which is a valid and legal document. We can talk about that maybe during the Q&A session if you want to. And for our legal advocacy. I came to World Service Authority in 1992 to be their general counsel or chief attorney, to create a legal department that would back up the validity of these documents, not just this, but we offer a world birth certificate, a world political asylum card, a world marriage certificate for everybody, gay, straight, LGBTQ, whoever. We were one of the first organizations actually that offered such a document to affirm that. And so people come to us for our legal advocacy. We write legal briefs to assist people whose rights are violated. And it's over many years that I've been there, we've helped so many people on an individual basis beyond the big picture of spreading this idea of human rights universally and world citizenship. And just a quick example, over the past few months, sadly but true, many Ukrainians and many Russians, people from both countries, have come to our organization through email or through our online form and applied for these documents to get out of those countries because they don't want to be involved in the war. They don't agree with the war there. But of course, it's not just Ukrainian and Russia, as other speakers have mentioned. I mean, there's a horrible war going on in Ethiopia, which no one mentioned today, like we mentioned the war in Yemen. There's wars going on, at least 12 or 13 wars going on in the world. So we do deal with a lot of these people on a day-to-day basis who are falling through the cracks in this international system. So now that I've given you a definition of citizenship, I'd like to take a look at how citizenship is typically explained. What happens, and this isn't rhetorical so someone can answer, what happens if you throw a pebble into a still pond? Yes? Ripples, exactly. Oop, I went too far. Oop, yeah, too far. Okay, yeah, there we go. So ripples, these are concentric circles. So one standard way or typical way of explaining citizenship is by concentric circle. That's big, kind of center drop, that's you, and maybe you and your family. That's the first circle. Then it expands out to maybe your city, and then your region, and then your hemisphere, then the Earth, and then the Milky Way galaxy, then the universe, and if there is such a thing, the multiverse, okay? It's all of those circles. That's one way to look at citizenship. But I would actually say that, and I learned this from a student, and this is why I put this in now whenever I'm talking, so I always learn from these events, that citizenship really is actually more like overlapping circles. It's more like raindrops on a still pond, because you can see all these different circles intersecting with each other. So in a sense, that's like, as you probably learned in math, a Venn diagram. Because not only are you a citizen of your family, or a citizen of your city, or your region, but you're a citizen of your friends group, of your university, of your summer job colleagues, of your Fortnite friends, if you play Fortnite, of your Snapchat and Insta followers. And the reason why are you a citizen in there? Because you exist in these multiple communities, and you have rights and duties within those communities. Certainly rights and duties to present yourself in a certain way, whether you're on Instagram or wherever else, and so you have expectations of behavior. Okay. So you might think that world citizenship is a utopian dream, or that may not be something that will exist for another 500, 600 years in reality. But actually, as Manu said earlier today, there were ancient Hindu texts, 6000 BCE, that refer to this idea of being a citizen of the world. And then some of these other people you can see up, sadly, all white men. There are women, though, in this movement who have called themselves world citizens, like Edith Winter, Lola Maverick Lloyd, and others, and other people, of course, existing today. Not just some of these famous philosophers, or Gary Davis, as I put in there with his world citizen ID card. All of them have considered themselves citizens of the world, or that the world is their country. Okay, and even President Obama, I don't know if you know this, but once right before he was elected, and then maybe 2 years into his presidency, he gave a speech, 2 speeches in Berlin, and both times he said, "I come to you not only as an American, but as a citizen of the world." So it's not just a cliche for me. It may be a cliche for many to say that, but it is real. So I would like to qualify what Hannah Arendt said about citizenship being the right to have rights. I would say that our rights are actually linked to our humanness, the fact that we are human and that we can identify as world citizens. Because our rights are separate from any citizenship or identity, with the exception of our humanness or world citizenship. Rights transcend any local or national framework. They are inclusive, innate, and unalienable, meaning we are born with them and we cannot give them up. So what's the largest framework of rights? That's universal rights. What's the largest framework of citizenship? That's world citizenship. So world citizenship is a valid legal status, but don't believe me yet. Let me explain it a little bit. There are 2 legal principles, jus soli and jus sanguinis. The right of the land or the soil, and the right of the blood, or our inheritance. And every national, if not every, almost every national government uses one or both of those principles to define citizenship. Who is a citizen? Who belongs? Who's a member? Who can participate, right? So in the United States, for example, if you were born on the land, so to speak, here in the United States, you are a citizen. But say your parents are traveling over the seas on a cruise ship, and then there's a baby born. Well, as long as your parents are both considered United States citizens, then you the baby, are also a citizen. But that's not true in a lot of countries. Some countries, just because you're born on the land doesn't mean you're a citizen. There's a group of people called the Rohingya refugees who fled Myanmar to Bangladesh, about 1 million people over the last few years, who were stateless because the government of Burma would not give them citizenship. They were burning their villages, and because of their religion, they were persecuted. Well, so In some countries, you have to have a grandfather, even, or great-grandfather, who was a citizen to be a citizen of a country. Well, so how does this legal definition of citizenship relate to this idea of world citizenship that I'm explaining to you is a valid legal status? Well, all human beings are born on planet Earth. That's the land. And we're all born, as far as I'm aware, unless there's some extraterrestrials here, we're all born of human parents, right? So the blood, or our DNA, is human. So under these principles of jus soli and jus sanguinis, we are all citizens of the world by birth and in fact. Also, which you may not know this, but everyone has the right to choose their own political allegiance. We can choose what allegiance we want to have. And we can claim world citizenship in addition to any other status that we might carry. And even Article 15 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says you can change your nationality. Meaning, for Gary Davis, for example, he saw his country as the world, so he was able to change his status from a quote-unquote American or U.S. citizen to a citizen of the world. Well, so what understanding of our rights and citizenship will help us to create an ethical framework for governing our world? So now I've got 4 more terms here to talk about just a little bit. In any society, right, we have to establish some rules of behavior. How are we going to get along? And I would call those rules that we've written down, whether it's on the cave wall or whether it's in, on parchment paper or whatever, those rules are law, right? Then individuals and groups agree that this set of laws apply to all of us in a particular community. Our rights and duties to each other in that community build our ties to one another. That's citizenship. And to be able to do things that are bigger than we can do as individuals, to do community-wide projects, we need to establish governmental institutions or governance. Government also provides tools for dealing with disagreements among members of the community. Government helps us to establish laws, protect our rights, adjudicate and arbitrate conflicts, and help us work together peacefully. So within the framework of the nation state, you've got national law, national citizenship. So national law would be like the Constitution or federal laws or acts that help govern the whole land, right? And then we identify a specific nationality or citizenship. And then we establish the government to help us to affirm those first 2, the laws or rules of behavior that we've created, and our status within that, or our membership within that group. So and then governments, as I said, help us to resolve disputes, which will hopefully lead to national peace. But the problem, even with national peace, is that we don't always have that. I was just hearing a program on NPR the other day about the horrible situation going on in Haiti, about how the people running, not even the government, but running around, really harming each other, taking advantage of each other. So there could be gangs, there could be cartels, there could even be corporations that persecute and oppress the local populations, which means that you're not even necessarily going to get national peace, even if you have the other elements involved. A big problem with rights only linked to national citizenship is that national governments claim absolute sovereignty and the power to wage war. During wartime, if not all rights, almost all rights, are violated. Even the non-derogable rights, like the right to be free from torture or enslavement or ex post facto laws. So during peacetime, even during peacetime, national governments violate our rights. And 60% of the world's population actually who live in Asia don't even have a regional human rights system to refer to if they can't get their rights upheld locally. So those Rohingya refugees from Burma, there's no place they can go to beyond whether it was in Burma or Myanmar or in Bangladesh to make sure that their rights are respected. So the biggest flaw in the nation-state system, in my mind, is not the nations themselves. We're not here to say we're going to get rid of the nations. Not at all. We want to get rid of the anarchy between the nations that is the breeding ground of war, okay? And that perpetuates inequality, oppression, and violence. We need law that affirms that killing someone on the streets of New York or killing someone on the streets of Baghdad, that should be considered murder. But right now, I don't know if you know this, but under the Geneva Conventions, if you're wearing a military uniform, you can basically get away with murder. I mean, there's supposedly this just war principle. You can kill. I mean, that's what Gary Davis did. He was a bomber pilot, and he dropped bombs on Brandenburg, and he was so upset and ashamed of what he's done, they give up his American citizenship from that. So you can't put law on something that's lawless, like war. And so war doesn't distinguish between combatants and civilians. In fact, it's a fact that 80% of all deaths in war now are civilians, not supposed military deaths. The war doesn't discriminate anymore between those. And nuclear war, as we mentioned earlier today, nuclear war doesn't discriminate against us all. It'll be homicide. So, maybe this is a little bit questionable for me to say here, but I would say that the UN system of 193 member states is not a confederation, let alone a federation. It's more like a League of Nations, which is a club of states where they can go and squabble about their problems. Something that happens. And that's, as you all know, because of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council who can veto anything. So any kind of movement is slow. And people are dying along the way while we're waiting for these changes to happen. So can national laws, national citizenships, national government lead to world peace? I would say that the problem of identifying ourselves only as national citizens is that our rights and duties are restricted to a national level. Our output as national citizens does not correspond with the input on us as human beings living in the world. So let me explain what I mean by output and input. It's a little bit different than maybe the way you understand those words generally. So output, that is our ability to have a say in our community and in the world or in society in general. Usually at best, every 4 to 8 years, depending upon where you live, you can vote for a prime minister or a president, right? So we have some say maybe at the federal level. But in the current system, our output is really national at best. So for example, me as a US citizen, if I want to change something that's going on in China, what can I do? I have very limited effect. Maybe through some social media, maybe I could change something a little bit, right? And the same is true for the Chinese citizen who might not like what the US government is doing, or some action of things that are going on here. They don't really have any say to make a change. However, though, the input on us, no matter whether we're in China, the United States, or wherever we are in the world, the human constructs that we've created, the input on us is global. So how we're being affected. Communications and trade are global. Pandemics and health issues are global. War and violence are global. Climate destruction is global. The input from all of these issues affects us no matter where we find ourselves on the earth. So our national citizenship, with it, the output does not match. So how do we equalize our output and input? I would say by affirming our universal rights as world citizens. So it's linking our rights to our highest citizenship status as world citizens. We can vote on global issues, either directly through world referenda. We have the capacity. I mean, I take out my phone and I can vote on something, right? And a lot of people have phones all over the world, right? So it would be easy to do. And we're here for the week of World Parliament, right? So we could have parliamentarians who represent us at some kind of World Parliament. We need to know that we can participate in governing our world. That's probably the most important lesson I learned from Gary Davis, having worked with him for almost 25 years until he died in 2013, was that we, the people, are the government. We, the people, are the legislators. We, the people, are the power. So we need to know that we should consider adding the concept of world to our citizenships, to our government. So if we add world to law, world to citizenship, world to government, that should hopefully, in the end, lead to world peace. Because then our output and input would match. As world citizens, we could deal with global problems as human beings, as it should be now. Since this is one world. It's that world that's sitting on the table over there, as you can see from outer space. Any extraterrestrial who came down would see that world and say, yeah, that's the reality, right? Not how we've broken it up. Mostly old white men who broke up the world into the situation that it is now, right? So we need an ethical system of identity and governance linked to our rights, and that is world citizenship, world law, and world government. How is world citizenship an ethical identity? Well, it is inclusive. It brings people together. It affirms that our rights and duties belong to each of us and exist wherever we find ourselves. World citizenship is a unifying and universal rights affirming identity. And why is that view of the earth that I keep pointing to over there as the earth is one? Why is that worldview so important? It's the overview effect that astronauts get when they, from outer space, see the Earth and are just amazed that this is this beautiful pale blue dot, as Carl Sagan called it. It's about creating an ethical and holistic system that includes everyone and everything, rather than a system that excludes some in favor of others. It's about creating a common identity or citizenship and a common system of principles that we can all call the global rule of law. So what kind of world do we have, and what kind of world do we want? Well, I'd like to show you a few charts, and then I'm almost done, that we can look at what we have and what we need. And of course, I'm going to be focusing on the idea of an ethical identity and governing system that eliminates that anarchy between the nation states that perpetuates war. So here's what we have. I don't know how well you can see that from there, but those are 2,000 red squares. So somehow I was able to fit 2,000 red squares on a piece of paper, right? Each of those squares represents $1 billion. 2,000 billion is $2 trillion. That is what national governments spend on preparing for and waging war every year. 2 trillion. And unfortunately, half of that almost is the United States of America. But what if we decide to do something different? What if we take even 1/4, so $500 billion, from the spending for preparing for waging war and put it for peaceful pursuits? Well, we've talked about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Why not put that $500 billion towards fulfilling those goals? I read online, whether it's true or not, that $400 billion could actually end world hunger. I mean, Jeff Bezos could end world hunger tomorrow. But why don't we take the money that we've used for killing and use it for things that will help us, right? But even more importantly, what if we change all those red squares to green, and that we get rid of all of our military spending completely and use it for peaceful pursuits? There was an eminent cyberneticist and scientist, Buckminster Fuller, who said we should create living tools that help us to live rather than tools that help us to kill each other. So this is what I would say what the world could have if we decided that we wanted to have that. So to have a unified humanity and a sustainable Earth is going to take education. That's why we're here today. I feel like this speech is somewhat of an education about our rights and our identity or citizenship. It's going to determine what priorities we choose, whether it's a priority to continue killing ourselves, killing the Earth, or having the political will. So these charts show you how an unethical system leads to human and global catastrophe, but how we can turn that around by changing our priorities, spending on living instead of weaponry. We can have a world that works for everyone. We are the leaders, all of us, each of us. If you didn't hear anything else I said today, we are the leaders. You are the leaders, especially you young people, right? You are the leaders. It's in your hearts and minds that you can make this happen. We just have to know that we can do this. Well, so what are some of the next steps? Well, I really want to promote today because there are these World Citizen Clubs that the Young World Federalists, Citizens for Global Solutions, and World Service Authority are all starting to promote on high school and college campuses. We're actually starting with universities around North America and then hope to expand it to the entire world, right? So you could join one of these clubs. And how does that link back to our rights and to our identity? Well, you can work with your peers on your campus on issues that you are passionate about. We don't tell you what to do. You could work on climate change issues in a World Citizen Club. You could work on inequality. You could work on poverty issues in a World Citizen Club. And those issues relate to our rights and our duties as world citizens. World Service Authority, now I'm plugging the organization. We have internships that you can participate in. We have a World Law internship, mostly for law students, but we have taken graduate and undergraduate students. We have communications internships. We have other internships. We have had students from all over the world participate in our internship program and actually learn in greater detail about what does it mean to be a world citizen and how do we actually implement that identity in the real world. There's also a wonderful, relatively new documentary that is now playing. I think it's on called Link TV, which is to about 40 million households in North America. It's called The World Is My Country. Martin Sheen, the actor, introduces Gary Davis, who actually sort of tells his own story in this. And his story is in the book, My Country is the World, a wonderful, fun book to read. And then there's also a People Powered Planet podcast that you can listen to almost every Wednesday that also deals with these issues of identity and our rights. Finally, you could identify as a world citizen if you choose to. We all can. When you register officially, legally, and politically as a world citizen through World Service Authority, you do not give up any other allegiance. I always have to make that clear because people are like, if I get that world passport, am I giving up something? No, you're actually adding your awareness and affirmation of your rights and duties to humanity and the earth when you register as a world citizen. We will actually send you a world citizen certificate and a little world citizen card that confirms it. Well, so here is our website and our email, our general email. So I would say through world citizenship, we can activate and engage our universal human rights. So thank you so much for listening to me. Does anybody have any questions?
Only for about one question.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Sure. Yes, Fred. Will what hinder? Democracy. Well, that's an interesting. No, I mean, this is about world democracy, really. I mean, the idea of having world governmental institutions. I feel that it would be better to have participatory institutions, democratic institutions, like a world parliament, like a world court of human rights that we're working on, that all of us are working on here. That would be much better than some kind of, which other speakers have referred to as some kind of authoritarian world government. I don't think that will ever fly. Just like Manu said, nonviolence is much more powerful than violence. I think participation of us as individuals is much more powerful than coming down from on high and saying you have to do this. The movement, the world citizenship movement that Gary Davis started back in 1948 when he gave up his citizenship, camped out on the steps of the Palais de Chaillot, which was where the UN was being housed. He became world famous overnight, and people saw the power of that one little action of one. They called him l'homme de la rue, the man of the street, one little guy who could really get the attention of all of humanity. And just like what Sandy was saying earlier, how amazing how much in that time having the media watch that and spread it around the world. Literally, the Registry of World Citizens that he created in 1949 almost got 8 million postcards, letters of support, and registered almost 1 million people as world citizens between 1949 and 1952. So this is a grassroots movement. This is why we want to start these and advance these world citizen clubs. There was one going on before the pandemic. There is one going on right now at George Mason University in Washington, D.C., but we want to expand it, throughout the world, of course. So democracy, I think, is key, definitely. And I'm happy to stay afterwards, after Tiziana goes, to talk more with all of you about these ideas of identity and rights. Thanks so much. Oh, yeah, sure. Oops. Yeah. Why don't we go over there so Tiziana can start.
Actually, we have a presentation over Zoom as the presenter is out of time. So we are going to go to this first, and then we will go to. All right, Nudora, are you able to hear me? We are not quite able to hear you. Just a second. Say something again. No, just a minute. I need to just change my snap settings.
One more time, please. Have to be the Zoom too. Maybe. Bear with us. Yeah. Go ahead, try again. Time? No, unfortunately we can't, and the only speaker that we have doesn't seem to be working. The only speaker the school provides. So just hold this next to this. There you go. Oh, these don't work? Yeah. I'm sorry. It looks like we have a problem with the school equipment then. Yeah. I know. Unfortunately, it could be the other way around, and that wouldn't really be the problem. Then it'd be okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what we can do because the only equipment that they've given us is not working properly. Yeah. And then that's it. Yeah. Yeah. I am terribly sorry. I don't think this is going to work out. If you are in a presenting mood, what we can do is if you record yourself presenting, we will definitely post it online on our YouTube channel with all the other presentations. Is that okay? I'm so sorry. It's technical difficulties. Apologize for that. I appreciate your time. Appreciate the understanding. All right. Bye. Alrighty, then I take it back. We'll go up to Dr. Tiziana Stella. Yeah. Are you going to want a microphone?
Yeah, I'm the computer, sir.
Yeah, we can go right here. I got your slides.
Here, like this. I cannot put it over there.
Sorry?
Can I put it over there? The computer. Can I put the computer over there?
No, because it has to be connected to this. Otherwise, I can just do your slides.
Okay, so what should I do? So I'm a little bit of a tablet.
I can't.
Can you make this bigger?
What?
The slide bigger.
What are you doing?
Oh,
This is the live stream.
okay, so I need to have my slides in front of me.
You need the slides in front of you?
Yeah, I was talking with him and he said we could do that. Because I
If
didn't.
you stand up here, yeah. But if you go stand at the podium.
Okay, so where do I stand it?
If you just stand kind of like right where.
Okay, where do I see the slides? What are the slides? Which computer?
This one. I
Alright,
just
thank
pulled
you.
this one for you. When did you send the slides? I had them on these. When did you send me the slides?
This morning.
Oh, this morning.
You want me to send them to me?
Oh, you shared them with me. Sorry, that's why I don't have them in my email. In the future?
Yep. Okay, tell me what I should do. I should be doing this here. So I can actually, also, I'm gonna do the thing.
I thought you wanted to. Well, if it's like this,
yeah, you have to do it. All right, perfect. Tell me when I get to start.
You are all good to start whenever you are ready.
Hi, so I am Tiziana Stella, and I am an historian, and I'm also the director of the Strike Council for a Union of Democracies. So the Strike Council is an organization that goes back to 1939, when we started with a now by Borough strike. There is a momentum toward World Federation at the beginning of the war. And so we go back to that time, we're still around, we are upgrading our thinking to what are the problems of the present. So the title of this presentation is inspired by what's going on today and what I think is probably the most important point that we need to focus on when we talk about World Federation. We all know that we are in the middle of a polycrisis, and there is a possibility of breakdown, collapse, or there is a possibility of catagenesis. The word means creative renewal in the aftermath of a breakdown. So I think that in my analysis, World Federation is best positioned to move toward catagenesis, and I will try to explain why, which dynamics I see to be important in that change. So I was supposed to speak about, and I'm supposed that I will speak about the vicious circle that goes from existential risks and the crisis of democracy, and also how the opposite is true. So if we have a weak world organization that is unable to prevent crisis, that leads to a backsliding of democracy, which in turn brings to a rise of catastrophic risk. And a weak world organization cannot deal with that, and so we keep going escalating into this vicious circle, and until things can go toward a real collapse or a real breakdown. So I think that World Federation is best positioned because of the kind of transition, of the magnitude and the quality of this transition. All right, so this is busy, but I try to use this as a way to connect the idea of the situation where we're now, the inability that we have to deal with the problems that we're having now, pandemic, the war in Russia, climate change, because our institutions are not effective to deal with that. How this in turn brings to what is called an inter-systemic cascading failures. So one causes into the other. This brings to an escalation of existential catastrophic threats, and then as the vicious circle repeats, the risk grows. Now, what I wanted also to stress here is, if you see in green, those are the areas where democracy and the structures and cohesion of our societies are important. So, talking about the relation between existential risk, world organization, and the structures of society, in particular democracy, we can see that it is all interconnected. Also, if we move toward the end of this slide, we do not know, we don't have answers as to what might be the solutions at this moment of history, but we are thinking, different organizations are thinking about what could be the answer to this crisis that we have. We're not in the world of Wendell Willkie, where things were a little bit less complex. Now we are living in a world that is really complex. And at this point, if we do not stop any of this escalation, and we move toward higher risk of interstate war, collapse of global climate regime, what comes next after polycrisis? After this, what comes next is collapse of our social system and of our institutions. Now, this is just a way to show how, in our interconnected world, one crisis can lead in a domino effect to other crises. And as one crisis spreads to the other, it affects both democracy and the ability of the structures that we have to deal with that. This is another example of inter-systemic cascades in the case of the war in Ukraine. And this shows how all the systems are affected. So we cannot really fix global governance without strengthening democracy, and we cannot diminish existential risk at the same time without fixing the problem of global governance in a way that also strengthens democracy. So the relation between backsliding on democracy and the capability of international cooperation to address crises goes back and forth. They each affect each other. This is another example how cascading global climate failure can also affect the state, our society, create more state fragility. So the thing that I'm trying to stress here is that we are living such complex system that we need to think about solutions that are comprehensive and that include a holistic view of our system. So, can we act before it is too late, and how? As the previous slide, we can see that we do still have a lot of questions on how we can deal with this situation. But we also have some answers. So this is a representation that I took from a website, but I think that it shows very well the choices that we have ahead of us. So we are here with a system that at the present is getting tilted toward instability, and the kind of solutions that we have ahead of us are solutions that would require less disruption, which means less difference with the current social configuration, at the cost of social cohesion. If we do that, it's an easier solution perhaps, but then we're going to end up in a new state of stability, or where the system gets locked down, where there is enough social disintegration and lack of social cohesion that would probably lock us there. So the other option, that is Renew the Future, would require a deeper degree of transformation, so a deeper disruption of the structures that we have today, but also it will preserve more social cohesion. At the same time, it will also be forever more in a more unstable area, because the dynamic of the structures that we have today, because of technology, because of all that, will never bring us back to a state of stability that we used to have in the past. So what we need to have at this point is institutions that are able to be transformative, that can adapt quickly, and can also not affect too deeply social cohesion. So I think, and I'm not the only one, there are a lot of people that now are thinking toward that direction. So it's becoming more of an option that people are exploring, that world federation, because it can inoculate against some of the basic problems that have created this situation, that where we cannot address the crisis that we have, and it can change the pathologies of the present system that are power politics and anarchy. These institutions are ineffective for the interconnected nature of the problems and their interconnected global, planetary, and local dimensions. They are also incompatible with democracy. This is a very important thing, because democracy, remember, is one of the elements of this cycle, where existential risks can become escalate and global governance can also collapse. And one of the questions that we might have is also, has democracy reached a tipping point? And I don't know the answer to that. All right, now let's look at the slides that we had before. And let's imagine now that we had, at this point in time, not back in the past, where we are already in the middle of a policy crisis. If We cannot go back to the previous system because of choices that we made in the past. But this, at the beginning here, is the stage where the dynamics of World Federation are most crucial. They could better manage crises like pandemic, war, climate change, and in that way, they can prevent moving this cascading series of effects where also democracy collapses. As democracy collapses, we can, this higher risk of existential risk can also bring to a total collapse of the system that we have today and our societal collapse. So in reality, we do have some answers. We do not know everything, but we do know something. What is that we know? We know that risk grows with time unless we intervene with measures that are transformative enough and that degree and power of transformation that is needed at this moment in history. So we know that we are headed toward kind of rupture of the system that we're familiar with. And the key in this moment of history is to constrain breakdown, to permit that this breakdown doesn't bring to societal collapse. So it means that we need to get to a new equilibrium. How do we get to this new equilibrium? What are the mistakes that we made in the past? Can we go to the state of this new equilibrium? And what would be the characteristics of this new equilibrium, ideally, and also in practice, as a practical. So what do we know? We know that the crisis of world organization also brings down democracy and vice versa. We know what we just seen. But the other things that we know is that by not getting to enough, we tilt our system toward becoming ineffective, and that ineffectiveness breaks the equilibrium of society. We also know that we have used often fixed system backfire, and we can go back to that. We know that institutions get locked in. One example of that is this, and this is probably very, one of the most egregious examples, is when the UN was created as an intergovernmental organization and capable of dealing with the problems of complexity, capable of dealing with war and all that. Just a few weeks later, there was Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And that brought this big boom of the World Federalist movement because the idea had already been explored before during the war. So in a matter of few weeks, these structures were becoming obsolete. However, they were there, they were locked in. Changing structures, changing institutions is very difficult. So we cannot afford to do that because this time the degree and nature of the crisis that will emerge will probably bring to us a total breakdown, a collapse. So we cannot afford to go back and do that. Meanwhile, problems have become bigger. Because there are system pathologies. It means that the system is unable to deal with the crisis, and therefore this crisis become bigger, and until we deal with these pathologies, we can never get to a different equilibrium. We're stuck in an equilibrium that is becoming worse and worse. So the options are collapse or new equilibrium, and these ideas that we're exploring today and that people that are thinking about the future are exploring today are very much similar, coherent, and with the analysis that World Federalists had all along. And in fact, before World War II, there were already ideas of we can have a federation and avoid the war. That wasn't done. During the war, we can have a federation and avoid that it happens again. It wasn't done. In World War II, this was a deliberate choice. It was that people didn't know there was that choice. It was obvious. It was studied. The State Department studied it. There was a big public movement. There were intellectuals. There were a big, there was a huge amount of social pressure to go toward that. But it was the bifurcation at that point became, well, it's very good, but it's not feasible, so we cannot do it. Therefore, let's do what is feasible. And the cost of that is that you start system pathologies, and this is where we're at now today. We cannot go back to that. We can just deal from now on. We will never be able to go back to the possible state of equilibrium that was before. So We need institutions that are flexible. We have already talked about this. So let's talk 1 second about fixes that backfire, because I think it's very important that it explains where we are now at this moment in history. Let's start to think about like the end of World War II. So there are problems. We can try some quick fix solutions that are feasible, that are possible, but they are not enough. So that causes delay in removing the root causes of the problem. One of them is anarchy. Anarchy is probably the biggest one of all. War, the possibility of destruction through war that can annihilate all the progress that we have made in 1 second. So as we go through this, we have quick solutions, we don't solve the progress, we don't solve the possibility of solutions to those problems is gone. New problems emerge, and we are even less able to deal with those because we still have to deal with all the problems of the past. So this picture here, to me, really captures very, very well where we are at in our choices. We are making a huge amount of slow progress in mitigating risks with the structures that we have. I know we are moving toward mitigating this, we are moving toward, but at the same time, we're doing this in the context of anarchy. Now, 1 second, one moment. The Nord Stream rupture may mark the biggest single methane release ever recorded, the UN says. So this is what anarchy can do toward our progress. If we do not transform the way that we look at changing the problems that we have in a different way than we are doing today. Now, another concept that is very important is that when we think about how to solve all this, how to move from polycrisis to catagenesis, is the idea of institutional path dependence. It means that if we choose A, we cannot go to C, and we cannot go back. This was one of the choices made at the end of World War II. We chose to go one way. We cannot solve these problems. We cannot go to C from A, and the same is going to be true for the future. The choices that we make today will preclude some possible future, or will allow some other possible future. So these are moments that are very important because you cannot go back to it. So the choice is forever preclusion of some other possibility. So what is at stake today? And summarize and of course this is a very complex problem, but if we summarize it like in this path dependency, is again what I was showing at the beginning. We can choose to make little transformations that are easier, that disrupt the least the system, but we may end up in what here is called the madness. Once we are there, we don't have enough social cohesion and strength and energy to move out of there, and we may stay there forever. The other option is renew the future, keeping in mind that that future will be still unstable, very unstable. But if we have the right institutions that are flexible enough and they are of the nature that can address this problem, we can stay there semi-safely. So here is the idea of not doing enough. So the idea of feasibility, which is obviously a very practical way of looking at problems, we can do only what we can do, but we end up not doing enough. As we do what is feasible but not enough, the effectiveness of our institutions collapses, the system also collapses, and it becomes much more difficult, and it requires a lot of energy to go to a new state where solutions that were not recognized as possible can be implemented. However, failing to do so, again, it would bring us to collapse. So what does it take to go to this state, which is going to be less stable, as I already said? So we talk a lot about tipping points in the negative way. So the tipping point is when something becomes irreversible. When something, and we talk about existential risk, we talk a lot about tipping points. But tipping point is also true the other way. In other words, at the beginning, making a big change is met with reluctance. It requires a lot of energy. The transition state is the hardest part, but then it's possible to go to a new equilibrium. And the equilibrium was speaking before, and it becomes easier because we established a new equilibrium. So this is why this moment in history is really important in the choices that we made, the kind of energy that we put into it, and the specific choices and the effect of these choices on the whole system, on the overall system. So it requires a lot of thinking, a lot of reading, a lot of thinking about these things. My personal position, and it's not just my personal position, there are a lot of very famous people and analysts, system analysts today that are arguing that the framework of world federalism and renewal of democracy is the best possible choice to move to this new equilibrium. So, I don't have much time here, but I also wanted to introduce the idea of renewal democracy. And why? So, you guys are familiar with, citizens' assembly, deliberative democracy, participatory democracy. So, why is this important? It's important because the way that we do democracy today leaves the citizen in a sense that it does not really have an impact on what is most important. We do democracy at the level of the nation state. The state has been hollow of its capacity, cannot deal with the existential threats and problems that we have. At the same time, at the level of global governance, we do not have a government, therefore we cannot really affect choices that are made at that level. So that brings social disintegration, it brings to this backsliding of democracy that we see today. People do not believe in institutions, people feel that they do not have a voice, and that is one of the elements of social disintegration that brings then autocratic regimes and that of democracy. So we need to reconnect the citizens and make the citizen have a voice, and this is a way that we should incorporate in our model for to go to the renewal of the future. Now, I'm not, this is a little bit controversial as a slide, but my position is that we do have another path, but can it avoid madness? And maybe it is feasible, maybe it's the only thing that we can implement at this point. The characteristics element that we have in that are the SDGs, participation via stakeholders, and who are the stakeholders, we wonder who they are, who is making decisions for us. We advocate, obviously, multilateralism because it's better than what is today, but multilateralism historically is always a transition phase from one phase to another. And then we have a world of citizens without governments. And that is a big, big risk because it brings disintegration of society. So, to dismantle myths that have been usually as part of the common discourse, World Federation is an alternative, is a practical project, is not utopia, is not aspirational. It is just a project to go in a different direction. And it's not the end of history, it's not utopia. And I like to read this passage by Alexander Wendt, one of the biggest international relations theorists, where he speaks about, he says that politics or history, in a different, non-anarchic sense, would clearly not be over. It would not be a utopia in which there was nothing left to struggle over. But once it has emerged, those struggles will be domesticated by enforceable law. Rather than a complete end of history, therefore, it might be better to say that it would be the end of just one kind of history. Even if one telos is over, another would be just beginning. It means at that stage, we can start focusing, as we just heard, on reforms. and dealing with and being a new equilibrium. So, in a sense, and if you follow the logic of my presentation, world federalism and renewal democracies are the bare minimum to make it to renew the future. Thank you. And by the way, I do not have advertisement there because somewhat I was involved, but if you if you want, this is not said in a critical way, maybe I forgot, but if you wanted to work with me or work with the ideas that we explore, you can work with the Strike Council. I'll try to see if I can put some cards online there. You can find us online. And what we focus on is, yes, campaign, yes, activism, but above all, research and this kind of deeper thinking on deep ideas and the brainstorming and how we get to a future that is safe by not excluding what seems impossible today or not, or unfeasible. Thank you.
We have time for very limited questions, unfortunately, but any questions very briefly? Yes? Yes.
I just have one question. Did I understand correctly that you said if we fail to kind of come out of this crisis and we should need to like create some more? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean that because of our problems accumulate, right, as we go forward, by not solving them, because they feed into each other, and every time the time passes, they become more and more impossible to fix, correct? So we can try to make less disruptive and transformative solutions. We can try to do that, like, reforming the UN. Maybe it will work. But it also might, if it is not enough, it will lead us to this it's called Mad Max, where we are stuck in there and there is not enough energy because society by that time has collapsed to get out. So we need to use the little energy and momentum that we have now, not to enter that by making bigger transformations toward institutions that are adaptable, transformative, and world federalism is very adaptable, very transformative. It is this continuous loop and within society. Yeah.
I was just surprised about that you like display anarchy as people on the right side. I think there are also a lot of anarchist movements that are actually trying to transform things, especially like in human rights related, or maybe like human rights for LGBTQ plus people, or just general equality and equity around the world. So it's just wondering if maybe also anarchy and activist movements can sort of help actually induce this transformation.
So you're asking if by working on those issues, we are working enough in the right direction?
No, my question is more like who could help to solve the crisis and maybe instead of being afraid that someone will lead to anarchy and taking into account also like the viewpoint of anarchists and anarchist movements around the world could maybe even help solve the crisis. They are criticizing like a lot of injustices around the world and they already have identified they just have different approaches.
Well, there are a lot of criticisms today that are part of this change in this system, but unless they converge in also changing the nature of power, what the previous presentation was also passionate on, unless we change the nature of power, we will keep going back in the same loop. So we can make progress, but it will not tilt us to a different system. So we need to have one of the ideas of world federalism is removing power politics. And if you don't do that, really, it's going to be almost impossible because, as I showed, like one moment of an act of anarchy in the international system can destroy all our progress in all those areas. But yes, it is. Everything can contribute if it is part of moving toward a different reconfiguration of the system.
Otherwise, we'll move on to the project. Worked your way back into your seat, but
Yes, you said you just resent them to me. Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. I don't. Thank you. Is that? Okay, so there's a little delay thing. Okay. Probably because it's coming off the web. Yeah. Got it. I'll be fine. Just. All right. Well, first of all, Alex, co-organizing team, it's been a real pleasure to be here all day. The discussions have been fantastic. Great to see the energy. I was in your shoes not too long ago and very seized with everything we've been discussing today. What I get to share in this, I think, final presentation of today's program are some events that hopefully you'll be very pleased if any of this is new. Just down the road or here in the home of the UN headquarters, there is a process underway these next 2 critical years. And it's been talked about for a couple of years. I'll give you the history, but it's really only in the last few weeks that it's been officially blessed by the 193 member states of the UN General Assembly. And besides telling you about why this set of issues is important, very much building on the discussions we've been having together throughout today, I hope you'll be equally pleased to hear there are going to be some very practical ways that as young scholars, as activists, as people who want to be engaged on these issues, you can contribute to these debates. And there'll be more meetings back here in New York, but I understand concurrent events going on in what? Delhi, Addis Ababa, Brussels. Your peers from around the world will have chances to engage. There'll be lots of online activities, lots of hybrid meetings, but also we're hoping people will want to just organize in their own communities around what? Reforming, making the UN system more inclusive, big term that is great for the younger generation, networked and using the technology. You know, we've been hearing a lot of great stuff, Wendell, Willkie, and Clarence Strait and history. And yes, there was a different atmosphere around the end of World War II for big ideas and change. And a lot of young World Federalists, I understand 50,000 I heard today, and hundreds of thousands of World Federalists around the world. So in one sense, that was a different period. But on the other sense, this younger generation, you have the advantages of connecting and being in touch with people like never before. And then we were mostly concerned about another world war back when the UN was created. Today, climate change, the pandemic we haven't even yet fully come out of. There are so many more globalized issues that require better global governance, is the term of art which came into being around the 1990s to suggest that we need to have good decision making, and it's not just governments anymore that are certainly a big part of the UN system, but working with civil society, which the Young World Federalists and the other partners for today's program are active members of civil society, corporations we were talking about today, both for good and bad in the world, but I think many people working on the UN agenda and the famous Sustainable Development Goals that you heard about from one of our speakers today. No, we need the technological know-how, the financial resources, the leadership capabilities of the private sector, but it needs to be harnessed and steered in the right direction. And so I think that will be part of the proposals that will be on the table at a summit for the future, as it says in the first slide here, coming up in September 2024. So this discussion presentation today is based on 2 reports. I'm going to leave a copy for Alec and his team. And both this report, Road to 2023, and you're going to hear a lot about the Our Common Agenda, and it's a report by the Secretary General, but
80 plus proposals, very far reaching, covering what is traditionally called the 3 pillars of the UN. That's the peace and security work, sustainable development. One of the goals is actually on climate. Your generation knows better than most that climate's not just one small goal. Climate's everything. Climate needs to be its own pillar, probably. So many issues intersect with it. The biodiversity loss and pollution are all water usage. Everything is interrelated with the environment. And the environment, of course, interrelated with the economy. So let's go beyond just the UN's limited 3 pillars. The 3rd pillar, by the way, human rights, getting into rule of law and inclusive governance. And of course, what we're talking about today is inclusive governance at the global level. So this report, which I'm going to draw on the research for, and another report that was brought out just in time for UNGA, that's the UN General Assembly High Level Week that just happened here in town. Probably saw it on the news. All 193 member states bringing world leaders, usually a head of state, a foreign minister, and we brought out a companion volume which goes deep on 3 of the global policy frameworks. There's this massive agenda that I'm going to go through pretty quickly so that we have plenty of time for interaction and discussion, but 3 in particular, a new agenda for peace. I hope some of you have been reading the current agenda for peace that was introduced by former Secretary General Bunche Ghali back in the 1990s when I was a student like yourselves. And I hope that it's part of the reading that you're involved in if you're studying conflict and peace issues in university. But we're updating that. There's a lot of good reasons why it needs to be updated. Global Digital Compact. One more time, your generation doesn't need any convincing of why we need to be thinking about how the internet is governed, and making sure it's safe, free, avoiding surveillance by governments, and just the issue of access, overcoming the digital divide that so many countries lack just to participate in the new economy today. The last one is the Declaration on Future Generations. I'll tell you what that's all about in a few minutes. So on the challenges, we've been covering so many of them today, so I definitely won't use our time to talk about all the substance, although we can during Q&A, but a little bit on process. As I said, this process leading to the summit 2 years actually originated around 2018-19. We were looking at what? The 75th anniversary of the United Nations that happened in 2020. And the Secretary General made a great effort spearheading and encouraging 3,500 civil society consultations, many led by youth around the world. There was an unprecedented survey for the UN. About 1.5 million people, I understand half of them were under the age of 30, being asked about the banner heading for the anniversary, the future we want, the UN we need. What kind of UN do we need? It built up a lot of excitement, a lot of expectations for change. The UN was smart to say, hey, let's see how far we can go in the next few years. But what the younger generation needs to be thinking about, when you're in the middle of your adult life, the UN will be celebrating its centenary in 1945. So think about that. It's only 20 some years away, not that long from now. And if we don't have, substantively speaking, we might call it the United Nations, but if we don't see a jump, as we've been discussing throughout today, like the jump we saw from the League of Nations to the United Nations, something substantively quite different. We're going to get into a number of proposals that I think are realistically implementable just in the next 2 years, but then they really need to get us on this trajectory of even more significant changes over the next 25 years. This is what this process is, the potential that it wields, and makes it exciting. That's why we say it's a once-in-a-generation opportunity. Last time we had such a summit was in 2005, the 60th anniversary of the UN. And you might say, the UN, talk shop, they're not going to achieve anything. I hope in your studies you've heard about the Peace Building Commission and the fund and the support office. It was created at one of these major UN anniversaries. Human rights, this has been David Gallup speaking today, one of the core pillars of the UN's work. Major overhaul and upgrade of the Human Rights Commission. Got a new name, a council, but more importantly, new authorities, new tools. You might have heard about the Universal Periodic Review. All countries' human rights records are now being carefully reviewed and scrutinized. We're holding the leaders more accountable than they had previously. The responsibility to protect a very important norm, a principle of behavior, and it's another way of talking about humanitarian intervention, but many countries understandably worry about their national sovereignty. You can't tell us what to do and change things. That's correct if they're good towards their citizens. Their responsibility to protect their own citizens. It's a fundamental human right. One of the core principles as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights next year. But when they fail, when it collapsed, the international community, all 193 member states back in 2005 signed up to the new norm, a duty, a responsibility to intervene. This is the proper role of the Security Council, the ability to do binding enforceable law to help vulnerable people and help, of course, work through and manage conflicts. Peace building, that's a big area of my own research and expertise, is when you get behind the local actors and have them, you create the environment and the ability for trust and confidence building so that they can resolve their differences. That's the essence of what a good international civil servant, a UN special representative, is all about, facilitating rather than imposing, certainly by a barrel of a gun. But we're Americans, I think, many in this group, and we know about these wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. The wrong way to tell people how to govern themselves, let alone solve conflicts, is when you come in and impose it at the barrel of a gun. You have huge limitations of that, not to mention how costly and the number of people, both your own soldiers, let alone the unfortunate civilian people who are caught up in the conflict when we go that route. So the UN is designed as a peacemaking and peace-building organization first and foremost. Again, we've covered what we call the 4 C's throughout today, but just to highlight, just with Ukraine, I hope we'll talk, especially with my colleague Alan Ware, about the implications of what President Putin is talking about, of threatening the use of nuclear war. That while the UN was created actually a few weeks before the atomic age, when the bombs were dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, it's been very much animated about avoiding a third world war, great power conflict, and the use of nuclear weapons. And we never, most of your adult lives probably never thought about, heard about it. When I was growing up, we was talking about shelters from the nuclear exchange between the Eastern and Western blocs. We're talking about this again today. Another reason we need to get serious about our architecture, our structures of global governance. They're completely inadequate, as we've been discussing that. COVID, we're not through COVID yet, as we know, especially if you're from countries who still haven't even had its first jab in their arm. Climate change, arguably the quintessential global governance challenge of our time. As I said earlier, it touches upon all the other pillars. And then the erosion of what was an exciting couple of decades prior to the last few years of collaborative economy, the rules-based order. We're having tariffs and trade wars, and the WTO, if anybody follows trade issues, there was a new round of negotiations started in 2002. It hasn't ended. It's called the Doha round. It's getting into equality for access to markets in the Western world, richer countries, by poorer countries, developing countries, on what areas that they can compete in, textiles and agriculture. And indeed, it still goes on today because the richer countries don't want to open up their markets in these areas. A very complex set of issues, and something that we have to be worried about, because when there's lack of cooperation on the economic side, usually the political, the security issues will follow shortly after, because of violent conflict potentially. These are some of the terms used by the Secretary General, which speak to many of the issues that we're talking about. A new social contract, many of you have been studying Jean-Jacques Rousseau's social contract, Enlightenment period, but it's getting to bringing in human rights and the responsibility of states, but then applying it at the transnational level. The new global deal, you've been hearing about green deals in our country and many other countries that are adopting green. So it's very much about a green, in the context of the last few years, recovery coming out of the pandemic. It's not enough just to pump money into our economies and think about transition when there's increasing debt crisis in many parts of the world and all kinds of fragility. In the US, it seems to be far along with lower unemployment, but so much more vulnerability today, and there's talk of a recession coming. But it's not enough that we just look at it economically. We have to think about the mistakes we made back in 2009 and 10. There was a financial crisis that got everybody mobilized, but we forgot something. We forgot to invest in green infrastructure, all the commitments linked to the Paris Climate Agreement. We don't have the time to waste on that anymore. And then network and inclusive multilateralism, that's what the summit is all about. So that we have time for discussion, I'm just going to note, broad brush, a couple of the main ideas we've been working on, although building on the priorities within the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda. A biennial summit for global economy. The G20, as you probably know, are the 20 most powerful countries. The European Union was 19. other of the major countries of the world economy and getting them brought into the UN system rather than a parallel structure of global governance. Some people have talked about it back in the 1990s as an Economic Security Council. But these countries, they're going to meet anyways. You've heard the G7, they meet as well. The BRICS, that's Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, China, the biggest of them, very much having their own forum, and they should, but they should not be delinked from working with the 193 member states of the General Assembly. So this idea to bring them together and closer has been talked about for a couple years in different forms and shapes around the UN Economic and Social Council, which is one of the major organs of the UN, but unfortunately seen as on the margins and insignificant and unwieldy in its size, 54 member states. So again, we touch upon both the need to have accountability of these most powerful member states, but bring them closer to the UN system as a whole. That's where this biennial summit idea comes in. UNFCCC, that's your framework convention on climate change. The COP meeting happening in 2 or 3 weeks from now in Egypt will be the annual meeting. And as some of you know, because I bet you're climate specialists in this group, it's all countries have the veto power, just like the old League of Nations, which you saw how the League of Nations ended 2 decades later. And countries like India saying, no, we want to keep our coal mines going and stuff. They held up the negotiations in the last stage of the Glasgow conference a year ago. You might have saw that in the news. And we really have to think about just the most basic principle. I know we're going to talk about global democracy today, and we've done a lot of work on a UN parliamentary network or assembly leading on the road to a world parliament. This is World Parliament Week for this community. But to say that just qualified majority voting so that 1 or 2 or the big fossil fuel-led countries don't trip up progress on basic commitments, because the way that the Paris Agreement works is voluntary commitments countries make, but then they're expected to ratchet up their ambition to make further progress, to make sure that their commitments are being carefully verified, they're being held accountable. And so we just can't go to what is called the least common denominator. But if one country wants to slow down progress, it holds everybody up. We have to have a better model of climate governance. Human rights, I'll skip over that one because we talked about it at length in the previous session. One of my favorite, as I said, I'm a peace building specialist, and I was working with the UN at the early days of the peace building council when it was, or commission when it was created. And just like I mentioned a minute ago, the upgrade of the Human Rights Commission into a council because of its weaknesses, we actually need such a similar step. Only 17, 18 years after the creation of the Peace Building Commission, it's time that we address the original sin, as I call it, that we've made it a new body, people are getting interested in these issues, but it's an advisory body to the Security Council, which many of you who've studied Security Council know that it's seen as illegitimate and inefficient and ineffective, and it's the victors of World War II, and they have veto authority that impedes progress in countries like we've seen in Syria, ongoing in Ukraine. Of course, Russia is one of the protagonists, is the lead aggressor in the war, and stopping any kind of progress through the Security Council. So back to the Peace Building Commission, why would you have this weak, feeble body just to advise a failed Security Council which needs to be reformed? Why not upgrade it into a council, let it at least lead on what we call second or third order conflicts? These are the ones that maybe don't have the attention of the world powers. This is not your Iraq or Afghanistan, it's not your peacekeeping missions, but many other conflicts that, especially if they don't get attention of the international community, usually peace building is more of a developmental approach, building up state capacity, political, economic institutions. That takes years, and a peace building commission or turned into a council could play a very important role, including on preventing the recurrence of violent conflict. And remember how I mentioned a universal periodic review? We've proposed a peace building audit that will review the indicators of peace in all countries, rich, poor, big, small, and show that all countries need to have a light shown on how they treat their own citizens to prevent the recurrence of violent conflict. Anti-corruption court, we spoke at length with Yasmin today about the International Criminal Court, and this idea, definitely an idea as time has come, but many lessons from the Rome Statute for the International Criminal Court to have a strong prosecutor that can deal with sitting heads of state, let alone previous heads of state who often try to negotiate immunity in their own country for corrupt dealings and stuff. If state national courts, and there's always this complementary principle in the case of the International Criminal Court, if they fail, this is a job for an international, in this case, on anti-corruption issues. The other three frameworks that I mentioned very briefly at the start of my remarks, the New Agenda for Peace, Global Digital Compact, the Declaration of Future Generations. One way to understand the process, and yeah, let me just jump ahead to this critical slide. And again, all of this is elaborated in our reports, but this slide here, I don't know how much yet, hopefully you can see. The process is really now underway as of a month ago with what's called modalities resolution, basically a roadmap. The leaders of two countries, Namibia and Germany, will be the co-facilitators. They were just appointed in the last few days. So you are really catching the wave, the beginning of the official process. And all of these examples I gave of reform ideas, and there's many more, as I said, Our Common Agenda has 80 different proposals. That will come under an outcome document, which is given a name called the Pact for the Future. That will be probably 40 or 50 pages in length and cover all these pillars that I mentioned of the UN system. But then there's going to be special attention given to the three framework documents I mentioned earlier: a new agenda for peace, a global digital compact, a declaration on future generation. In total, they're saying there's probably going to be somewhere between 8 and 10 different tracks. An overarching one, the Pact for the Future, and then a number of focused policy frameworks like the examples I've just shared. And for instance, for the new agenda for peace, besides some of these changes in the peace building architecture I just referred to, some of you might be following the Women, Peace and Security and Youth Peace and Security agenda of the last 2 decades. Lots of ideas on updating them, fusing some of the commitments that were just made at the Transforming Education Summit that happened a few weeks ago at the beginning of the UN General Assembly High-Level Week here in New York. On the Global Digital Compact, we go on about the infrastructure, again, overcoming the digital divide, but all kinds of steps on regulating net neutrality and free use of the internet, having those safeguards in place. On the Declaration of Future Generations, yes, similar terminology as the Pact for the Future, but it's going to be an instrument in its own right. It's going to really guide one of the other, and I'll finish on this point, the Trusteeship Council is one of the 6 major organs of the UN. It was involved in decolonization throughout the early years of the UN. That's when the UN's numbers from 1945, I think around 50, 52 members, and then it exploded to the numbers we have today, thanks to, in part, the contributions of bodies like the Trusteeship Council. But it really hasn't had a role since around the early 1990s. So everybody's sort of trying to figure out what to do with it. One of them could be this peace-building council upgrade that I referred to. But another, which probably makes the most sense, stewardship of Mother Earth. The biggest, what are called global commons, the oceans, the high seas, Antarctica, air we breathe, space, and even cyberspace, the digital space, is often referred to by some scholars as a global commons. The management of those really is has to be much more than, there's treaties associated with each of these. They were developed throughout the Cold War, including among the adversaries during the Cold War, a big militarization of space treaty. All of that, though, besides needing to be upgraded, needs a governance body for oversight, for discussion. And it probably needs to be more than just governments, because the name of the game today, from the Paris Climate Agreement to these Sustainable Development Goals, where can you get the expertise? Can you get the knowledge from university scholars, from students, from youth? Youth have agency. And so in this Declaration of Future Generations, we spent a lot of time in our research on the role of young people, both working on the SDGs in their own communities, but being this bridge generation between thinking about the unborn future generations down the road, the obligations we have to them, and then the adults that are screwing things up and making things look, our world becoming hotter and more crowded and more difficult to govern because we don't have the institutions to deal with it. That's what it's going to be at the heart of the Declaration of Future Generations, really a rallying instrument and something possibly linked
to a repurposed and upgraded trusteeship council. So keep your eye on that. But let me conclude by saying I promised I'd say a few words, and in fact, one of our colleagues who we were unable to get on earlier, Idara Yusuf, she was really going to go on in detail about some and what this shows, and again, it's elaborated in both of these two reports I shared with you. The intergovernmental track, that's all the member states of the UN, that's on the top part of the slide, and the bottom slide will really engage your community, the work you're doing, younger people, and we have at least 3 main activities, and this is just for starters, I think, because it's just for the next few months, and we'll see where we go from there. But I want to put on your radar a process that is just coming out of the UN General Assembly discussions, a lot of civil society organizations gathering in New York. We've started to plan steps towards a global futures forum, a civil society gathering. We're in discussions now with the UN Secretary about having it possibly take place inside the We the People's United Nations, but if it doesn't happen there this time, maybe we'll get them in 2024. And in the meantime, we will be gathering in New York. We're looking at the 3rd week around the 20th and 21st of March. Some of you who might be active in the women's movement know that there's the big annual Commission on the Status of Women that gets together. It's the largest gathering of NGOs in New York every year. We're going to build on that excitement. But just to say that, what are we going to do at this meeting? Prior to it will be a series of regional futures forums. So your colleagues, I hope, who are doing World Parliament Week activities in India, Africa, in Europe, will hopefully be part of these regional future forums, putting your ideas on the table that can feed into an advocacy instrument called a People's Pact for the Future, of course. And we're hoping somehow there'll be consensus around a limited, manageable number of proposals in each of these 8 or 9 tracks, several of which I've been referring to in my brief remarks today. And so what I'm hoping is starting with ideas around global democratization, probably heard about, besides a UN Parliamentary Assembly in that direction, a citizens initiative, a referenda for people to actually weigh in with their ideas directly as citizens, but also through civil society. We're organized in our own NGOs, community-based organizations, social movements. Having a representative at the highest level of the UN, a civil society champion, is one of the key ideas that I know our friends that are getting organized around these issues would like to see achieved. So we're hoping over the next 2 years, and this is what I'll finish on, we're going to see tangible progress in a number of areas, but it doesn't happen automatically, especially the more progressive, international, far-reaching ideas. It's going to take communities like ours coming together, getting animated, getting excited, and besides coming and participating in some of these forums, what I'm really here to say, and what Nugara, my colleague from India, was going to share virtually, is we need you guys to be part of the organizing team. We need you to spread the word, your networks. This will hopefully grow organizations like the Young World Federalists at the heart of today's meeting. And it's just such an important, exciting time. We're not going to solve all the world's problems in the next 2 years, but it's about getting on the right path. Think about where we were, not just heading into the pandemic, but in short, the anti-multilateralist turn of many countries, starting with, for those who are American, we saw that in the previous administration, the U.S. pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement, the Human Rights Council, trying to leave the WHO at the beginning of a pandemic. Who in their right mind would think these things? So yes, we kind of turned the current corner, but things are shaky in the American body politic, as we know. We'll be watching these elections coming up the next 3 years. But on the global level, there's just no time to wait. And after we achieve something great together in September of 2024, then we immediately turn to the unfinished business in the next stage of the process. And so I'm here to say that for those of us who are really committed, be ready to make a decades-long, a lifetime commitment to these issues. That's what's going to be required. And I'm very excited that I got to be part of your conversations today. Thank you for being here. Please. Yes.
The first starting point that we refer to, because there's already consensus around it, Goal 16. Many of you know the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and each goal has about 10 or 12 indicators. And so the indicators specifically linked to not just sustaining peace, but rule of law, because we know having stable and independent judicial institutions that can enforce the rule of law is critical to peace building, especially fragile, conflict-affected states. Good governance, inclusive and accountable governance, that's part of the same goal. So we'll build on those indicators for sure. We almost had another gentleman fell ill and couldn't be with us today because he's based in New York, but part of an Australian-based think tank called Institute for Economic Peace. And I refer in relation to your question, the Global Peace Index, which has been around since 2008, constantly refining, developing the methodology, making sure that the biggest scholars and critics can see the value of that as a diagnostic tool, a measurement tool. And it's at a state right now that countries really care what their ranking is on the Global Peace Index. And I think there's lessons from independent research institutes, certainly from academics like the scholars that you're taking courses with. But in the end, it has to then get into the sausage making, the political process of being bought in and supported. Often at that point, you've got to dumb things down a little and hopefully not the least common denominator that I said, but at least, a less unwieldy process of a few core indicators that are going to be the big measurement of whether a country is on track being peaceful, and especially this new social contract is at the heart of, I think, a broader conception of positive peace, because one of the first things you learn is negative peace, that's just the absence of violent conflict, but maybe the real issues underlying the conflict haven't gone away and can erupt at any time. So we need to be thinking about a broader, richer notion of positive peace, and that's getting into inclusive governance, accountable governance, basic human rights. And so I think those will be key indicators for this peace building model. Please.
Really for presenting, there's like so much benefit, but I'm just choosing one aspect right now. We talked about one of the examples of the anti-corruption law was going forward. And I was wondering what the benefits or the arguments for developing such a court as a separate agency, because there's already some human rights court or IPCC. So what would be the difference, and what would be the evidence for having this separate court instead of making a court that just generally deals with all sorts of injustices that are happening against humans? So the way of corruption of human rights and how do we justify
Yeah, no, there's certainly sensible arguments of, especially now that we have an international criminal court, you could go to its statute and just expand its mandate, but it deals with 4 different kinds of crimes, and it's got its hands full there. Although you've heard from Yasmin today in the earlier presentation that ICC hasn't been this busy since its creation, and it's moving on all fronts. So yeah, there's a reason. Let it continue to do the good work that it's doing. There's the World Court, the International Court of Justice, but that's between states. An international anti-corruption court, like the ICC, the International Criminal Court, would deal with individuals. And again, it uses this key word, I think you write it even in the slide, of complementary. If the state courts in a country can deal with an issue directly, then that should be the courts of action. There's even more and more international regional human rights courts, and maybe in those cases they could deal with issues of anti-corruption. This is money laundering, illicit financial flows. It deals a lot with the role of multinational corporations in countries and paying kickbacks and bribes. But quite often, just like the case for the International Criminal Court, there's a reason that countries initially in its first years in Africa, but now we're seeing in Asia, the case of Ukraine, they're welcoming the International Criminal Court. They know that, especially if there's an aggressor from outside your borders, but also the politics are such within a country that it will be so difficult and challenging to go after, especially in this case, sitting heads of state, but former heads of state who might have made immunity or tried to go on asylum and escape justice. This is a role for the International Anti-Corruption Court. And then clearly not a leading expert on this issue, but those who have been working on these issues within the domestic context, like I think the campaign has represented 100 different countries. It certainly has the support of the Club de Madrid. This is a really important global network of 110 former democratic world leaders. They're very much at the forefront of this campaign. So when you see former sitting democratic leaders all getting behind this idea, you can sense that it's an idea whose time has come. And what better vehicle and process than this upgrading of the UN system, the Summit of the Future in September 24. It has the potential to be one of the marquee reform ideas that will be certainly discussed, if not adopted, in time for the summit. So keep your eye on this one for anybody working on illicit financial flows and broader issues of fighting corruption. As you know, when you really start to study development issues and financing related to the SDGs or climate finance, come on, let's be honest. It's resources within countries that's going to make all the difference on education, healthcare, everything we expect from governments. That's the heart of what is called the aid effectiveness agenda. And if you're really serious, you don't just say, oh, rich Western countries have to stop being stingy and give more aid, or even trade and technology flows. That's fine. There's benefits, especially to the poorest, the least developed countries. But the most important thing is increasing the revenue and building up strong states within these countries. That's going to far address the problems these countries face more than anything international assistance can do. International assistance is necessary, but insufficient. And the sooner we help these countries build up their own resilience and capability, that's how we get serious in addressing what is called the 17 Sustainable Development Goals.
How much of this relies on the United States still cooperating with the United Nations?
Very good question. It's something that let's been having sidebar questions, discussions, and it's certainly somebody based in Washington, D.C., thing that I spend at least half of my time focused on. On one hand, we know the history well. End of World War II, in our fair city of San Francisco, we hosted of June 45. And then, most importantly, down the street from here, we have been the main headquarters of the United Nations ever since. And yet, there's been this ambivalence, not always. You wouldn't believe the first 2.5, 3 decades of the UN, there was strong bipartisan support. Republicans and Democrats and independents even proud not only to host it, but they focused so much attention in addressing issues when the Security Council failed in its early years. In the case of Korea, we pushed through what's called Uniting for Peace and took it to the General Assembly. And then a UN-led, the US in the lead militarily, the Korean War was executed as a UN action to help the people of South Korea. And Ban Ki-moon, who lived through all of that as a kid, the former UN Secretary General, he recounts all this and what the UN symbolized at that time. And that same symbolism, by the way, is at the heart of what the UN flag means in the most fragile and conflict-affected countries. And while there's believers in the United States, certainly, since around the 70s, sorry, this is getting into a professorial answer, but I'll just say that in the 70s, with decolonization, when the Western world no longer was in the majority and got outnumbered, and secondly, the shift of the UN from a peace and security organization, first and foremost, to this broader development agenda that came off of decolonization, a new international economic order, and that's when divisions between the World Bank and IMF down the road in Washington and the UN took off. But most of all, which saddens me, because I visited Israel, Palestine just before the pandemic, and just amazing parts of the world, so much history. But the Declaration on Zionism, it was racism, you can look into the whole history of that, beginning in the 70s, that set things on a path for contestation and frustrations with the US-UN relationship. And it's culminated in recent years with the Trump administration taking a very clear anything, I would say, cooperation with countries outside its borders. But first and foremost, this complex multilateral system that has evolved over the last 7.5 decades. And so, in short,
one party has completely moved back from any kind of real substantive support of the UN system, unless it suits its purposes in very narrow sense. And among the other party, you can guess who that is, there's an ambivalence that emerged beginning in the 1970s. And it's extremely frustrating because, again, this is the country that more than any other helped to establish the UN system. It's something that we should be proud of. And you heard about the civil society movements at the time that were not satisfied with the UN Charter where it was in 1945. We're already talking about going much further. As I said a few minutes ago, it was signed, the charter, 6 weeks before the bombs were dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. It was a pre-atomic charter. So there's already, but the founding framers, I haven't heard this the entire day, and I just hope it doesn't signal that you guys are giving up on the charter and stuff. Know that the charter, the original founders said, Article 108, reforms are allowed of this charter. Article 109, there should be a review conference. After 10 years, what was happening in 1955? The Cold War was really taking off by then. So they tabled it because they had to and then quickly shut down the idea at that time. But we thought it was going to come back sometime in the post-Cold War era. The initial discussions around the 50th anniversary in 1995, especially coming off of Srebrenica, the Rwanda genocide, there were all kinds of reasons back then to start opening up the charter. And it still hasn't happened. It's sort of like the debates we have in the United States. It's too difficult to amend the Constitution, even though we have a Bill of Rights and have made all kinds of amendments over the years. That same kind of feeling, if not paralysis, pervades discussions around changing the UN. That's why the debates around the summit, unfortunately, innovating global governance, all kinds of changes, but the people are staying pretty much away from charter reform. I think our obligation is at least to push this idea on the table. No, we're not going to have a charter review in the next 2 years. No, we're probably not going to make any amendments to the charter. It involves, national legislatures. But why not get a commitment in this Pact for the Future or some of these other, the Declaration on Future Generations, to aspire to see that happen? How long for? Maybe before the end of the decade, by 2030, certainly by 2045. It is so overdue, and if we can't get serious about this conversation now, if your generation isn't going to be leading the charge, I don't know who will. Alan.
That is all we have time for, unfortunately. Well, the question will be quick, but the answer will be quick.
I'm sorry, I promised to be super quick.
Yeah, thanks. So firstly, just an introduction. So I'm Alan Webb from the World Future Council. We're part of the Coalition for the UN We Need. We have a working group on the Summit of the Future, which I co-chair with Maria Espinosa, former President of the UN General Assembly. And if any of you are still in New York this coming week, we have an event right next to the UN on the Summit of the Future and how to take forward nuclear abolition and climate change in the Summit of the Future. There's flyers over on the table, or come and see me, and we welcome you to come along and participate in that. And the quick question I have for Richard, firstly, commendations for your fantastic work. I love the chart you had up there showing the official process at the top and the civil society process down the bottom. And we know there's a lot of interaction between those two processes. One, to remind everybody that the modalities resolution with regards to participation in the summit highlighted engagement of youth. So there's a huge opportunity for youth engagement in the official Summit of the Future as well as in the civil society side. And I just want to swing back to the idea of retooling or reshaping the Trusteeship Council, because that doesn't require UN reform precisely. An idea of opening it up for management of global commons, I think, has a lot of resonance and a lot of interest. Do you think that's possible? And that would be much more ambitious, but we should also mention that there is a proposal which I think is going to be accepted and adopted at the Summit of the Future, and that's establishing a special envoy for future generations. I think that one's already in the bag.
Yes, there will be this declaration for sure, and whether or not it becomes then the key instrument of this redesigned, repurposed Trusteeship Council is a big question mark. Many of the longtime observers, somewhat skeptical of any kind of changes happening, even if they believe it in their hearts, have said, the Trusteeship Council, that was just thrown out there by the Secretary General, not serious, because they knew that member states were going to bat away some ideas very quickly, and that's probably one of them.
I think, again, with the engagement of civil society through some of these fora coming up, and let's not forget, one of the key set of ideas that the Secretary General called for 1 year ago in his Our Common Agenda, a UN Youth Office. Right now there is a special envoy for youth, but this special envoy the last 5 or maybe 10 years herself said it's time we had an upgraded office and had our own budget line where resources were guaranteed from member states so that we can do much more work and not just highlighting importance of youth and statistical analysis, but no, empowering youth as agents for change in their countries to have much more operational capability. This is what the UN Youth Office, it's going to be a relatively small office, but it will work with all of the programs, funds, and agencies. It was adopted 1 month ago, exactly on the same day of this modalities resolution for the Summit of the Future. It's the first success, in a sense, to come out of this Our Common Agenda of the Secretary General. So I definitely hope in the readings that will follow from today's program, we'll share the UN Youth Office resolution that was adopted and know that young people are being heard, being taken seriously, but not as like some passive object, but as agents for change in their communities, in your schools. And it's so important that coming off of today's forum that you don't just know about this important process the next 2 years, but that you participate. I forgot to give you one final advertisement. It's if you just Google 2 different groups, the Coalition for the UN We Need, and we'll also put this in the emails, I hope, with Alex's help, the Global Governance Innovation Network. There are all the studies that I referred to, but most importantly, ways to register, to at least be a participation, online or in person, for these various fora coming up. But I really hope there'll be a lot more coming out of today in terms of being part of the organizing team, because I think, you know, if I know one thing from today's discussions, it's good to get ourselves updated on the issues and know the history and know the moral underpinnings of the arguments that we've been talking about today, but to take action and contribute to these policy debates and be part of the progress we hope to see. I think that's the most important thing. That's what keeps me energized, and I look forward to working with many of you over these next 2 years. Thank you once again.
Alrighty, so that concludes our speakers for the day. Thank you very much to everyone who did present and to those speakers who are still here. I just want to very, very briefly, and I promise this will be quick, something that I am very upset that we had to cut long ago from this event was a youth declaration on this Summit for the Future that Richard was talking about. So very, very briefly, I just want to go over what the Youth Declaration has included. Originally, this was supposed to be a lot more of a deliberation. Unfortunately, it is now a predetermined set of reforms. But very quickly, and we will still get out of here by 5. The first on the list is the World Citizens Initiative. This is something that Richard, I believe, touched on, correct? Yes. And basically, which enables people to put forward proposals to the UN General Assembly or the UN Security Council if it reaches a threshold of popular support. The second reform we would like to call for to be discussed at the 2024 Summit for the Future is a United Nations Parliamentary Assembly, which would sit next to the General Assembly as an elected, democratically elected, more proportional body, and be able to act as a kind of global public, or a messenger of global public will, rather than a one state, one vote elected, administration's kind of representative to the UN like the General Assembly is now. The third is the UN Civil Society Envoy, another thing that Richard touched on, which allows greater participation between the UN and civil society organizations. The fourth is a Global Health Threat Council. This is something that has become quite clear the need of in light of the pandemic, and it would be able to monitor global health risks, coordinate among states and non-state actors for preparation and prevention of future threats. The fifth is the Anti-Corruption Court, which I will not go further into as Richard very, very in-depth went into that. Sixth is the United Nations Security Council reform. So in this, we are talking about we want the UN to talk about Security Council reform, including an abolition of the veto power. Of course, we do not assume that they are going to do so. However, again, what this is for is the Summit for the Future, where we hope states will talk about these things. As it is the UN, that is the most we can ask them to do. And then, so that's number 6. Number 7 is the strengthened UN Youth Office. Again, another thing that Richard talked about, as well as the Global Digital Compact, reshaping the Trusteeship Council to be a steward of the global commons of our planet. And then finally, a Sustainable Development Funding Compact, which would increase global funds for sustainable projects and sustainable investment. I know there was a lot, and I don't have time to go into them more, but I will leave a printout of the reforms, so that's where they are, of the reforms on the table, and the hope is that there will be some blank pieces of paper. If these sound like good reforms to you and you would like to add your name to them, what we are doing is we already have names collected from Nairobi, from India, from Brussels, and we will add your names to the list of people, of young people. Anyone in the room here is allowed, but we will add your names to the list calling for the UN to discuss these reforms at the 2024 Summit for the Future, and the list and the signatures will be delivered to the UN Youth Observer from the UNA USA. That's the official title, I believe. So it will make its way into the hands of a UN official in the youth space to be able to elevate these reforms as best as possible. So I will leave these on this table, and if anyone is interested, please do take a look for a sign of that. I will have a pen there for you. But that concludes the event for tonight. I do just want to, again, thank all the speakers that were here. Thank everybody who came. I want to, because I haven't already, thank our sponsors and our partners for this event. So I want to give a massive thank you to Citizens for Global Solutions, as well as the United Nations Association Queensborough chapter, who were our partners in this event as the Young World Federalists, as well as Democracy Without Borders, the World Federalist Movement, One World Trust, World Citizen Government, and the World Service Authority, World Beyond War, the Young European Federalists, the Global Governance Innovation Network, Peace Action New York State, Massachusetts Peace Action. We have Brian Garvey here, thank you very much. The UNA USA Margate chapter down in Florida, oddly, and then we have the UNA USA Bronx chapter. So thank you very much to all of our sponsors, all of our partners for this event, and to all of the speakers. And if I can ask you to just give one final round of applause to everyone. But I appreciate everyone sticking with it and everyone staying engaged and everyone who asked questions. I know our speakers really appreciated that as well. So thank you all. And that concludes the 2022 Week for World Parliament celebration in New York City. Thank you.